What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another edition of the Evolution of Sports Talk Television here on a day 3 Saturday of the NFL Draft. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And, of course, for fans of this show, the Tampa Bay sports fan, especially you Go Bucs fans, it's your time. So how do we start off this good time here? As the draft has already begun, we'll see where the Bucs go. We got Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast, and of course, JC Allen. 3 things. You know them, you love them, you got to have them. Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. So without further ado, let's go ahead and go out to our intros.
What do you hear? What do you say?
There you go, Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast. Welcome to the Evolution of Sports Talk Television.
What's happening, everybody? Are we excited for day 3 of the draft? Are we gonna go defense again? Are we gonna go offense? It's exciting. It's exciting.
It is exciting. By the way, I just want to say this: a Todd Bowles watch here. We'll get out to JC Allen of Twitter there. It is April 25th, 2026, day 3 of the draft, and Todd Bowles is still your head coach.
It's exciting.
It is exciting, Todd. All right, without further ado, let's go out to one of the hardest working men out there that I know. Let's go out to Mr. JC Allen of Twitter. I guess. Welcome back to the Evolution of Sports Talk Television. As already one of the possible Bucs targets, JC, is off the board. The Raiders have taken Jamon McCoy, Tennessee cornerback. Darrell Jackson now picked by the Jets. That was another possibility. Our own Blake Anthony wanted for the Bucs. So what are the Bucs looking at this juncture? Round 4, 116 we're at right now. I'm a little bit behind, guys, so you have to apologize. 103. So 116.
I'm at 105 right now.
105. Okay, so we got 11 picks to go. JC, welcome to the Evolution.
Yeah. I happen to be here. Day 3 is one of the favorite days. This is where there's so much chaos because, especially in a year like this, where consensus rankings on these guys has been all over the place. We're going to see some real guys who are going to be like, who or what or why, and I think that's going to be a really fun part of today, and it always is on day 3, but especially this year. I think, looking at McCoy, I don't know if he would have been on the Bucs board just because of the knee injuries. They're pretty significant from what I've learned and discovered. The Raiders, good for them. They can take that kind of chance as a rebuilding in the 4th round. Doesn't hurt you as much, and if it pans out, you got yourself a potential all-pro caliber cornerback. But for the Bucs' needs and where they were, just taking a shot at an injured cornerback right now just wasn't something that I think they felt comfortable. Maybe if he slid to like the 7th round or something like that, it would have been a different situation. But I think there's really real concerns about those knees. So, I guess, you look at it and the Raiders felt differently. Darrell Jackson Jr. was almost a fit for me. I had him originally as my 3rd round fit, but when Caleb Proctor, who's still on the board, who's a guy that I'll talk about right now, as well as Grayson Halton, 2 of those guys, my best fits. Grayson Halton, my final mock draft. These are undersized 3 techs, think Kalijah Cansey-esque, kind of gives you that insurance. They're not going to be guys who are going to be stout against the run. You can't move them up and down the line of scrimmage too much, but they're going to be able to come in at that 3 tech and, come in and penetrate that line of scrimmage and wreak havoc on the quarterback. So those are 2 guys I'm looking at if they go linebacker. The offensive line opens up some options here. If they want to go some of those interior guys, Fabichi Wiwu out of Oklahoma is a guy that I've really liked since the beginning of this process. I think they like him too. Bo Stevens, a guard out of Iowa, is another guy. And there's a couple other players there too. Billy Schroth out of Notre Dame. Again, Bucs like smart, athletic offensive linemen who are good in pass protection. He did not allow a sack or a penalty or a sack or a pressure over his last 2 seasons and only had 1 penalty at Notre Dame as a team captain. So screams kind of Bucs player. He's a real well-rounded player. I think the Bucs could potentially target here in the 4th. As far as tight end, the options went off pretty quickly last night, but guys like Justin Jolie, Joe Royer, maybe a sleeper like a Josh Kuvas, from Alabama. Played at Washington with that. The Bauer staff followed him to Alabama. That pipeline is real. So he's kind of an athletic H-back type of guy. So I would keep an eye on him as maybe a potential pick here. They could go defensive back. Keontae Scott is still available last I checked. While not a need, he could be a versatile chess piece in the backfield, defensive backfield, and give them kind of like
Proctor just went from Southeast Louisiana to the Cardinals.
That's a good pick. It's a good pick for them.
Yeah. Right, Scott, everybody's been talking about Scott, the versatility there. You can play corner. He can play nickel. Safety. Is that somebody you think the Bucs would be very interested in once again from the Miami Hurricanes?
Well, I think if they do like to double dip at schools because they know what kind of players they're getting, and he's a physical run defender if I've ever seen one. But he's not someone that you can really float over the middle of the field. He's more of just a box player, but he's not a linebacker. He's not a safety. So you really have to have a designed role for him. And I think someone like Todd Bowles can get that designed role for him. If they do take someone like him, it really kind of heats up that competition with Jacob Parrish moving to the outside and battling against Benjamin Morris. And then the eventual veteran they bring in here who started in the league somewhere before for that outside corner spot opposite Zion McCollum. So, it's certainly going to be interesting if they go that route. Keith Abney is another guy I like in that slot corner route. Mm-hmm. If you're looking at outside corners, Hezekiah Massis, Efferson Sycock, he's a Washington guy, are two guys that I like. Chandler Rivers is a name to know as well. As a guy, undersized guy, but played outside, played inside, has that versatility. Can play in the slot, can play at the nickel. But those are some of the guys that I keep an eye on. VJ Payne, the safety. Cole Wisniewski, the safety. Those guys I think could be interesting. If some of these tackles start to fall a little bit later in the draft in the 6th round, and they want to grab just a developmental one because they have them as BPA on the board, I wouldn't be surprised. Travis Burke, Demetrius Crownover, those types of guys. On the outside's Cage Casey, another one. So there's definitely options if you don't think they're going to take a slot guy, but the value's there. Elijah Surratt is still falling. You thought he might have went to the Raiders. That would have been a cool pick to get him back with Fernando Mendoza. But, you look around the league as well at other positions that, if Bryce Lance falls, I know they liked him. If he falls in the 7th round, kind of like the similar situation with Emeka Egbuka, it might be too much value to pass up, even though they've already addressed the position. Same thing with maybe a guy like Colby Young or undrafted free agency. Look for a guy like maybe Chase Roberts or Josh Cameron from Baylor. So, they could definitely look at that place. If they wanted to get another linebacker, Jimmy Rolder, Justin Jefferson, Kendall Daniels, Lander Barton, all makes sense to me. I have all those names and more, and some guys who didn't make my best cuts list or were just missed the cut, and other guys who I think they could target maybe undrafted free agency or later in the draft who maybe I didn't give enough attention to, but I wanted to put their names on there. All of that's on my X page. You can check all of that stuff out there under the articles tab. It's got my best fits for day 2, for day 3, and how they fit with the system. All those articles are linked into that cheat sheet link for you right there.
Does great stuff there, JC Allen on X. And you called Ted Hurst, the wide receiver. What did you see with him? We heard from Steve Smith, an enemy of Bucs fans, Carolina Panther, compare him to Larry Fitzgerald. If he's anything like Larry Fitzgerald, the Bucs got somebody. And of course, we should have known that, Jason Light loves to draft wide receivers, but you called it, my friend. We'll give you your flowers here on the sports web. Ted Hurst, talk about him and that pick.
Yeah, I appreciate that. He's someone that I identified early on in the process. If you look at the immediate ways to find a contributor on offense, and that's upgrade the guard position, get an X wide receiver, and add a move tight end. All right. So it doesn't look like they're going to find someone to upgrade that guard position, but a developmental guard /center prospect should be in the works. I still think they could address that move tight end to give them that guy on the roster who I guess they don't think Devin Culp can be. Wide receiver was the other one, and they addressed it with Ted Hurst, who's that big body, traditional X wide receiver. He's 6'4", runs a 4.37 40. He's competitive as a blocker. He's got a long stride that he really kind of gets up to his speed quickly, but he can also decelerate quickly, and he's got incredible body control, contested catch ability. He had a couple issues with drops this past year, but it's an easy cleanup. And he'll need route refinement and technique and just kind of the nuances. Former basketball player, he's got hops out the gym. So I think getting him in here with Brian McClendon in this wide receiver room is going to be tremendous for him, and it's really going to help elevate his game and develop him faster. I know it's easy to hype up a third round pick, right? But I heard someone else describe him like this. He's not your, I think it was Ollie Connolly. He's not your Al Davis, burner 4-3 guy. He's got some real ability at the position that he already has that just needs refinement and just needs development at the next level as he goes from, Georgia State, which is a smaller school conference, up to the NFL. So probably put a little bit more weight on too. And, he's still just figuring out how to use his his height and his body. And so far he's done a pretty dang good job of it. I think it's a steal for them. I had as Josiah Trotter for them. I had Ted Hurst for them. I'm hoping I get a couple more today. We'll see how that rolls out. But yeah, solid pick for the Bucs in the third round, especially after the move back that netted them an extra 5th round pick at 160. So good deal for the Bucs there, all the way around.
Good deal for the Bucs. Mike Beal spoke with the media last night. He said that he projects him as an X wide receiver, not a Z.
Mm-hmm.
He's looked at as a Z. X wide receiver certainly seems like a fit there to replace the Mike Evans because they're not that big in that wide receiver room. Is that what you see with this pick?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the wide receiver room as constructed. Godwin's clearly a slot. We know the outside experiment didn't work. And then you look at, where do the rest of these guys fit? Tez and Cam Johnson do their best work out of slot. You saw a little bit of the Z from Tez Johnson because he's got the speed to stretch the field vertically. But, ultimately you want him, doing his damage in small area situations where he can use his quick cuts and bursts to leave defenders, kind of grasping for air. And then Emeka Egbuka was supposed to be your Chris Godwin clone, right? So he's best suited in the slot. He'll play all 3 positions, and he'll split time with Jalen McMillan, who's your projected X before this move, who's really traditional. He's more of a Z slot receiver himself. So you didn't have this guy until you signed David Sills, this type of body arc and this type of boundary wide receiver. And we've been talking about this for years, right? They haven't had anybody to groom behind Evans. It's so, I'm not saying this guy's Mike Evans. I don't think he'll ever be Mike Evans, but at least now you have this type of body. And to be frank, you have more speed out there than you've had in a long time or ever. I don't think Evans ever brought 4.3 speed. So you have speed to go with that ability to help maybe, replace some of the things that Evans did and replicate some of the things he did in the offense, especially in third down, contested catch situations, red zone, back shoulder fades and stuff like that, that, can complement this offense and not rely on him, but he can come in and complement this offense in those ways.
All right, good stuff, JC. One last question. Kyle Lewis from Pittsburgh. Is there a possibility
that's my guy.
to double up
That's my
on
guy.
the linebacker?
6th round, 7th round, maybe, but it's just where do you play him? And I think getting an extra pick and now having 5 picks, they certainly could do it. I think they're looking at defensive tackle, cornerback, interior offensive line, and tight end. So you have those 4 picks. So you have the liberty to maybe double dip out of position if you want now, or address a running back or safety if you want to. So it will be interesting to see how it all plays out. But I wouldn't think, unless he falls deep into the draft, I don't think Kyle Lewis would be someone they're interested in.
Well, maybe that's the reason why they acquired that 5th round pick in the first place. A good point. Yeah, JC, give me some final thoughts, man. I know you're busy today.
Yeah, absolutely. Check out all my work over on X. Just go to my profile page in the articles tab. It's pinned to my profile page. My best fits for day 3 here. Some of the guys who I've already identified, but there's a bunch of other guys potentially you undrafted free agents or guys who I just didn't have as my best fit in that round because I felt stronger about somebody else. But I still liked, and I think the Bucs like, they're all in there as well. So if you want to know a bunch of names at every position in this draft that they could target outside of specialists, I didn't do anything on specialists. go check that out. I'll be on Pirate Parlay podcast sometime tonight or tomorrow, going live to kind of recap the draft, and I'll be all over a couple different podcasts today. So appreciate you having me on, and I'll pop back on here later, my friend.
All right, sounds good. JC Allen there on X. We appreciate the time.
Thank you,
Don't work
JC.
too hard. Yeah, great stuff there from him. So we'll come back here. A little dressed down today because it's Saturday.
Yeah.
I got the Bucs Life shirt on, representing right there, showing the muscles off. So we'll give you a little action on that. But again, Bucs fans, what are your again? We're at 107 right now. We're awaiting 116. So we're 9 picks away. Is that the update here? Because I'm a little bit behind, maybe.
I'm at 108, Peter.
108. Okay, so you're 108.
49ers have made their pick. It hasn't been announced yet. Curious to see what they're gonna do here.
Your mic is a little bit off. I don't know what it is. Is it? Go ahead, turn it on a little bit there. I don't know what.
How about now?
Yeah, go ahead. Keep on talking.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
It sounds
testing.
like it's through it's not on or something. I don't know.
Really.
Yeah. Come back on in. Come back in.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, come back in and we'll try this again because it sounds like it's on the cup at this point.
How about
go ahead.
How about now? No. All right.
No.
Let me come back in.
All right, come back in. All right, we'll get out of there. We'll go out to the comments. Again, Facebook stars are open. YouTube super chats are open. If you like the content, give to the content, like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. Friend me on Facebook at Peter H. Blake. As we give you day 3 of the NFL draft, we'll see what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will do. Again, round 4, pick 116. Round 5, pick 155. Round 5 again, pick 160. Round 6, pick 195. And then round 7, 229. We will be here all day with you, taking your phone calls, getting your reaction to this Bucs draft. What do you give it? I know it's early in the process, but so far, so good. For me, I think it's an A. Definitely think it's an A+ with Bain Jr. starting it out. Josiah Trotter got some questions, but still like the pick. I know some people out there say you like everything the Bucs do. It's not necessarily true, but I do like this pick. And Ted Hurst. I definitely see a Larry Fitzgerald. I mean, if Steve Smith is thinking he's Larry Fitzgerald, the Bucs got a steal there. So we'll see. We'll go through it. We'll definitely take your comments. As always, open phone line, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. Let's go out to Gary here. Bucs better take a cornerback. Another off the board. Jamal McCoy went to the Raiders, so that's good value there. Again, we heard some things about, his knee, degenerative knee at this point. Is it better? Is it going to be a long-term situation? It certainly seems like a guy that went from a first-round talent who clearly was a shutdown corner in 2024, now all the way in the 4th round, but he ends up with the Raiders. Raiders doing pretty well there. I think the Jets, as crazy as it sounds, what they've been able to do in the draft has been impressive. So if you're a Jets fan, which I don't know why you would be watching the show, but if you're a Jets fan, hold on a sec here. We'll open up the phone lines as always. Let's go out to it here, and then we'll get Louie back on. Let's go out to Abraham. Abraham, welcome to the Evolution.
Yeah, it was a great first day. I swear to God. I think people didn't like the Trotter pick, but according to our mutual friend Jay Pringle, he does remind me a lot of Levante, the way he plays.
Wow. Okay. I don't know about Levante. Levante's tough. That's a tough comparison. We know all about.
Levante is good in coverage,
right?
But the thing is, this kid is only 21, so he's got a high ceiling.
Well,
considering that he only played 2 years of football.
Well,
and
Trotter,
let me tell you one other factor that came into play when they decided not to move up to get J-Rod.
Okay.
There were two linebackers were high on their list. One was J-Rod, sure. The other one was Trotter. And so when both were available, and so they said, hey, we got a chance at least one of these guys. But J-Rod, let me tell you something. J-Rod is 24 years old. Okay, so he's a converted quarterback, and so he's like Messidor, because he was in West Virginia, he was quarterback, he came, but then he benefited from having a lot of good pieces around him.
Right.
So right. I don't know if he's going to make that same impact the first year without the support he has on defense.
Give you an update. Hold on. Give you an update. Grayson Holton, one of the prospects the Bucs were interested in, defensive tackle, now has gone to the San Francisco 49ers. So he's off the board. We were at 107 on mine. I think we're at 108 on yours. So you have to update me.
Denver's pick is in. I don't know who it is, but
okay, go ahead.
But so I think they nailed it out of the park. Even that Hurst pick. If you watched Steve Smith's analysis, he says it reminds me a lot of Larry Fitzgerald, and he's a boundary receiver. He's got great speed. He needs to work on his body frame. There's certain things that can be coached, but you can't coach speed and you can't coach height. Two things that he has. Yeah. And he's a basketball player like Evans was, so he's got a lot of that athleticism that Evans had. So,
well, it's not just athleticism; it's positioning. Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast. That's why you see a lot of teams, a lot of NFL teams draft those former basketball players because they can get positioning. And that's what it's all about when you play wide receiver.
50-50 balls.
Well, it's about separation. It's not just about 50-50. It's about separation, getting that separation.
Yeah, that
too. That's the thing that separates a wide receiver from, somebody that's going to be able to transition and, have that success in the National Football League to somebody that is just what it is. So can he get enough separation? And being a basketball player, you certainly think he would have body positioning with that speed, 4.3, 4.4 speed. You'd be able to definitely give, once again, the Bucs an aspect that they haven't had a lot of. Again, Tez Johnson is the only fast receiver, in my opinion, at this point, a burner. You've got that here with Hurst. This kid Hurst can definitely fly.
Yeah, and you can keep.
So I like the pick.
There you go. You're on now. There you go.
Jason had two similar skill set receivers on his list. There's a guy from Alabama he mentioned, and Kyle Lewis. I mean, not receivers. I mean, linebackers. But see, the thing about it, Kyle Lewis is like a Swiss Army knife. You can put him at nickel. You can put him at safety. You can put him at the backup linebacker. I think if they get him or the other guy from Alabama, I think they can put him behind Anzalone for a couple of years and let him get the reps, and maybe he can take over when Anzalone calls it quits. So that's what I see, and I just see that. I see there's a high ceiling for Trotter. I think he will develop that skill set in pass coverage because he has a high ceiling. So that's all I got to say. I say so far so good. I know that later rounds, I know they always nail it in the later rounds, so I have faith in the GM. Unlike that guy Zeusman who's always bashing Jason Light. I mean, come on, nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes.
Right.
You're not. I guess a lot of these fans are not real fans because you haven't been a fan through these droughts. Okay, droughts like 2 non-playoff seasons that the Bucs had for years. So you're not a real fan because you never went through those hard times as a fan. Now you're complaining about little things. I don't expect the team to make the Super Bowl, win the Super Bowl every year. That's not realistic. At least we're making the playoffs almost every year, winning the division, with the exception this year. So, I mean, the fan base needs to grow up and show up to the games. Stop being so childish.
Grow up and show up. How about that?
Yeah.
That one.
Exactly.
Bengals. You're not going to win the Super Bowl every year. That's one thing. You strive for that.
Wow, the Jets just made another trade. Wow.
Yeah. And Louie, it's great to have you back on the show, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Glad to be home. Glad to be home. I wanted to say something about Peter.
Anytime later, I'll call you after the picks.
See you, Abraham. Appreciate the call. Open phone line, 727-255-0391 at 727-255-0391. Go ahead, Lou.
With Hurst, I think that was a great, fantastic pick by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, just because of the simple fact. We talked about the defense, Peter. Rotation, keeping these guys fresh. Same thing with Hurst. Hurst, he's not Mike Evans. There is never going to be another Mike Evans. There's only one Mike Evans, just like there's one Larry Fitzgerald, there's one Jerry Rice. Hurst has the potential to be an explosive player on this offense, and with the amount of talent in that wide receiver room, he can learn from guys like Chris Godwin, that separation. He can learn from Emeka Egbuka, like that, the ups and downs of a rookie year, because I think Emeka Egbuka is going to be a great leader for this team one day. But the key thing about Hayden Hurst that Ted Hurst, that people are not understanding is it's a rotation thing. You keep that guy fresh. He doesn't have to be on every down on the offense. You keep that guy fresh. He can get that separation, and he can be your red zone threat. While you pair him up with a corner, say you drive that ball down the field, say it's a 70, you drive the ball down 70 yards, and you're in the red zone, that corner is worn down. You know what I'm saying? You throw in Hurst in there, a 50-50 ball, I really like what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did with that pick. I think that's going to be one of those picks that we revisit, Peter, in a couple of years and be like, that was one hell of a pick because the kid turned out to be a stud. Kyle Lewis, I don't think they're going to get him in this round, Peter. Hopefully he is available maybe in the 5th round. I would like for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to get Kyle Lewis after the talk
2
yesterday.
5th round picks. So maybe that's the reason why they went and did it. Because again, Jason Lyon, this is all calculated on his part. He knows what the hell he's doing. Again, Hurst, you get him in the 3rd round. He's a 2nd round value. So that's a good pick. It's a good pick. It's a good value pick. We'll see if it works out because Jason Lyon has had his fair share of misses when it comes to wide receivers. Yes, I said some bad things about Jason Lyon. And we'll talk about that in just a moment. But I want to go on to the comments here. Don't want to neglect these guys. Let's see. Let's go out to Sarah here. Big time webhead. Living our dream, our draft so far. Really hoping for Keontae Scott, cornerback from the U today, and a strong tight end. My wish list will be complete. Good stuff, Sarah. Appreciate the comment.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Tim. Good afternoon, Peter. Good afternoon to you. Let's go out to Chris Cole. Afternoon, everyone. It's day 3 where GMs make their money. Exactly. This is the fun part.
Good comment.
This is where, Chris always brings it here on there. And this is really the fun day here because you start to see guys that were supposed to be 1st, 2nd, 3rd round talent start to slip. You get value here. We've seen the Bucs take advantage of it. Bucky Irving comes to mind, 4th round pick there. Jalen McMillan, 3rd round pick. I mean, there's been some players there. Elijah Roberts.
Yeah.
As a rookie, we talked to him on the evolution. He was some value last year, 5th round pick, I believe. And it should have been higher because he played well. And have people forget that you have an opportunity for a player like that, second-year player, to develop. And I definitely think he'll have that opportunity to develop. And that line has gotten stronger right now. The question of the night, or the question of the day, because I'm getting my nights and days confused here. Saturday day.
It's been a long couple of days, man.
It has been a long couple of days. What's your grade, Bucs fans, for this Bucs draft in 2026? A, B, C, D, or F? Realtor David Zuzman, I think, would give it an F. Give me a phone call here. Give me a call. 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. Yo, Peter. Yo to you.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Brightside Broadway. Let's go, Bucs. Let's go, Bucs.
Wait up, Will Bork. Stop. Wait up.
Let's go, Bucs.
It's exciting.
It is exciting.
Fire the curtain.
Absolutely.
How about them Bucks, baby?
Absolutely go Bucs. There we go right there. Sarah says both cornerback and tight end. Keontae Scott, we've heard him from not only Sarah, but also Jeremy there in South Dakota. He said him too. So let's go out to Brent. Jason Light will probably draft a former NFL player kid because it looks like that's how he picks his players. Okay. Brent says, Peter, you will be happy if Jason Light trades for a water boy. Yes, Brent, I would, because you know why? It would be refreshing. There you go. How about that? Like that. Let's go out to Gary. Bucs 116-107 now. Thank you for the update. Brent says if Jason Light gets him, it would make up for the Trotter pick. Brent again, DT wouldn't be bad either. You like everything Jason Light does? That I do.
Brent, call in. I'd like for
that's
Brent
okay.
to call in.
That's okay. He can sit out there and comment, but if he wants to call in, he's more than welcome to call in to the show if he wants to. But
Jets just made their pick.
Who are they?
Kubiak.
Cade Kubiak from Clemson. So there is your quarterback. Is that your future quarterback? They traded up for him, so maybe that's a future quarterback. And that's 4th round right now. So
is that how you say his last name? Klubinik?
It's not Kubiak. It's
these names are getting crazy, man.
Klubnik.
There we go. Klubnik
from Clemson. Our guy Leo Haggerty would know him because he's a Clemson fan there. Let's go out. Trotter is KJ Britt. I mean, come on. I don't know that yet. How do you know that? How do you know that Trotter is KJ Britt all over?
Playing too much NCAA college football.
Oh, my God. Jeez. Already. Jeez. Holton, DT, 49er. Gary, Coleman, running back, Husky. And then A so far. So A minus. I would love to call in. Say the number too fast. 727-255-0391. It's right there on the screen, my friend.
Man. Don't be afraid.
I've seen it 1,000 times during the show. People make fun of me because I say it so much, but I say it because people say, Well, you didn't give me the number. The number's right there, 727-255-0391. It's actually my personal number, too. So we get personal calls from telemarketers today. Please don't call me telemarketers on Saturday.
I'm straight up the suck right there.
In fact, here's TJ. Here's the media icon and what I think about telemarketers calling me on the weekend.
Go away. Go away. I will hold the door.
All right, who is this? Let's go
Here we
out.
go.
What's your name? Where are you calling from?
It's Sarah.
Hi, Sarah. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing, Peter?
I'm doing great. Third day of the NFL draft here. Keontae Scott, that's your guy?
Yes, dude, I cannot be happier with this draft. Like, I haven't been this excited about a draft in a long time.
Well, I know you're a Miami Hurricane fan, so tell me, how excited were you when Bain Jr., and we got to get a sound effect. We'll work on the sound effects. I promise. I'll get to working here. But Bain Jr., who was born in the darkness, or is that what's the line?
It was I was born in the darkness. You just came here, something like that.
Yes, something like that.
You
He
just
says,
reside here.
You're
yeah.
just yes. But I was molded by it. I will get the sound effect.
Yep.
I promise. All right. What did you think about Bain Jr. Being the pick at 15?
We were elated. Like, I could not believe he was still on the board.
Mhm.
Like, we had been saying his name out loud all day long. I wore my SAP jersey because I was like, this dude is going to eat. Like, he was the best fit. Like, our locker room has been missing that type of intensity and just dog and grit since, like, SAP. So, like, we need that type of versatility in our locker room.
Well, you definitely need that versatility, not only in the fact that he can play inside, but outside also does have that dog
He is a
mentality,
dog.
has the edge. That's exactly what you want. Todd Bowles was talking about him. We'll get to some of those comments he had on Friday because we missed them. But it's certainly, again, a slam dunk for me, the most dominant defensive player in college football, period. And he's now going to be on that defensive line, joined by Vita Vea, Yaya Diaby, Kalijah Cansey, knock on wood. Hopefully he's healthy. AQ Muhammad,
He already said
Ashawn
it. He wanted to
Robinson.
be with those guys.
Well,
Like,
Cansey's a Miami
my whole
guy.
thing too is like, now that we have him, like, let's see Todd Bowles like eat. Like, let's see what he's gonna do with him.
Thank you.
Like, he's a defensive coach, so what are you gonna do with him, Todd?
Well,
And then you can put all the naysayers to bed. Like, I would never talk bad about my team, you know this, but like, just make everybody hush up.
well, Megan, shut him up. You know, leave no doubt at this point. You're exactly
Right.
right. And listen, Bucs fans can be critical of it. Yeah, I think this realtor David Zuzman doesn't like Jason Light and doesn't like anything that Jason Light does because he won't give Jason Light credit for the draft. And we talk to fans like that all that's not for just the draft, but also for the Super Bowl. It's all Tom Brady and everything like that. But again, I always tell these people when they criticize Jason Light that he knows how to build a team. He's been able to build a team through the draft. That's the reason why Tom Brady comes here in the first place. And I get it. It's 5
And
years
Gronk,
ago.
like all of them. He
Yes.
put that all together.
Yes.
Like, credit to credit's due.
Yes. And he's been able to get picks over
And he
the
brought
years
in
here.
AB, which, I mean, you know, he served his purpose at that time.
Correct. Correct. Absolutely.
You know, but like my other thing too is like I'm seeing so many similarities with this draft. Like when we picked Bain, like again, such a sap vibe. Like he is a dog and going after it and so versatile and brings that swag. And then we draft Trotter, and Trotter has like a very like low demeanor. And I'm not saying he's Levante David, but the dude plays with that type of swag to him, like Levante. And then we get Trotter, and it's like, I'm not, again, nobody can compare anybody to those greats and Hall of Fames, all three of them. But like, he does have a swag to him, like Mike Evans. Like, I'm seeing like a lot of similarities of play and all that. They're just really other than Bain, like very developmental picks. And if we can get Keontae Scott, like, dude, send it. Like, that will be just raw. Like, we would just be like,
amazing.
Oh, baby, you like it raw. Oh, baby, you like it raw.
Love it. Love it. Some ODB here on a Saturday afternoon, Sarah. We'll see if the Bucs get him because he's still on the board. He's still on the board here. Give me, Louie, give me an update here. Is he still on the board at this point?
Yes, he is.
All right. So
Drew Shelton just got picked by the Cowboys.
Okay.
Gage
Love it.
Casey picked by the Broncos, 2 offensive linemen back to back. Colts, the pick is in. No announcement yet. The Cowboys are on the board. And then you
All
got
right.
the Ravens, and then it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Sarah, we got the pick coming up. Final thoughts here. Give me a grade for this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team for their draft so far.
Like I said, I haven't been this excited for a draft in a hot minute. Like getting Bane right off the rip, like my whole house was exploding. So like I'm giving it an A+ straight out the gate, because again, these are, other than Bane, like he's a plug and play, but these guys are developmental players that you can put in there and they'll get the scheme. And again, Todd Bowles is going to be able to he's going to be able to show what he's got with these defensive players.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be covering or anything like that. I know there's a lot of Bucs fans worried about that. Sarah, appreciate the call as always. Use the second one if you want to, okay?
Heck yeah, you know I will. And if we could get it, like I said, if we can get Keontae Scott and get
you call back if they get Keontae Scott, okay? If they get him, they draft him. You call back.
I will, Peter.
All right.
You know I will.
Give me some ODB again. Go say it. Sing it again. Come on.
Oh, baby, I like it roll. Oh, baby, I like it roll. That's how it's gonna go. I'm telling you. If you steps up and we start shifting, there's gonna be a little bit of locker mentality shift.
I love it.
And I think that's what we've been lacking a little bit of. Like everybody's like,
right.
I'm not trying to dog my team or say anything rude, but like we just need a little hunger and a little swag and just, little ODB up in there.
That's it. Yeah. I love it. Love it. Good stuff, Sarah. Appreciate the call. Use the second one. We'll see you soon. All right.
All right, man. Bring the passion. Bring the excitement. Just don't bring no nonsense.
Boom. She is out. That's how you bring it. I love her. I met her before. She was out at Raymond James Stadium. She points me out. She's like, I know who you are. I watch your show and we're talking and everything.
That's awesome.
She's exactly like that. And it's always surreal for me when I'm walking around, and I love it. Like people think you want to be just left alone, but not me. I don't want to be left alone. I mean, there's fans out there watching this show and they know the Rolex reporter, they know Peter Blake, and they walk up to me and they want to talk Bucs football. I'm talking Bucs football no matter what I'm doing. If I had a girlfriend, they come up to me, still gonna talk to them about Bucs football. She's gonna have to understand that's how it is. That's the lifestyle. That's Bucs life right there. Got the shirt on representing today. Open phone line, 727-255-0391 at 727-255-0391.
I got the quote, Peter. I got the quote here.
What's
Ready?
the quote? Yes.
You think darkness is your ally. You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it.
Love it. Stop it.
See the light.
I love it. I need that. I need you to send me that. I'm going to get that sound effect because that's going to be the Bane sound effect for the show.
Yeah.
New sound effects for the show. Okay. So because he's slow, let's go out to Alex, by the way. The Rays won last night. Junior Caminero went yard, so we didn't get a chance to talk about our Rays and, of course, the Lightning loss. Let's go out to Alex. Alex, welcome to the Evolution.
Hi, guys. How we feeling?
Feeling good, man.
Great.
Day 3 of the draft. We're coming up here. Where are we at, Louie, right now with the number?
Hold on. Let me lower this real quick. So the Cowboys are making their pick. Jalen Farmer, guard. Jalen Farmer, the guard for the Colts. Devin Moore, corner, Florida, just got picked up by the Cowboys, and now the Ravens, their pick is in. The Buccaneers are on the clock now.
I tell you what, we're going to go ahead, clear the phone line here, Alex. Call back after the Bucs pick. Okay, because I want to make sure we have that Bucs pick here. So we'll go ahead and get your thoughts on this. But the Bucs are on the clock right now as we speak.
Yes, they are on the clock. The Ravens, they just announced the Cowboys pick. This is strange. The NFL is doing something a little bit different. They put out the pick on the ticker, and then it takes like 2 minutes for the person to walk out and announce the pick. I can't remember that they did that last year. Did they?
I don't remember doing it either.
Yeah, that's like it kind of like I'm not really liking that because it's just like it's like you see a team on the clock and then it says the pick is in, but the pick's never getting announced, and it's just I don't and I noticed some errors on whoever's producing this NFL draft for the NFL Network here. They kept on putting trade, and then pick is in, and there was no trade.
Huh?
That's very strange. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
I'm watching ESPN.
I'm watching it straight from the NFL draft. I mean, straight from the NFL. Straight from the NFL app here, and it's just strange how they do this. All right, the Ravens pick is in. Wide receiver, Indiana, Elijah Sarrett, I think his last name is.
Just got Stout. Hold on. Bucs just made a pick here, so we're looking right now. Stand by. Can somebody go to Twitter? Did they just get Scott? Did they just get Keontae Scott? Stout. All right, let's see here. Stand by.
We got Christopher Cole says Bucs just got Scott Stout.
All right. So Bucs, I'm looking right now. Stand by here because it's a little bit behind on my end. I have to apologize for that. I didn't even think about that. All right. I don't see anything at this point.
I don't see anything either.
We're talking about Christopher.
No. I don't see anything.
Okay, well, we're waiting for that. Okay, receiver Ravens. All right, so let's go ahead. Elijah Surratt from Indiana is going to the Ravens. So now the Bucs are up on my end.
Yeah, same with my end. I mean, it says the pick is in.
Yeah, we're watching different. All right, the pick is in for the Bucs. So
pick is in. See, I don't like what they're doing here. The way they're.
We got Scott. There it is. Right. There's Alex right there. Keontae Scott. There you go. That makes lots of sense. Again, the versatility. This is what I talk about. Keontae Scott, versatility, corner, box player, can do multiple things here. There you go, Bucs fans. Are you happy? There you go. Sarah, call back. There it is. We'll make it official here in just a moment when this stupid thing goes off. Okay, so let's go out to some of these comments. Because he's slow, says Brent. Chris Cole says Trotter is not slow. He plays great in coverage, but still needs to develop like all rookies. Tim says if you're going to criticize the mistakes, you got to give credit where he does things the right way. I mean, he was our GM when we won the Super Bowl. Yes, and built that Super Bowl team. We continue to talk about that. Gary, top cornerback, a tight end at 116. Looks like they got him, right? They aren't showing who's on the clock. There you go. I don't like that either. Chris Cole says Bucs just got Scott. Sarah, let's go. Right there.
Yeah.
Receiver Ravens. Pick is in. We got Scott. Boom. Scott. Absolutely. Boom. Right there. International Fan of the Year. And is that who I think it is? Who is that? Who is the Fan of the Year? Who is that?
That's got to be the Fan of the Year. I think they're doing that.
Karsten Neubauer.
Is that Fan of the Year?
Yeah, Fan of the Year. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Keontae Scott.
So there you go. It's official there on our end. Also, we want to make sure we trust you guys at this point. But Sarah, we predicted it. There it is right there. Keontae Scott from the Miami Hurricanes. It's a hurricane type of year here where, again, Reuben Bain Jr. and Keontae Scott. There it is. We kind of predicted
I like this pick, Peter.
I do too.
I really do.
I do too.
I was big on the defensive backs for the Hurricanes. I thought they did a good job last year. And this pick too, like I said, this is a nice pick. You know, with Jamel Dean leaving for Pittsburgh to apparently think that he's going to win a Super Bowl over there.
13 tackles for loss, second most among FBS DBs, which is tremendous at this point.
This is a good pick.
This is a really good pick. Undersized, 5'11", 193. Not really undersized, but not the prototypical Todd Bowles.
Jamel Dean. Yeah, not the typical.
Yeah.
But you know what? When at the
plays,
Expo,
ball hawk, you can see it, jumps plays. Let's go out to the phone lines here.
God.
Sarah, welcome back to the
Dude,
Evolution.
it's
How
all
about that?
the youth. It's all about the youth. It's all about the youth. I told you.
There you go. There you go. I know you would be happy about this. You can see this kid jumping routes here. Physical, is very, very versatile. This makes lots of sense to me.
Dude, he's so fast.
Yep.
He is so fast.
Yep.
Like what was it, Caden? Sub 4.4, like insane.
Gotta
like I
love
should
it.
have been on draft picks, dude. We did Bane and then we did Keontae. I'm like, let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
this is a solid pick. I feel good about this one.
This was one of the predictions we had before the draft here. When the show started, we had JC Allen on, and I threw it out there. Keontae Scott, you could see Jason Light, the War Room, very excited about it. The whole War Room. You see Todd Bowles. Yep, he's gonna get his defensive draft. You're getting a defensive draft right now. You've got to be excited about this. You got to love what they're doing over there. They know exactly what they're doing. Once again, getting a kid from the Miami Hurricanes, from a program that has come up. The U, I hate to say this because being a Florida State fan, the U looks like they're back.
They're coming back,
and they came
For
back
sure.
they came back in a big way. Not only making the national championship playoff, but also making it all the way to the national championship game and giving Indiana everything they could handle. Love this pick.
That was a dope game.
Yep.
Like, that was amazing.
Yep.
And like I said, now Todd Bowles has everything in his artillery to tell the naysayers, like, this is how we run the defense around here.
Yep.
And like, these boys have played with each other, so they already have the charisma. They already know how to connect, and they're hungry. Anybody
like
who comes
the
from the U is
secondary.
hungry. That's just how they're built. So I'm here for all of this. Again, if I can get a good tight end, my Christmas list will be fulfilled.
I think, Sarah, I think you're right here. I think
plus.
she's onto something here. I think
Go ahead,
Sarah's right. I think so. Now with this pick with Keontae Scott, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have addressed a lot of the issues that happened in the offseason. Levante David retiring, they addressed that situation with Trotter. Jamel Dean leaving for Pittsburgh, you got Keontae Scott. Also, you addressed the edge rusher, and Mike Evans leaving. You got, I'm not saying he's the next Mike Evans, but I'm just saying you fixed your guy for you got your guy for the red zone with Hurst. I think they might go offense with the next pick here. I mean, they have to. I mean, they've addressed the defense pretty well. You can't go wrong. I mean, I wouldn't mind them going tight end with the next pick, and then maybe Kyle Lewis if available.
Well, Kyle Lewis would be the
topping. That would be the icing on the cake for me, Peter. If they pick Kyle Lewis, I'm gonna jump for joy. I'm gonna be extremely excited because, like I said, you getting Trotter and then pairing him up with Kyle Lewis, that's your future, man. That's the future of the inside linebacker position. That's scary, and you can give these guys time to develop in this Todd Bowles system, and I don't think Vassier is going to be hanging around much longer if we continue to see the play that we've seen, because, I just wasn't really satisfied with his play last year,
No,
and,
too many missed tackles, not great in coverage.
Kyle Lewis is like a bullet, man. He
Yeah.
runs around. I was watching him again this morning. First thing I did when I woke up this morning, I had him on the brain for some reason. I was lying in bed, and I'm like, let me watch some more like tape on this kid.
Yeah.
And I was watching him, and I'm just like, holy crap! I'm not saying he's Derek Brooks, but the same situation, undersized,
Well, Louis Riddick says he's Derek Brooks.
Yeah, and you see with the
Pretty good
6
evaluator.
interceptions,
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
with the interceptions, and he can blitz, and he's a for sure tackle. But the one thing, Peter, that I really liked about Kyle Lewis is his tackling is excellent. He goes right, he wraps up the legs. You're not going anywhere. Like, he shuts down plays. I love the fact that there's a possibility that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers could get this kid. If they don't, they don't. I'm not going to say, hey, Jason Light's the worst GM of all time. But, I mean, if we can get him, I'd be ecstatic.
Yeah, well, you got a little ways to go. Pick round 5, pick 155, but they do have 2 fifth-round picks. So if they feel like Jimmy Rolder, just a linebacker from Michigan, he just went to the Detroit Lions. So once again, another Michigan player. Sarah, appreciate the call as always. Okay, congratulations.
Well, hey, what I'm saying is that, like, we have Anzalone, but we have Kate Otten. If we can get a good tight end to be behind, like, this is gonna, like I said, I haven't been this excited about a draft in a hot minute. I should have been on Draft Picks, dude. I called it. This is amazing. Like, it's great to be a Buccaneer. Fire the cannons.
Yes,
Fire the
absolutely.
cannons.
Fire the cannons.
Fire the cannons!
We absolutely will right there. So Scott is the pick. Keontae Scott from the Miami Hurricanes. Bucs fans, what do you think so far of day 3 here of your Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Wesley Williams, Jaguars, Edge, Duke.
There you go. And the Jaguars
Swerve
traded up.
Strickland, man, making the pick, making the announcement.
Oh, how about that? Swerve Strickland from AEW for Jacksonville. There you go. All right.
Speaking of professional wrestling, you see all the cuts today? Well, yesterday.
I did, yes. The Wyatt Six, which is surprising. Aleister Black, your guy, along with Zelina Vega, headed
They
to
just
most
no
likely
momentum. You know what it was? You know what it was, Peter? What have I been saying when we did Turnbuckle Talk?
They stole the gimmick of
Karrion Kross.
Karrion Kross and Scarlett.
Just didn't work.
Didn't work.
The fans knew it.
Yeah.
And I kept on saying with a guy like Aleister Black, like, I get, like, guys like him, Bray Wyatt, and all these guys, they like the dark stuff, but it doesn't transition over. Like, okay, like, again, and I know we're getting a little off topic here, but, like, Karrion Kross was a badass, and off WWE TV, the guy he can kick your ass. You know what I'm saying? He could fight, and you gotta let those guys kind of portray that character on TV. Like I talked about with Roman Reigns when he was getting very stale, and I said, you got to pair him up with a Paul Heyman. Take this stupid bulletproof shield vest off of him and just tap into his heritage and make him a Samoan badass. And that worked out. And even my girlfriend called it. She's like, wow, you said that like 6 years ago. And I say the same thing with guys like Aleister Black. These guys, he's a Muay Thai fighter. You got to, like, the dark stuff with the lights going out, that stuff. Come on, man. This is 2026. We know, like, this isn't 1990. Like, we know that stuff's not real. But the one cut that really surprised me was Kyrie Singh. I don't know why they cut her. Like, I loved her. I think
it just didn't work, like you said. Lots of talent from NXT coming up here. Joshua Duncan, who's on the other page here, should have traded up and got Grayson Halton. They didn't do that. And then why not take a safety when you have great safeties already with Ty Keene? Winfield, because you need depth.
Yeah, you need depth.
AJ Roberts, and then again, Keontae Scott can also play some corner. Too. Very versatile player. So Joshua, I'm seeing some things here from Bucs Life. Somebody gave it a C. He never says anything positive about the Bucs in the first place, so I'm not even going to address it at this point. Lawrence says, "Go Bucs, go Bucs."
Wait up, Will Bork! Wait up!
Go Bucs! Go Bucs!
Fire the cannons!
Go Bucs! I definitely don't think it's a C at this point. I think it's an A+. I think they've done a hell of a job here. Just my opinion. JC tweeted it out way before the network shows it. Brent says the pick was actually good. Wow, Brent, we need some height. Nair says, let's go. Great pick. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go out to Brent again. It looks like our O-line was good last year. Well, it was good last year when it was healthy.
Yes.
When it was healthy, yes, it's one of the best units in the National Football League when it's healthy. But again, I continue to go back to this, and we have this debate, Brent, every time we get on the show. The reason why the offense struggled, the reason why Baker Mayfield struggled is when you're missing both of your guards and you have all the reshuffling that you had, of course, your offense is going to struggle. Of course, your quarterback is going to struggle. If that line is healthy, hopefully they are at this point, then yes, it's one of the good units that you didn't necessarily have to address.
A key reason why Baker may have gotten hurt so early in the season, Tristan Wirfs not being there, protecting his blind side.
Right.
Nobody talks about that. That's a big thing. Tristan Wirfs, arguably one of the best tackles, if not one of the best offensive linemen in the game. When you're missing, and I said it last year, Tristan Wirfs is their best player on offense. And a lot of people don't like to give the offensive line guys credit, but those guys, they play a huge factor in the success of the running game and the quarterback. So when you're missing one of your best players on offense in Tristan Wirfs, that kind of changes things. Like you just said, Peter, shifting offensive linemen around musical chairs, that doesn't transition well too much. You can only do it for so long until eventually the levees start to let go.
That's it. All right. I want to go out to TikTok, then we'll get out to the phone lines. A Solar Official with the diamonds there. Appreciate that. Shine bright like a diamond there on TikTok. Thank you, sweetheart. Appreciate that. Let's go out to Alex. Alex, welcome to the Evolution.
Now how are we feeling?
Well, feeling good. I mean, this is one of the things we kind of predicted. If you watched the beginning of the show with J.C. Allen, I threw it out there. If it wasn't going to be Jermon McCoy, then it would be Keontae Scott because of the versatility, because of what he's able to bring that Todd Bowles defense. It makes sense for me. Yeah.
Anyway, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. The key to this draft, right, and going into the draft was how can you make a decent change and who is going to lead this defense, right? Mm-hmm. If you look back in the second half of last year, blown coverages, guys missing assignments. There's so many things that we can go back in 2026 or 2025 and look at that defense, right? Mm. But if you look into this year, if you look back 4 days ago, you can't tell me that this defense isn't 10 times improved, right? Look at what you got in Bain. You got a very Ruben Bain, a very hungry, very young, wants to win. That's going to be your leader. That's going to be the guy that is going to be the future face of this defense, right? Yeah. Levante David, you can say, Levante David, he's retired, and we love Levante David, and we all appreciate everything he's done for Tampa Bay, all in all, right?
Right.
But you need to get someone in here who was hungry, who wants to win, and what Ruben Bain does alone is going to take this defense over the top, right? Everything else, Trotter, we just got Scott, you got some very good defensive picks. So, guys, tell me right now that I know we were all mad we didn't go out and get maybe like a Trey Hendrickson, which, by the way, I'm going to be honest with you. Look at that Baltimore defense now. Shit.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
That defense is going to look incredible. But if you go back 4 days ago, I know we were all in a mood where we don't know what's going to happen this year. 4 days later, bet me right now we don't win 11 games.
I like the 10 to 11 games. I certainly could see it. I could certainly see it. I see this team coming back with a vengeance. Their attitude, the way they have a chip on their shoulder at this point. I know that they lost Levante David and Mike Evans, but you just, again, it's a year by year basis, right? You think you can just, pick up on it and say, well, the way they finished last year is the way it's going to happen this year. And it doesn't always transpire like that. Right. And it just because, Washington was in the NFC Championship game, people were picking them for the Super Bowl. It doesn't always work out like that. Just because the Bucs didn't make the playoffs, it doesn't necessarily mean they can't win the NFC South to make the playoffs again, especially with the level of talent they have. Again, the key is, of course, it's a war of attrition. You got to stay healthy, especially on that line.
Is Louie still in here? Is he still here?
I'm on here. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
You got a question?
I'm gonna go back to something he said, not only on his podcast, but what he said on the show just a couple days ago. This offense, no matter what, I mean, you're going to get back an very healthy offensive line, right? Which, by the way, was in shambles. And we could talk about everything that happened on offensive line, left guard or all the way off to right guard, right?
Right.
Yep.
You get that offensive line healthy, you're going to get an offense even without Mike Evans. And this is what Louie said a couple of days ago.
Right.
He said, "Listen, losing Mike Evans really ain't going to be that big of a deal because if you look back at the first half of last season, this offense exploded, right? And what happened in the second half of the season? The defense lapsed, right? If you look at where we are today, guys, if you look at this incredible draft, and I'll be honest with you, I was one of the guys that was, David Sussman, is that his name?
Realtor
yes.
David Sussman, yes.
Realtor David Sussman. Anyway, I was on his board. I wasn't really happy with what Jason has done in the past couple years, to be honest with you. But that's me. But if you look back at what he did this draft, I have a whole different tune, man. What an incredible draft. You seriously, you fixed every issue that I was incredibly wrong with this defense. And guys, I'll put my money up right now. Me and Peter already have $1,000 bet on something else right now, but I'll put my bet right now. This is an 11 wins team. But guys, great draft, great coverage. Peter, I'm gonna send you a little something here in a little bit, but
appreciate you.
Great work, and keep up the good work, guys.
All right, man. Appreciate you. YouTube Super Chats, Facebook stars are open. If you love the content, give to the content. Open phone line, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. We'll go back out to these comments as we're live on Facebook, YouTube, X, I got it right, Instagram Live, LinkedIn Live. I'll try to be professional. I'll try. And TikTok Live right there. Really quick, we just came in here. This is the test, Bucs fans. Every day, if the sports web wasn't enough, you guys always say you want more Bucs content. Well, I give it to you. I give you the fan, the Bucs fan, what you want. Give me what I want, right? Go out, like and subscribe to Bucs Latest on the Fan Arch Network every day at 11 a.m. on YouTube, 10 to 15 minutes or more. I went ham the other day, Louie, from the Frozen Pirate podcast. 21 minutes of Bucs coverage. We got nearly over 4,000 views. It is absolutely amazing. So Bucs Latest there. We're over 700 subscribers. Not bad for a month and a half.
That's not bad.
Go out there and subscribe to that. Of course, you don't have to go far. It's up the block barbershop, 4946 Moog Road in Holiday, Florida. Whether you want a haircut, beard trim, fade, they got you covered. All the fine barbers there, including my favorite, Ricky. Go tell him the Rolex reporter, Peter Blake, sent you. It's up the block barbershop, 4946 Moog Road. And then, of course, we joined an agency. That's the reason why we're on TikTok in the first place. The Carter Agency, because it's more than a game. We ain't playing games here on the evolution of sports talk television on the sports web. So with all that out of the way. And then also this is coming back. Tampa Joe's is moving officially to Wesley Chapel at the Hub. And because they like us and they like the webheads and they like what we provide, we're going to be there this year doing Bucs away watch parties and doing USF away watch parties. So it's Tampa Joe's, great food, great atmosphere. They got you covered once again. So with that being said, let's continue to read comments. We'll wait for the Bucs. We'll go out to Ted Hughes, that interview from Buccaneers.com. We'll go out to that. And again, we'll take your phone calls as always, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. So let's go. Great pick. Brent says it looks like the O-line was good last year. Yes. Kyle Lewis would make up for the Trotter pick. Absolutely. Mike Washington, running back from Arkansas, is off the board. Raiders. Right. Great draft, says Mike. Yes, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Raiders having a good draft, man. Raiders. They you know what that's from, though, right, Peter? They got one of our office guys in there. Yeah, they're having a very good draft, man.
Yes, agree. McCoy's a question mark, but where you get him in value, you kick the tires on him, and you see, first level talent. So it's like almost a Benjamin Morrison situation.
Right.
And that, listen, Morrison was a top 15 pick. The Bucs were comfortable with those medicals. Now we'll see work out as he was a second round pick, but could have been a first round pick. Same thing with McCoy. Shut down corner and looked at it as a first round pick, maybe a top 10 pick. Now a fourth round. You get value there. It's all about value, kids. Value.
And Washington. Yeah, Washington's one of the fastest running backs, I believe, in this year's draft. What did he run? Like a 4.3 or something like that? He was pretty quick.
Along those lines, yeah. I think the Jets have done. I think the Jets have killed it.
Oh God, yeah.
The Jets have absolutely killed it.
You want to talk about wheeling and dealing? They did a lot of wheeling and dealing this year. So
yes, absolutely. All right. Abraham says Louie Lateo. Also keep an eye on Justin Jefferson from Alabama. The linebacker Keontae is a dog, says Shane. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Nair, so happy with this year's draft picks at this point. A+ rating. Tight end next pick or lineman backup. We'll see. They may go again. Linebacker Barton played good at tackle, but that's not his natural position.
Yeah.
That's not your natural position. When you're moving in guard, I continue to say this. When you're moving in guards that are second and third string, like Dan Feeney is a nice backup. He's not a starter. Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop with the nonsense. I believe they go guard in the 5th or 6th round. Brent says CJ Allen should have been the pick over Trotter. I don't know why you think that, but
we'll see how it plays out, man. I mean, like I said, it just we'll see how it plays out.
Improve the trenches with relentless players. Pass coverage can't be suspect. Go Bucs. Go Bucs.
Wait up, no boy. Wait up.
Go Bucs.
It's exciting.
Go Bucs.
Fire the cannons.
Go Bucs.
How about them Bucks, baby?
Go Bucs. Open phone line 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. Jacob Parrish will compete with Morrison for the outside corner spot now. Certainly looks like that. Sarah says, hey, Peter, I was so excited that I met a good developmental tight end to work under Culp and Otten. Let's go, Bucs. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's
Wait
go,
up, no boy.
Bucs.
Wait up.
Fire the cannons.
Bucks, baby?
Yes, let's go. Good stuff there. Let's see. Barton was a left tackle in college. Also played guard. Also played center. What's your point? He's not. He's not your left tackle. Tristan Moore says. Again, though, you're playing a guard, and you're playing a center at the left tackle position, and you think again the offense is not going to have struggles. I don't get it. All right, let's go on to TikTok. Any comments there? No comments there. 10 people watching. Love that. Malik Muhammad, cornerback Texas, goes to the Chicago Bears. So Harry the Greek, I know, was definitely going to be happy about that. I don't even know if he's watching the draft today, to tell you the truth. He played mostly left tackle and at Duke, but he is a center for the Bucs.
I don't think he played left tackle. He played left guard at Duke. I
didn't think he played a lot of left tackle either, but
yeah, I thought he played guard.
He had experience at left tackle.
Yeah. What's that thing Jameis used to say a lot? Better check your sheet.
Check your sheet. Yeah, check your sheet. Go ahead and look that up, though, for me, if you would.
I'm telling you, I
Bowles has everything he needs for defense. Let's eat. Go Bucs. Yes, go Bucs. All right. Well, so we got a little bit here. Still Kyle Lewis on the board at this pick. Backup Justin School and Chukwuemeka. Yes, Ben Chukwuemeka to back up a tackle. So not bad. Again, you got some good depth there.
Oh, no, he's right. He's right. Graham Barton played primarily left tackle during his career at Duke. I thought it was left guard. Why did I think he played left guard?
It is left tackle, but still, he's a center in the National Football League. So, yeah, he had some experience in playing left tackle. You're right about that, Brent, but he's
started 5 games his freshman year at center due to injuries. So, okay, I see why. All right, yeah. All right, yeah, I guess, Brent, you're right, buddy. But I'm still waiting for you to call in.
Yeah, we're still waiting for you to call in, which you haven't done yet.
Yeah.
All right.
Can't talk all that nonsense and then not call in to back it up.
Right, and again, I love him being a part of this show. I do. I absolutely love him being a part of the show. Enough of... my bad there. Enough of CJ Allen BS. Dude's knees were swelling up during workouts for teams. He slipped for a reason. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a reason because he was supposed to be supposed to be a first round pick, and he slipped all the way to the second round. So there's something there. It's going to come out. Yes.
Skylar Bell, Connecticut. I was familiar with him. Goes to the Buffalo Bills. Much needed wide receiver for the Bills. I'm not saying he's going to be the difference maker, but I mean, that's pretty cool. Local kid. All right.
Yeah, absolutely. So no more excuses for Baker this year. I'm going to call it. I'm going to call in as soon as I get through working. All right, Brent, we appreciate you.
Go on a bathroom break.
Don't cost the man his job. We appreciate him calling, even though he's not. We didn't have any excuses for Baker Mayfield. We said what? Baker Mayfield had multiple injuries, which was substantiated by the defensive leader, Levante David. Yeah. Right?
I mean,
injuries. Did we excuse it? No, of course not. He's got to play better. Right. Go ahead.
And I said this last year during my podcast. I kept on saying, I said, everybody needs to pump the brakes on the MVP talk with Baker. It's way too early to talk about. I mean, if it's week 16, week 15, around that area, and Baker was still playing at a high level, but you could see that Baker was hurt. He wasn't himself. It started after that Texans game, Peter. In my opinion, he took a beating during that game. That was, I think, the start of it. And as the season progressed, Baker, I did notice one thing about Baker last year, and I think a lot of Bucs fans can agree. He came out and he played very aggressive at that quarterback position. He was running the football more. And then that Texans game, he kind of just slowed down a little bit. He took a beating, and those injuries lingered on. And then there was a time where was it? He got out of the game. Teddy Bridgewater was starting a little bit, and he came back into the game. You know, he's a warrior, and no one's taking nothing away. But and this is not me making an excuse for him, but when you are hurt, and this is with anything in life, like I do construction. I actually had metal shards removed from my eye because I was doing some work on my Escalade. I was putting wheel spacers. I cut the lug studs and some shards of metal came into my eye. I didn't notice, and I had it in there for 4 days. They rusted over. I had to get my eye drilled out. Yeah, she had to pull out the shards of metal, and she had to drill into my eye to get the rust out. I had to go to work with a patch on. Do you think I worked the same way I would work with regular vision? No, I was hurt and I couldn't really see too well, and I sucked. And they told me, hey, just stand over there and go do this. You know, you're no good to us. But that's what I'm saying. When you are hurt, especially at the quarterback position, it's gonna take a toll on you, man. And it's not an excuse; it's just a fact. You know, the team wasn't the same. He wasn't the same. You know, and I keep saying this. You know, when we lost Mike Evans, yeah, it sucked, man, because I wanted Mike to be Mr. Buccaneer throughout his career. But we're going to be just fine without Mike Evans. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just Buck fans. We're not making excuses for these guys. It's just a fact. You know, these are just facts.
With the injury situation. I mean, it was a big part. Even Jason Light talked about it. But again, it's 2026. Yeah. We'll turn the page. There is no excuse, and we'll see how this all works out. Let's go out to Ted Hughes, who spoke to the media.
Congratulations. Just tell us about the talks you may have had with the Bucs and your opportunity coming here as an ex-receiver. Of course, they lost Mike Evans, who's a potential Hall of Famer one day, but just the opportunity that you would have at that position.
Yeah, man. Mike Evans is a great player, great leader. You know, he definitely, brought some game to that organization. And, just having that opportunity, to be picked after him or looked after him as a guy who can, potentially come in and make those same plays. I don't take that for granted at all. I definitely say just from day one, meeting the coaches on the Zoom call, they definitely were interested and they communicated out there. And I know they showed a lot of interest, man. I wouldn't say I knew where I was going at specifically, but I had this little feeling, maybe I had a chance.
Dave, you talk about the Senior Bowl experience and how important that was for you to go there and really show out as a smaller school guy from Georgia State.
Yeah, as you talking about the Senior Bowl, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir, man. Just being looked at as people value. And being able to come in and, learn from coaches, who great at their position. They know, the ins and outs of the game, I'll say. Just getting that experience and compete against guys who are also in this draft and, considered the best guys in the world stepping into this league. Like I said, I don't take anything for granted, and I just try to leave my mark wherever I go at.
Can you talk about your decision to stay at Georgia and not go and transfer to one of those other schools when you had offers?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I was, with the agency, and my mom wasn't really feeling their representation and how they go about things. Luckily, I was surrounded by great people who have my best interests, I'll say. And, we kind of just talked about the pros and the cons of everything in my situation, and, the what if and what ifs. And, you can do this from Georgia State. You can set the pay view for Georgia State and be the biggest guy to come from there. And, I wore that on my sleeve, and I knew who I was, and I knew regardless of where I'm at, the NFL or family, my mom was like, don't chase the money, son. The money's going to come.
Yeah, there's not a lot of Georgia State products in the NFL, but there's already one here in Tampa, and Ben
Sure, Big Ben.
What's it going to be like to reunite with him and have a familiar face when you get here?
Yeah, definitely. I know he picked it up, and he has been blessed to make the opportunity of the 53-man roster. So, if I could soak up any game just from an older guy, I know he kind of, probably going about the right way to handle his business. If I could soak up any knowledge from him, definitely looking forward to that.
You've made a lot of catches of 20-plus yards, giving your team an opportunity to score very quickly. Just what's that like for you when you have the ability to just in a split second, change kind of the trajectory of a game, the outcome of a game with one big play? What's that like for you?
Yeah, man. I say my preparation coming into the game. I try those things. I practice really hard. When the opportunity comes, I feel like I excel. Luckily I've been surrounded by great people who had my best interest in. My game was definitely not founded, and they helped me polish my game.
Where did your contested catch ability come from? How did you hone that?
Yeah, I'll say that's more so of playing multi-sports, playing basketball a lot. I'm a big fan of basketball, and just being a guy who goes up and get the ball as a rebound. That's kind of how I think of just a jump ball, I'll say.
As far as wide receivers in the NFL or older guys, who are some guys you study? Who are some guys you watch that you maybe model your game after?
I say T. Higgins, George Pickens. I like J-Mo a lot. A lot of those big guys who can move in and out their breaks. Go get the ball at the same time, maybe catch it at the line of scrimmage and take it to the house.
Ted, what are your thoughts on catching the football next season from Baker Mayfield?
Man, I haven't took a chance to grasp that in yet. And when I get the opportunity to get there, I'm gonna be plugged to him, and I'm gonna take advantage of every opportunity I get.
We got Chris Godwin in the wide receiver room, Emeka Egbuka, Jalen McMillan, some of those other guys. How excited are you to kind of learn from Chris Godwin and some of these other guys who've had success in the league, especially someone like Emeka Egbuka and Tej Johnson, who both had success early on as rookies?
Yeah, man, coming into this thing, the best feedback I got was from these coaches is, stick to that older guy who does the thing right. And I was really big on, I want to come in and have immediate success. So, I'm going to stay in their hip pocket, maybe be a little annoying at the same time, but I know, these are probably great guys in their room and they're great leaders. And I look forward to looking up to those guys. And I know that's going to help me, expand my game.
Back to the Senior Bowl, that was really an opportunity for you to face tougher competition. Like, what was the mentality that you needed to have that allowed you to have success? Because, some people, they can get overwhelmed in those moments, and sometimes they can kind of wilt under that pressure. But for you, it seemed like you really flourished.
Yeah, man, I'll say I'm big in my Bible. I took that morning and I prayed that day before I even hit the field. And I know everything was in God's hands. I prepared myself well for those moments, and I've been through situations, close games, tight games, and I know what it feels like to lose. And so anything I do, I do it to my best ability, and I know how to go about things. And I feel like if I give my all, I'm comfortable with that.
What are some of your biggest strengths and biggest things you're bringing to this roster, do you think?
Yeah, I feel like, I'm a true big body X receiver, but I also can play anywhere on the field, and I'm dynamic. I'm a team player at the same time. If you're asking me to do any role or play any position, I'm gonna step in and do my part.
How are you celebrating the draft? Who are you with today, and how's it gone for you?
Yeah, about 40 to 50 family members, close friends that I grew up with, my family. I'm really big on my family, my household, my grandma and cousins, all they're out here and they're excited, man. Maybe more excited than me.
What was the reaction like when you got the phone call? Especially considering, your school's history.
Yeah, definitely. Before I even picked up the phone, they already were like pulling out the cameras. They're running up, like everybody just getting ready and excited for the moment. Actually, I already had got the call before I even, got the chance to see it on TV. So they were already causing havoc in the Airbnb and the party and all of that. They were going crazy.
Ted, I'm actually Georgia State class of 2018, so I'm excited to have you come down here.
Okay.
You are.
I'm not.
Hell yeah, you already know what it is, man. So you are the highest drafted player in Georgia State football history now. Just to come from Georgia State, make history like that, what does it mean to you, especially a program that I know showed you a lot of love the last couple of years?
Yeah, man, I give a shout out to, Coach Dale McGee and my receiver coach, Coach Damian Craig, also to Quan Marshall, my assistant receiver coach, man. They had a plan for me, and they told me how they felt about me just coming there. They were true truthful from the beginning, and they saw the potential with me, and you know, they stick with me every day and glued to me, whether it's words of encouragement or words I needed to hear.
Ted, if you had a message for the Bucs fans watching this right now, what would it be?
Man, y'all got a dog. I'm telling you, you like I seen all these people saying sleeper of the drive, man. I'm here for a reason.
Awesome. Anything else? All right, guys. Congrats.
Thank you, guys. Definitely.
Thanks, we'll see you in a couple weeks.
G-State.
Yes, sir.
All right, there you go. There is Ted Hurst right there on the evolution of sports talk television, and
good stuff by him.
I love the kids.
I feel good, Peter.
Attitude.
I feel really good about this draft. I really do. I think this is one of my favorite drafts so far. Like I said, I think the Buccaneers, Ruben Bain Jr. has set the tone with this draft with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, because you like myself and others, I didn't know what the Buccaneers were going to do, Peter. I really didn't. I'm like, I had this feeling that, Jason Light was going to trade back, and then Ruben Bain started to fall, and we have him now. And I really feel like that set the tone for this draft, because like I said earlier, when Sarah was on, when she called in, the Buccaneers are really addressing key pieces that they lost, and they're replacing those pieces with good quality players that can make a direct impact right now and could be the future leaders for this team. And that's always the positive I see here. So I see like a lot of like negativity from certain Buck fans, and I'm not picking on anybody, but guys, just embrace this moment, be happy. You know what I'm saying? You got to give it a chance to let it play out. Like, nothing's perfect, but like I said, if you're a true Bucs fan, you're excited about this draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you on that. And I think there's a common denominator with a lot of these players. We mentioned it. They have a chip on their shoulder. Yeah. They're upset. This kid feels like, he's talked about biggest sleeper in the draft. He feels like he should have been drafted higher. He's got something to prove. Josiah Trotter, we've heard a lot. Well, he's too slow, and he's this and he's that. He's got a chip on his shoulder, and he plays at a vicious pace and a manner. Ruben Bain Jr., same thing. He's got a chip on his shoulder. He feels like he should have been drafted higher. I guarantee you, Keontae Scott feels like he should be drafted higher. There is a common denominator. There's something here that you say that they're going to fit, the team fit. They're aggressive. They're vicious. Mm-hmm. They're gonna make this team.
We got nastier.
This team wants to get nasty. Yeah. They want to play with the edge.
And Bucs fans that's still not happy. I just don't understand.
Well, Bucs fans will never be happy. It's just,
it's just. But like I said, I think Keontae Scott, is going to be one of those guys that we talk about by week 15 and week 16 and say, hey, this kid, what a steal. Jacob Parrish. When we drafted Jacob Parrish.
Yeah,
I said it on the sports web. I said I like this pick. This kid used to be a wrestler. He's strong. Like this is what the Bucs need at corner, and look how he turned out.
I want to go out to TikTok here. Florida Pop P says Chat GPT ranks it as an A. So the Bucs draft, according to Chat GPT, is an A. So that's always a good thing from Chat GPT. They have been wrong. It's amazing. There you go. Exactly right there. And let's see here. Let's go out to Brent. I hear you, bro.
Oh, my God.
He played hurt, and he never got any excuses. You watched the wrong show because, people call me a Jameis apologist because I saw, once again, I'm biased because I was a Florida State fan. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, but after the 30th interception at that point, it was done. Yeah, he played injured. Yes, he didn't necessarily have a running game, but they did give him the pieces. They did give him every opportunity to be successful. And the reason why the Bucs moved on from him and went to Tom Brady is because they knew all they needed at that time was a quarterback. They had the defense already built. Jameis lost.
Everything was in place.
Yes. My goodness. All right.
Brent, who would you rather have? If Brent was, good thing Brent's not running the show. Good thing he's not the GM, man, because Brent would have signed Jameis to a 5-year extension and not went out and got Brady.
Right. Right.
Sorry, Brent. I'm just picking on you, buddy. But I mean, come on.
I love Brent. Listen, I think I love, first and foremost, me and Brent go back and forth, but Brent is like my new buddy. Like he's my new whipping boy here, but he's my new buddy. Because he supports first Bucs fans. He has an opinion, whether you like it or not. He'll always stand by it. He may change that opinion during this year. We'll see. If he doesn't, then he'll put it in my face, and that's okay. We got him on YouTube. He's definitely a YouTube subscriber. And also, he likes Bucs latest. He went to Bucs latest and still writes comments about Baker Mayfield. So I'm okay with him, dude. I'm absolutely okay with him.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I enjoy the comments from Brent. I mean, I appreciate it because, like I said, it's good. It's good engagement, and some of the things you can't always agree on everything. But I mean, Brent, if you could you justify the 30 for 30 season for me? I mean, I get you. I see your comment there. No, I would have gave Jameis a running game. He did have a running game. Ronald Jones was here. Ronald Jones rushed for 900 yards the year with Brady.
975, wasn't it? 978 or 975?
No, 990. I think he was 10 yards short of 1,000. Yeah. Then he got hurt. But I mean, you can't justify 30 interceptions. You can't.
Right.
How many games did the Buccaneers lose, Peter, because of those interceptions?
Lots.
And Peter, they weren't games like we were getting throttled. We weren't getting blown out. They were games by like 4 points or 6 points. And why did that opposing team beat us by 6 points? I don't know. Maybe a pick six here and there. You can't do that stuff, man.
Pick sixes, especially the Carolina game. Going back to it in 19, that's when the Bucs started to explore it. When they went they played overseas there in London, and he had like 5 turnovers or 6 turnovers. They started to explore the possibility, the back channeling of getting Tom Brady.
Yeah,
Brady was definitely
the big guy.
Yes, a major part of why the Bucs won the Super Bowl that year. But the part that a lot of people forget is Jason Light built that team up, especially the defense. So they needed a quarterback to solidify it. Of course, they got Tristan Wirfs and Antoine Winfield Jr. that year.
One statistic, and because I know there's a lot of people out there that say you guys only won because of Brady. Yeah, he was a big driving force with that. But the team was in place. And one statistic I'm going to spit out here: 431 yards rushing by Patrick Mahomes in the wrong direction.
Yes,
it wasn't because of Tom Brady.
Nope,
it was because of that defense.
Tom Brady had 199 passing yards. They actually ran the ball more for the Super Bowl win than they passed it.
Yeah,
with Tom Brady. He didn't turn over the ball. He didn't turn over. No. I mean, I think the Green Bay game, the second half was his worst game.
Oh yeah, God,
that was terrible. That was a terrible game.
But you know what, Peter? I got to ask you when you were watching the NFC Championship game.
Yes,
because for me,
over at the Deck Bar and Grill here on Isla del Sol, we were doing Bucs watch parties that time with the Bucs Report. Yes,
for me, watching that NFC Championship game, like even my girlfriend was like, Aubrey was like, are you going to move from the team? I'm like, no. I'm like, you have no idea. Like, this is like, that was kind of like the Super Bowl for me because we as Buck fans have experienced so many disappointing seasons. Yeah. Watching that game and just watching Mike Evans right away set the tone with those 2 big catches right away. Boom, touchdown. I knew right from the get-go. I was like, this is our game. We're going to win this game. Aaron Rodgers started firing back, and, their coaching staff made a huge decision with the field goal situation and all that, but the better team won. I remember, and I want to ask you, for me, when I seen Godwin catch that ball and slide, the emotion, like I teared up because I was just like it's gone. The disappointment is gone. Like the road to the Super Bowl, going through the Commanders, going through, and then how sweet was it to beat the Saints when
the Saints
nobody
game
picked us?
For me, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to answer this question. When they beat the Saints, it was on the same wavelength as the Bucs beating the Philadelphia Eagles, because Bucs fans knew the Saints for so many years, especially that year, beat them twice, and it was not pretty. Especially the last Thursday night game was like 38.
Horrible.
Jameis coming out there and doing the thing with his mouth and all this, just all this nonsense. And Cam Jordan, and once they beat the Saints, they were going to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
No matter if it was Green Bay Packers or Aaron Rodgers or not, you knew they were going to the Super Bowl. They were going to win it because they got over that hump with the Saints. It was the same equivalency as them beating the Philadelphia Eagles in 2002. Just my opinion.
Yeah.
And I felt like that. And honestly, when Chris Godwin, when he slid, I was trying to figure out, because when you're starting a show, I didn't have a chance to cheer a little bit. It hit me, and then I'm like, okay, I got to go live. I got to go live right now.
Now, yeah.
All the platforms. I got to come out with a strong intro. We got to get fans on. I mean, we got to put this show together quick. Because if we don't, we miss that time frame. People don't care. It's just how it is. You know, some sports fans, they got the attention span of a gnat. I hate to say it, they do. So you got to get on quick as possible. It's like, you know, doing the home games, you got 30 to 35 minutes after the game to set up. And then after that window, and I still think we got, you know, great fans, great Bucs fans, great web heads, great Tampa Bay sports fans who want to tune into the show where they get a chance to call in, see the field and the background, so they're willing to wait. But it's 30 to 35 minutes. And then once that window kind of goes, then you start to lose interest. That was my thing. Like, it hit me. And then at that point, it was like professional mode. Here's what you got to say. You got to open up the show. You got to make sure that it's shared out, everything like that. Because it was a one-man band, you know, and they had guys out there and they were excited and you had to keep them in the ring. Okay, you'll give it your excitement, but you'll keep it in check. We're still kind of, you know, doing this unbiasedly, but we are a Bucs channel, so it's okay to be, you know, fans to a certain degree, but don't get too fanboy about it. But then you're in the Super Bowl at that point. You're coming home to play the Super Bowl. And I think the last, like, the 2 weeks building up to it, it's show after show after show where you get to the point. And then the night before, you get invited to, you know, a celebrity golf tournament and you're interviewing NFL athletes right there and you're getting that. And you get no sleep. And the next day, you're at the deck again at noon and you're starting a show at 3 because you're so scared of screwing this up to making it look good. And you're interviewing Nacho's mom at the time and you have guests on and then boom, the Super Bowl is there and then it's over with and you're on until 2 o'clock in the morning. And you realize, like, everybody's trying to get out of that place. But it's at 2 o'clock in the morning. You got like 1,000 people watching. They're still watching the show, and it's like amazing. So it's just like you put it in perspective, but it really, like, it doesn't hit you until, like, the camera's off, and you're like, oh my God, we're Super Bowl champions. You know,
that was such a moment, and it's funny too because we had a Super Bowl party here. And everybody was enjoying themselves in the kitchen and stuff. And I was the only one on the couch glued to the game. I didn't move. I was just sitting there, like, and then the halftime came on. I was happy when halftime came, but I knew, I was like, this game's not over. We're going against Mahomes. And we saw what Mahomes did. And I always tipped my hat off to him. I have much respect for him. I felt like the team quit, but he didn't quit. He kept on slinging it and slinging it. There was times where JPP had him wrapped up, and this kid's still slinging the football. But when that clock strikes 0, man, it was awesome.
I don't think it always hits you too when you're sports broadcasting it. I don't think it always hits you that well. It just doesn't because you're
on the go. You're doing all this stuff.
Yes,
you don't have a chance to enjoy it. Like me, I didn't start the podcast yet. I was living in the moment, and like I said, everybody was in the kitchen, and I'm sitting there glued to the TV, and everybody's like, "Oh, you need to." I'm like, "No, you have no idea what this is like for me." And I know what you're saying now. Like, you don't really get a chance now because when you do this, you got to go live right away, and you don't get that chance. Like that little kid inside you that's excited, you can't enjoy that because it's just like, all right, it's go time. I know what that feeling's like.
There's always a moment where you're covering the Bucs, your credentialed media. So again, you have to be unbiased, but you're on the field at the end of the game when you're done, and hopefully the sprinklers don't come on because if you stay out there too long, they will. They wet all your equipment, and then it's a disaster. But you kind of sit out there and you just take it all in. Like when the camera's off, you take it all. Like, here I am. Here's where I'm at. I went from middle school to being made fun of being a Bucs fan, to getting my jacket burned, to getting it signed by Paul Gruber, to being told you're not going to be on TV, to be told you're not going to be able to do your own thing, and you're doing your own thing, and you're right there at the stadium. And here it's like here he said it best. Like, the Bucs were 6-2, and everybody was upset. And I was trying to talk, and he's like, "Look behind you," and I said, "Why?" And he said, just look behind you. Look how far you become. Look how far you've come with your show. And sometimes you just get, you have to have that reality check. Like, you have to have that. Somebody has to tell you, like, look, man, you're doing it. You're doing it the way you wanted to do it. You're doing it on the field. So that's why I always say, like, I get it. We're all in the here and now, and there's a bad taste in your mouth from the second half, and they're 2-7, and they're not good, and there's there's worries there. There's worries of signing Baker to an extension, and it may not work out. And it may be it might be a salary cap hit, and all this other stuff. You may not be able. And something we just got to like take a deep breath and try to get out of that moment and just kind of look at it from the perspective of how far this team has come. And I get it. They're not perfect by any means. And they've got things they have to work on, and they have to build off of what they did last year, which is a lot. They do to get back and win in the NFC South and get to the playoffs. But
I think they win the division this year, Peter.
I think they do too.
Yeah,
I think they do too. I think they can have a comeback, and I think that offense can be top 5, top 10. I really believe that offense can do some things there with those young wide receivers. I'm excited to see it, and I'm hoping
they're young, Peter. They're young.
young.
Like, so. And a lot of people I like to look into the future. I like to look ahead, 2 or 3 years ahead. And I'm looking at the guys that they're drafting right now. You get Reuben Bain Jr., who now he's going to play on a contract. Let's face facts. We see how much money these edge rushers are going for right now. You got this kid right now on a good deal for 4 years, 5 years tops. Sure. I think I don't think they take that 5th-year option. I think if he pans out, they're going to lock him up.
Sure.
As they should. But you look at the core guys that we're getting in this year's draft, and you look at the wide receiver room who we have right now. This team is in good shape. Yeah, and I understand there's a lot of decisions that are going to be made next year with all these contracts coming up, this and that. But I think the Buccaneers will have a crap ton of salary cap room. They always Jason Light in that front office, they know what they're doing. They make it happen. But I'm excited for this year because, like I said, I think there's a good possibility that they can run away with this division finally. And I think this offense can be a top 5, top 10 offense. As long as the defense is in the top 15 and they start to really gel. I'm telling you right now, they're going to make some noise in the playoffs. And like I said, I expect NFC Championship game. That's still my thing. And I think there's a good, strong possibility that this team will be in the NFC Championship next year. Hopefully, because like I said, they addressed every single position that they needed to address. Now, moving forward here, it's just about drafting good quality depth players, in my opinion.
All right, let's go out to the phone lines. What's your name? Where you're calling from? You're on the Evolution.
Hey, Peter, it's Sarah again.
All right.
Calm down.
All right.
I have a couple questions.
All right, give it to me.
So I'm wondering what your take is on Jack Endry's first as a tight end.
Okay.
Is he still available? I can't find anything on him, but I've been watching his tape and I really like him.
Okay.
First of all. And then second of all, like to what Louie was saying, this team, like you said, Louie, like this team just got incredibly nastier.
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Like we just talked about the Super Bowl with Tom Brady, and like what Tom Brady brought to the Bucs was discipline and knowing all, putting work in the room, putting time on the field, and practices and all of that. But when we won, Super Bowl 37, like it was a nasty team. And I really get that vibe this year. Well, right now, this draft and just what the players we have and the culture we have, it's like bringing it back to that really feels like a Tampa Bay team. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from our Super Bowl with Tom Brady. I just feel like after we won that Super Bowl, the culture, the locker room culture and everything was like specifically mindset to that type of team where like Tampa Bay has always been gritty and dirt. Like we've always been nasty. And so I feel like we're getting that back. So, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it definitely feels nastier. It definitely feels like a Super Bowl 37 team, like right off the rip. And everybody, like you said, Louie, everybody's got a chip on their shoulder. Like they're ready to eat. They're hungry. And to have 2 U boys coming in is fantastic.
Love it. All right. I'm doing my research right now about this tight end, so I'll have something for you. I believe he's still on the board. He's expected to go 4th or 5th round. The Bucs are coming up here in the 5th round, so you can go in the 4th round. So 5th round right now, 155, 160. We'll see if they address that. Kyle Lewis is still on the board from Pittsburgh at this point. I know a lot of Bucs fans want to get him. We'll see if the Bucs feel the same way. So good questions. Anything else, Sarah? Appreciate the calls.
I'm just watching you guys steady. I really,
Thank you.
you know, as a lifelong Bucs fan myself, like, you know, seeing all the naysayers, the people who jump ship and all the things, like this draft, like I can't agree more. Like if you're a true Bucs fan, this draft has really moved you. Like Jason is doing everything that he's addressing the problems and in a really good way. And like I said, well, like Louie said, and I can't agree more, like we just got nastier. Like, and it does remind me of a Super Bowl 37 type of feel and mindset other than our Super Bowl 55. Like, I'm just saying, it's a whole new, it just feels more like how it was before. Like it has that
Super Bowl
grit,
55 feel to where you're getting you guys that can rush the passer. And we'll see if that can happen or not. I mean, that's a very a steep comparison. We'll see how that goes. Bucs still have a lot of work to do, but I like the nasty attitude and I like the fact they're getting better in the trenches. Sarah, appreciate the call as always. Continue to watch.
Appreciate it, Sarah.
Always, man. You guys are doing a great job. Like, again, I'm trying to calm down, but I can't stop watching this.
Oh, don't ever calm down.
Don't calm down. This is an exciting draft. This is
all right.
Again, this is exciting. This is a fantastic draft. This is probably one of the best drafts I've seen. Very smart what the Jason Light and company are doing.
All right. Appreciate
Agreed.
you.
And if anybody had any doubts about Jason, they should be thinking twice right about now.
All right. So appreciate you, Sarah, as always. I like that comment to end it off. Great stuff as always. Let's go out to Mr. J.C. Allen. Give us an update here. Keontae Scott, we talked about it. We kind of predicted it, that this would be a guy because of his versatility. You also said he's a box player. So what do you make of that in the fourth round for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 116? Once again, J.C., welcome to the Evolution.
Yes, happy to be here. Another pick, another best fit for me, guys. Second round best fit for me, so it tells you what the value is here in the fourth round. He wasn't going to be for every team, but for teams who know how to use versatile defenders, like Todd Bowles does, he fits this team like a glove. More of a physical downhill presence in the run here. I mean, he fits the bill. Bucs want to get what? Physical, tough, nasty? Well, this guy brings it when he comes downhill and run support. You don't really trust him as much right now in man coverage situations, and, you know, he can be a little tight-hipped and lose some of that fluidity when opening up those hips. But he's a high floor player in a 4.3 40, 4.3 something 40. So he can run fast as a cheetah, play on special teams right away. To me, this also signals that, hey, Jacob Parrish and Benjamin Morrison, legitimate competition. That's not just we think Jacob Parrish can play outside. That's a competition to watch in training camp. Now, if they can bring someone in like Martin Emerson or Rajul Douglas, who I think they would really prefer to do, one of those guys, or someone at their caliber who have started games in this league. Emerson a little bit more upside, younger, coming off the torn Achilles. Rajul Douglas, veteran, but, you know, ball production throughout his career has been really good. But if you can get one of those guys in here to pair with that room of Morrison, Parrish, on the outside with Zion McCollum on the other side, I think they'd be really, really comfortable going into the season. And now that slot position is so stacked with depth. You've got, obviously, Jacob Parrish can play there, but Keontae Scott can play there. Zion McCollum in a pinch can play there, but so can Antoine Winfield Jr. and Tyke Smith and J.J. Robertson they're really high about. So you can get a lot of different looks in that nickel spot. With some of the pieces they have. Maybe a safety who can center field a little bit more would be someone that they could look at later in this draft, the Bishop Fitzgerald type deal or Robert Spears Jennings type deal. That way they can put him on the field, and now you can really let Antoine Winfield come down and roam in that box thing and really make those plays, those impact plays where he's been made so frequently. You can allow him to do that because you got someone to protect the top, end of the field and cover one situation. So. Yeah, it's interesting. It's a good fit, and I got another best fit for me, so I'll take it. That's 3 for 3 after Bain.
Well, listen, I thought it was a slam dunk because, again, you get another player from the University of Miami. They had a turnaround season all the way to the national championship versus Indiana. He's a Jason Light guy. He plays with an edge. He knows Ruben Bain Jr. What we learned from Ted Hurst there is that also, I didn't even think about this, Chukwamora was on Georgia State in Tampa. So you kind of wonder, did they go to Chukwuma and say, or Chukwuma, excuse me, Chukwuma, and
Chukwuma. Just call him Chooks.
Chuk. I want to call him Chumbawamba. I get knocked out.
These names are getting harder, man.
You took a cider drink? You just don't drink. Yes, I do think, it doesn't help, right? But I also think when they're watching the film last year of this guy blocking, even when you're scouting and when you're watching film, and even when I'm watching my game film from my coach, from my 11U team, you're still, sometimes you find yourself watching the ball, and when you find yourself watching the ball and finishing that rep, right? Especially if it's a quick pass and you're done watching Ben Chukwuma, you follow the ball and you see this guy doing some of the things he's doing over the last 2 years, and it's a guy that you make a mental note of, hey, let's keep an eye on this kid for next year too. And of course, he goes off again and has another great season, and it just looks unblockable. And again, when we had this conversation with David Walker, right? When you turn on the tape and it's small school competition, same thing with Chris Johnson, who went in the first round for the Dolphins. When you turn on the tape against small school competition, do they dominate? If they do, now you can start to translate that to the next level, and then you can take a deeper look at those refinement and technique and skills and everything like that, and then that's when you start to dig into a little bit more on that player. Like, if you try to scout every D2 player, you can never do it. But the guys who pop out on tape every single day, every single time you put it on tape, those are the guys that you make those notations for. You make a mark, and then you go watch back and invest some real time into looking at them. And I think having Ben Chukwuma on here, be like, hey, how's Ted Hurst as a human? So, he's an amazing guy. Perfect. That's all we need to know. That's about the extent of that conversation went. Maybe how is he using the locker room? How is he what are his work habits? Maybe some of those questions. It's a 3-minute conversation. But yeah, they could definitely doing that. I think probably watching the tape last year and seeing that, and obviously keeping tabs on him going forward. Because when you're there too, when you're watching Chooks, the head coach say, hey, look at this guy. I got this wide receiver coming out next year. His name's Ted Hurst. You should keep tabs on him. I'll let you guys know as the season goes how he's doing, but I would mark him as one to watch. Those relationships happen too. Of course they do. So all that definitely could have led to him being a pick, but his talent speaks for himself, And I think the way he's built and the way he plays and the way he runs it, and everything that I see when I watch him all translates. Again, I said it before. It's not this Al Davis burner type guy. He's a guy who's got real wide receiver chops to him. Just need refinement and technique and all that stuff he's going to get by one of the best wide receiver coaches, in my opinion, in the game, and Coach McClendon. So excellent. He was the one developing all those Georgia wide receivers that came out a few years ago, and I think he's doing a really good job getting Ted Hurst ready to be at least an impact player on a rotational basis at the X position in year one for them.
That's a good point. We're on with JC Allen along with Louie from the Frozen
I've
Podcast.
got 20 minutes. Let's take some phone calls. If anyone wants to
I'm telling you, that's listen, Brent just called, so let's go out to Brent because he never calls. We're going to go and try this. Let's call him up here. He's calling from Texas, so here we go. Let's go out to Brent. The Brent, welcome to the Evolution. You're on with yours truly, along with JC Allen and of course Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. What do you have to say for yourself? Welcome.
Destroyed Baker Mayfield.
No, my gosh. Okay.
Nah, man. No, listen.
Okay.
I don't hate Baker Mayfield.
Okay.
Like everybody like to say. Well, some people like to say. I don't hate Baker. I was one of the ones that was saying that he was the MVP. But for me, it's just I like taller quarterbacks, and I think it's time to get younger at that position.
Younger.
Well, update. I got an update. Hold on a sec here. Kyle Lewis is off the board to none other than the team that I think all Bucs fans right now hate because they got Jacob Rodriguez and Kyle Lewis. That would be the Miami
Dolphins.
Wow.
They got some coverage backers. They've got Tyrell Dodson over there. They've got Jordan Brooks. They've got Kyle Lewis now, and they've got Jacob Rodriguez, who they drafted earlier. They've got some linebackers who can cover and move around in space. It's going to be interesting to see how they use all those guys, or as we enter round 5, or if they they look to move off Jordan Brooks and his $10 million salary, or try to move off Terrell Dodson, who's in the final year of his deal. So interesting right there. Epperson Sycock, who played at Washington, one of my best fits in the 4th round, just went off the board.
Yep.
Womp womp. But there's still a few corners I think they could like here if they want to go outside corner. But I think they're pretty set at this position. They're going to get a veteran on the outside. And I think probably a veteran in the safety room too. But they could spend like a 6th or a 7th round at the safety position. Or Zakee Wheatley, he's still falling. If he falls there, my best fit in the 3rd round, he's a true center fielding safety from Penn State. I think he'd be interesting. Colby Young, one of my best fits, wide receiver, goes to the Bengals out of Georgia. They brought him in for a 30 visit. I liked him. He was in my final mock draft, version 1, until I changed it. And then I had Ted Hurst in my mock draft at 77. And I said, he's not going to be there. I know they like Bryce Lance. Let me put Bryce Lance, who went to the Saints, there at 77. So I didn't think Hurst would be there. So right position. I didn't even think about that till right now. So that's like a half a hit, right? If we're counting them as like draft nerds do, and they're like, well, it was the right position at the right pick, just the wrong player. Then I guess you could count that as a kind of a hit in the 3rd round, right position, wrong player there with Bryce Lance instead of Ted Hurst.
All right. Brent, you have anything to say here, my friend? I appreciate the call, but keep on talking to me. What's on your mind, boss?
No, I just have to clarify something.
Okay.
You know, people think that I just despise Baker Mayfield, and I don't. I root for Baker Mayfield because he's on the Bucs. But what I did was I went back and watched all of those games.
Right.
And when I went back and watched those games, I'm talking about like the last 8 games, I saw what defenses started doing.
Right.
Defenses started playing Baker the same way they did Kyler Murray. Where they start
Yeah. So if I can just hop in here, I think with Baker, you know what you're getting with Baker, and you've always known what you're getting with Baker since college. You're getting a high variance player who can at times look like the top 5 quarterback in the league, and at times can look like a bottom 5 quarterback in the league. The problem is, and the thing is being able to find that consistency with Baker Mayfield when you can get him to be that top 8 to 16, 17 player in the league. And in 2004 or 2024, Liam Cohen was able to get that out of Baker Mayfield. The hope is with, again, this is going to be huge, and no one wants to use it as an excuse, but it's not a fucking excuse. It's not an excuse. The team wasn't healthy, including Baker Mayfield himself. Right. The line was decimated. They never played a game together as a full offensive unit. The wide receiver room was banged up and people out at all different levels of times. Bucky Irving missed a bunch of time, and then he wasn't himself as the season progressed. And it just was not a recipe for success last year. So if you look at last year only as your this is why I'm not comfortable with Baker Mayfield and I want the Bucs to tank or to march for Arch, then you can't just do that because you have to look at the whole picture. Baker Mayfield in and of itself for the Buccaneers has been a top 15 quarterback in the NFL since he's gotten here. Any other way around it is false narrative, and you can't prove it to me.
And
to take the opportunity to give up a top 15 quarterback in the league because you don't like some of the way he plays at times, which every quarterback can get up. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in general, is insane and archaic thinking to me. And it's the same thinking that has teams regurgitating their quarterbacks in short periods of time and regurgitating GMs and regurgitating head coach. You have a person here who is the identity of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the people in Tampa Bay, and you have him that's probably willing to take a less than friendly contract, more team-friendly contract deal than anywhere else, and he's a top 15 player bar minimum. You can't let that guy walk out the door. You can criticize the things he does when he pisses you off, and everybody has the right to say that, but think you're going to get that better in free agency of the draft, you're sadly mistaken. He was available for $4 million, and you turn that into a franchise quarterback. Everyone should be appreciating everything that's happened, even the good and the bad, and take it all in, and for it is what it is. So that's my thoughts on Baker, and I won't say anything else on Baker because I have no more thoughts on that.
Let me add on to what you just said, JC, because I agree with you with everything you just said. And a lot of people don't understand. Baker was playing with 2 rookie wide receivers. Again, 2 rookie wide receivers. One being
Don't
a
forget
7th
the
round pick.
2 journeyman practice squad offensive guards.
Constant, and missing, and then a lot of people don't understand this, missing arguably one of the best left tackles in the game in Tristan Wirfs with a rotating offensive line. You know, they had to adjust a lot of things. I don't think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers expected to start the season off like that. And like I said, it's no easy task when you're missing Mike Evans and Chris Godwin to start the season, and Tristan Wirfs. You know what I'm saying? You know, you had a lot of injuries.
And I hear what you're saying. But it's 2 things though. And I'm asking you questions.
What's that?
Every time when there's a do or die game, take the Eagles game out because everybody played good that game. When the game is on the line, Baker Mayfield does not come through. He throws picks.
The whole first start of the season was him doing that. It's the whole start of the season. The second half of the season, he had nobody there. I'm not doing this with, hey, let's move on. It's draft day. It's draft day. We can criticize Baker for the next 7 months. It's draft day. Do you have any draft questions?
Yeah, do you have any draft questions at this point? Because I know where you're going with this, Brent, but we got any draft questions at this point?
We're not going to hijack Peter's show. It's not going to happen. Draft questions. Just draft questions. Draft questions or hang up. Drop questions or hang up, bro.
Hold on, JC. Hold on. All right, man. I appreciate it, Brent. Thanks a lot for the call. We'll definitely touch base on this about Baker Mayfield, but I appreciate the call.
I'll come back. I'll come back and talk to you about it.
No. But listen, we definitely need to talk. Let's go out to Abraham here. Abraham may have a question. If you do have a question for JC Allen, 727-255-0391 and 727-255-0391. Abraham, go ahead.
What's up, man? I needed to cut in all the negativity. So, is JC still there?
Yeah, he's still there, man.
I'm here, buddy.
Yeah, so what is your take on Justin Jefferson from Alabama?
See, Justin Jefferson for me I think was my 5th round fit. I liked him more than Deontay Lawson. I think he's not a traditional linebacker. I think he's more of a linebacker than Kyle Lewis, but can be deployed in a similar sense. Kendall Daniels was a guy who I thought that as well. He's already off the board. He was my 6th round, I might have had them flip-flopped, whichever which way they were. But I really do like Justin Jefferson as kind of that coverage guy, right? If you want to double dip in this linebacker class, and I don't know if they do, but after getting that 5th round pick, now maybe you can. Justin Jefferson would be a logical choice for me because he gives you more of that coverage aspect. He's going to be great on special teams for you. He can kind of play that star linebacker, that heavy nickel linebacker role that Isaiah Simmons has played to a much, much, much lesser extent. But he's also from Alabama, which is a program that they like because it's a program that was in Washington, if you remember that. That's why tight end Josh Kuvas, I think, is seriously in play in this position right there. Only spent 1 year in Washington with the staff before following them over to Alabama. So he's a guy, kind of a move tight end guy that I think they could be interested in. But, yeah, those Alabama guys, they do like the coaching that they get. They like the values that they get. It started off with the guy who was there prior to them. I forget who it was. It could have been Marcus Freeman. Was Marcus Freeman the coach at Washington?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, it was Marcus Freeman, and then he left for Notre Dame, and Kalen DeBoer came in and took over that program. Yes. And they really liked that. They really liked that Marcus Freeman group of recruits, and you saw that with them drafting Joe Tryon-Shranka and Cade Otton and bringing in guys. They brought in one of those defensive tackles I can't remember in undrafted free agency, and they brought in a bunch of Devin Culp is another one. Like they brought in a bunch of those dogs. And now sort of that dog connection has moved over from Freeman to DeBoer has moved over to Alabama. So Justin Jefferson, Josh Kuvas, in my mind. Damani Jackson, if he gets a good scouting report on them, he was benched last year, could be someone who could be like an undrafted free agent as an outside guy to compete for a spot on the outside in training camp and try to supplant Josh Hayes and those 2, journeyman special teamers that they signed this offseason. So yeah, those are the guys from Alabama, and the connection is real over there. So I think that those guys.
Well, one more question. One more question if I go. The 6'8", 330-pound defensive tackle from Mississippi. I forgot his name. I know he has some character issues. Would he be a good fit?
The defensive tackle from Mississippi,
Yeah.
Chris McClellan.
Yeah, I think that's his name.
No, that's Missouri. Defensive tackle from Mississippi. You got to give me a name.
330 pounds.
You got to give me a name. Too many people.
Hold on, Mr. Xavier Harris.
Oh, Xavier Harris.
Oh, yes, I do like Xavier Harris. Yes, they had a formal interview with him in the combine, so showed some level of interest. You know, the character stuff's got to check out, but I think he's a big guy who can kind of do a little bit of different things for you on the line and a couple different spots for you, not just, anchor in the middle. I do like Cam Ball a lot more from Arkansas, though. They flew Marcus West to his pro day to run his workout, so that tells me that they have a significant level of interest in him potentially. He's more of that nose tackle fit. If they wanted to go with a guy who has a little bit more speed to him, Jordan Vandenberg out of Georgia Tech is a guy who came in on a 30 visit, and also another guy who was a close call for me and one of my top 10s who just missed the cut, DeMonte Capehart too, out of Clemson. Dude has flashes on tape as a pass rusher, has almost zero production as a pass rusher. So, he doesn't live in the backfield, not even tackles for losses. And I think he's a little bit of an older prospect, but loyal to Clemson, 6 years there. I like him as a prospect, but, that's got to be in that 6th, 7th round range, I think. I don't think in the 5th round, but I do think they could go defensive line here. And I think Cam Ball would be a guy who would be in play here for them. I don't know who else is on the board. I don't have my board up either. I know Grayson Hulk and Caleb Proctor went.
Keith Abney, the second from Arizona State. Is there a chance they go for corner again, or are they done at this point with Keontae Smith today?
Keith Abney was my best fit in the 3rd round for them in the slot. So I think they're done with this position in the draft. If anything, it'd be an outside corner. And then you're looking at Hezekiah Massis, I think, comes into play. And, Prysock was already taken, but just trying to think of my board off the top of my head.
But when you think of that, I got an update. I got a basketball update for Magic fans right now. Magic are winning 59-54 over the Detroit Pistons. I believe that game is in Orlando. Game 3 tied at 1. Of course, the Lightning lost last night, and the Rays play just a little bit later here. So we'll keep you up to date on that. Let's go ahead and go out to Sarah. She had a question about the tight end.
Update 2, the Titans have gotten a Fernando of their own after having to settle for Cam Ward and not a Fernando this year. Fernando Carmona, the guard out of Arkansas.
Fernando, I got a Fernando. Okay. Sarah says, ask JC about Jake injuries. Is it injuries?
Injuries. He's off the board. He went off the board yesterday. But tight ends, I think they like outside of Josh Cuevas or Cuvas, however you say his name, from Alabama. Justin Jolie from NC State. Joe Royer from Cincinnati. Dallin Bentley out of Utah or Utah State, one of the Utahs. I'm not sure which one. Dan Villari out of Syracuse. Sadeo Traore out of Mississippi State is someone they brought in for a 30 visit. So they had 17 informals, 7 informals, 7 formals, and then brought in 8 on official visits. So I think they would like to add to this position. I know Nate Borkircher, who went in the 2nd round to the Jaguars. They really liked him, but in the 4th round. I had him as a best fit for the 5th round, which I thought was maybe a spot he could go in. He goes all the way in the 2nd round. So that's probably the biggest description of my best fits and where he actually went. I had McClellan as a 5th round. He went in the 3rd round. But it was really hard to nail consensus on some of these guys this year. But tight end is a position I think they could look at again. If I had to lean someone right here, it'd be Josh Cuvas out of Alabama. But we'll see where they go with it.
It's Michael Trigg. I know you're not high on Trigg, but Trigg has been talked about as a tight end from Baylor.
Trigg is going to probably go undrafted or in the 7th round.
Wow. Because I've heard some things about him to where the Bucs would draft him because of his huge wingspan. Go ahead.
It's just the work ethic. It's there's some things there that they just aren't comfortable with.
Mhm.
Yeah, you see some of the splash plays, but the plays where he's not targeted, there's some things out there that I don't think they're comfortable with, and I don't think, as you're seeing, as you go into the 5th round, on someone who is at the beginning of this season, which I call January for me, he was as high as a late 2nd round guy, mostly projected in the 3rd round. Now he's still there on the board in the 5th round. It tells you kind of a lot about what the league thinks of him, and where he could possibly go. Now, as an undrafted free agent, maybe, I don't know. Keep him local. It's a low moving cost. You don't have to put him up in a hotel or anything. You would for rookie minicamp, but he's here. He's local. He's down the street.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him, maybe. Not that I don't know if that's an issue, but I think all those things play a factor. But
Hey, Jack Endries is still on the board.
Jack Endries is still on the board.
He's still on the board. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yes, Jack Endries, I do like for them. I had him in one of my mocks. He's one of these receiving tight ends I think that they'd be interested in. I think they might have had a formal interview or an informal interview with him at the combine, but definitely showed a level of interest there. So, I don't think that would be out of the realm of possibility. He's a guy I do think they like. So, and again, I had him in my mock draft. And
What about a Justin Jolly from North Carolina State? That's another point.
Jolie. I called him Jolly
Justin
for years.
Jolie.
But
Jolie. Yes,
it's a Jolie.
Jolie. Justin Jolie. My bad. What about
JC?
Hold on 1 second, guys.
You were
I just had to run.
Couple long days, huh, Peter?
I'm telling you. You said I call myself
Thank you.
Jolly for years.
All right, I'm back. Last one, because I'm going to run back inside before. I officially made it for the 155 pick. Did they do the media on? Anyone get an alert that they did the Zoom press conference with Keontae Scott yet?
No, I haven't seen anything yet.
I did not see anything. No, I didn't see anything. Yeah,
I
can
hear
you. JC, you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I
can hear you.
Can you hear?
We can hear you.
Uh-oh.
StreamYard.
It might be StreamYard. Hold on. Let me put him back in. All right. Let's see. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, I think we lost him. I think it was the phone.
Maybe.
It was the phone, All right.
Yeah,
so we'll get to your question there in just a little bit. Any guards in the mix for the Bucs? I think they're happy with their offensive line at this point. Jason Light kind of talked about that. That's why I didn't buy the Vega Ione talk. Even though if he would have been there, you don't have an edge rusher, but they were going to take Mesidor. That was the rumor that they were going to take.
Real quick, too, the Saints, they drafted Trey Lance's brother there, wide receiver. They're loading up on wide receivers, I'll tell you that.
They're loading up. They're definitely loading up. All right, let's watch JC.
There he is.
All right, go. We got you there. Let's go out to this question really quick. JC, any guards in the mix of the Bucs? Says Chris Cole. Any guards at this point, or are they satisfied with this offensive line and their depth?
No, I definitely think that's another position of need as well. I think the 3 spots I look for right here are tight end, interior offensive line, and defensive line. I mentioned some of those defensive linemen, but as far as offensive line, there's a bunch of as far as what I know, and I have no idea what's going on right now as far as draft picks. Billy Schott off the board. If he's not out of Notre Dame, I think is a guy who'd be intriguing. Play guard, can play center. Very smart, obviously Notre Dame player, and he's got elite pass protection. He's allowed 0 sacks, 0 pressures, and only 1 penalty in his final year at Notre Dame as a team captain. I think he'd fit in right with this offensive line. Bo Stevens out of Iowa is someone who I think they'll like and could potentially target here. One of those those Hawkeyes just churn out. What?
Sam Heck is off the
Tyree
board.
Wilson to the Saints.
Yeah.
Okay, but Hawkeyes churn out those offensive linemen. He was part of an offensive line that won the Joe Moore Award for the best offensive line in the country with Jennings Dunker and Logan Jones, who have already gone off the board. I really like him a lot. Kanan Barnett is a Jason Light type of guy who's he's undersized and not undersized. He's a small school Wyoming prospect. Paints his whole face when he goes out to battle. He's got a mullet, or sometimes he shaves it into a mullet faux hawk. So he's the guy I like there. Amaj Reed Adams as well.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's left on the board.
You already got Dan Feeney who has a mullet. We said Dan Feeney. Yes.
JC, I got to ask you.
Let me look at my guards real quick.
What do you think about the guard out of Boston College, Logan Taylor? I know the Buccaneers are pretty much set at offensive line, but we've seen the Buccaneers where they've had some injuries at offensive line. I really like this kid out of Boston College, 6'6", big dude. What's your take on Logan Taylor?
Boston College has a football team?
Yeah.
Says every New Englander ever, but no. That's the thing that I got asked the most when I moved down here. It was like, who's your college team? I'm like, Boston has college sports. Like, we win. We don't care about college sports. We win, and we have winning professional teams. But no, I mean, he's a guy I looked at. He wasn't someone that was high on my board. I don't think I even mentioned him in my article I'm looking at right now, though, as a potential fit. I just didn't see everything I wanted to see out of him as a fit for them. As far as guys who I'm not sure there, I know Farmer and Wright and Carver Willis went off the board, but Inez Cooper, Evan Berenstain, Alex Harkey, Micah Morris, Ashton Gable, Kobe Baines. I really do like Strauss or Stevens here for them the most, with Barnett as another option. But I think Strauss or Stevens could be the pick here with maybe a tight end like Josh Kuvas. But if they really like one of these defensive tackles, I mean, you mentioned a guy, or someone mentioned Xavier Harris, DeMonte Capehart, Nate Barrett just went, but Devin Eastern, Sky Gill Howard, Brandon Cleveland, Gary Smith III, Cameron Ball, Jordan Vandenberg are all guys who I like who are still on the board. And at this point, kind of consensus goes out the window and you get the guy that you want. So those guys are kind of fits for me that I think would fit in nicely with this team. But we'll see what they do as whether it's, two of those three positions or one or maybe even none, and they feel like they're good there. But center would be interesting, too, if Sam Hecht is still on the board. But Matt Golban and Pat Coogan, again, that Indiana guy, I think would make a lot of sense. They've got the intel in the building from Chandler Whitmore and the type of character he is. And then the later rounds you get, I mean, running back could come into play. I mean, Jonah Coleman and Mike Washington are off the board, but I still like Katron Allen, Nick Singleton, Roman Hemby, Le'Veon Moss as guys. Desmond Reed they had some pre-draft communication with. And then safety, like I mentioned, too. At cornerback, Hezekiah Massis, Thaddeus Dixon, Latrell McCutcheon, Charles Demings, Deshaun Rucker, Chandler Rivers, if they're still there. I like them. I already mentioned Keith Abney, but safety is kind of deep, too. VJ Payne, if he's still on the board, Cole Wisniewski, Deshaun Singleton, get another Nebraska player in here. I like Jalen Kilgore if he's still available, Bishop Fitzgerald, Lewis Moore, Xavier Nwamka, Robert Spears-Jennings, Ahmad Moses. I know Genesis Smith went off the board, I think, but he was someone they had a formal interview with. So those are the guys out and the positions I'd be looking at. Justin Jefferson just goes off the board to the Browns. So
there you go.
Another guy I was looking at. If they did want to double up Wesley Bisante, Miami linebacker that had some pre-draft communication with him, he might be a 7th-round undrafted free agent. But, hey, get Bain, get Keontae, get Wesley Bisante or whatever his name is. And, you get those three teammates that come in, they're comfortable, and that could be a situation. But Lander Barton is still on the board there. Harold Perkins, a guy from LSU, and Eric Gentry, too, are guys who I think they could look at linebacker. But
great
those are my
stuff.
best fits. Check them out. If they wanted to double dip, last thing, at edge rusher, Nadame Tucker, Quintavious Hutchins are two of my best fits, and other guys to keep an eye on. Jack Pyburn, BJ Anthony, Patrick Payton, and now Nigel Kelly out of UCF. But all right, I got to run. I appreciate you guys. All my work is over on Twitter or X, whatever you're calling it. Go to my profile, go to the articles tab. You can see all my best fits for the Bucs. It's pinned to my profile tweet. I'll come back on later after some more picks are made and break some of them down and take victory laps if they're best fits for me.
Well, listen, Adame Tucker is interesting. What did he lead? 14 and a half sacks, 1 year of production there, transfer to Western Michigan, I believe. So they were high on him. They had a visit with him. So that may be somebody right now that the Bucs are looking at. Where are we at right now, Louie?
We are right now. We are pick 148.
148.
The Seahawks, yes.
All right.
Bucs are picking.
Yeah, so he could be some
right there. The 1 year of production really kind of screams at you at a low conference level. And then, the age at 25, 26, that maybe gives you a pause there too. So there are some reasons to like him. There are certainly some reasons to dislike him. I think you kind of got him, and he compares to me someone like David Walker from last year, but just less production history and a little bit older. But he comes out, and I think there's a low ceiling but a high floor. And as a special teams rotational player, maybe he can get some snaps and cause some damage. But I don't see him as anything other than a Marquise Watts kind of replacement player than anything more that you can be counted on.
All right, there you go. JC Allen killing it out there right now, going out to $1, giving us an update here on the evolution of Sports Talk Television, day 3 of your draft show. Don't work too hard, my friend, all right?
I will never do so, and I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.
Peace.
Thank you, JC.
Out of there. Mister. He's out. Great stuff. We'll have him back on. We'll take your comments. As always, take your questions. Sarah, thanks a lot for all the calls, all the comments. Keep on commenting. But he's still there. 8 picks away. Let's go, Bucs. Let's go, Bucs.
5 picks away.
Yes, 5 picks. 5 picks away. We'll see what they do. Maybe they go Bo Stevens there of Iowa, get another offensive lineman from Iowa, a la Tristan Wirfs. That's certainly a possibility.
I like the kid out of Boston College, man. I'm telling you, I think he's a good depth player.
Okay.
He's pretty good in the running game. Like I said, and I know Boston College really hasn't made any noise for the past years now.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, I think that's a good depth play. I think they do have to address offensive line here. Something with the offensive line, because like I said, what we saw last year wasn't good, Peter. And I'd like to see them kind of bring in. And Jason Light, it does fantastic. If there's one thing that you Jason Light haters out there have to give him credit for, he does a fantastic job of drafting offensive linemen. So.
All right, we got an update here. I'm going to throw this out there. We got a YouTube super chat from Alex Nunster. Great draft coverage. I love this defense now. Appreciate you as always. YouTube super chats. It is. YouTube super chats are open. Facebook stars. Give to the content. If you like the content here, open phone lines. We're giving you an update on the Magic game. Last check here, it was at overtime, or not overtime, but halftime.
Bayou Stevens is off the board, Iowa.
There you go. So Bo Stevens, as we speak, went to the Seattle Seahawks 2025 first team AP All-American. At halftime, the Orlando Magic 61-54 over Detroit basketball. I don't know why I did that. I just had to do it. The announcer is so cool. I love how the announcers have their own intros. That's why we do here on the sports. Why everybody has their own intro like this.
What do you hear? What do you say?
I mean, I just like to, play around with the intros and the sound effects and stuff like that. I'm all about that stuff. Let's go ahead and see. Never got beat for a
Justin
sack.
Jefferson off the board. Linebacker, Alabama for the Browns.
There you go. I just got our own Mr. Blake Anthony of Sports Talk 49, Blake and Blake Sports. Micah Morris, guard out of Georgia, 6'5", 334. Big hoss, as my uncle would say. Never got beat for a sack in his college career. That's saying something at Georgia, SEC competition. So could that be somebody that the Bucs are looking at? We'll see here. How many more picks do we got until
we are at pick 151. The pick is in for the Raiders. Just waiting for them to announce it. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. We're getting close here, Peter. We're getting real close.
We're getting close. We got pick 155 for the Bucs and pick 160 as they made a trade last night with the Green Bay Packers. So interesting stuff there.
Not going to be Lewis, though, unfortunately.
No, it's not. The Miami Dolphins are breaking the hearts of
broke our hearts.
Yes, they broke our hearts twice.
Well, how ironic, Peter. We took 2 of the guys from Miami Hurricanes, and they took 2 of the guys that we wanted. So, I mean, it's an even swap.
They passed on Ruben Payne Jr. So how intelligent are they there with the Dolphins? But they are doing.
They're blowing that team up. It's a complete rebuild.
Oh, it is. And then you got Jeff, the defensive coordinator there, Jeff Hafley, or Hafley. Is it Hafley? Hafley. It's Hafley. Yeah, it's Hafley.
The Dolphins have been just criminally bad.
Yes.
That's just.
And then Malik Willis is coming into a bad situation. So you feel bad for that young man because he goes from Green Bay when he got the opportunity to start,
played well.
Jordan Love when he was hurt, he's able to be productive with the team around him. Now he goes to the show that is the Miami Dolphins. He's got a big time contract, but what has he got to work with? You got to turn chicken salad into, or you got to turn chicken, into chicken salad. So
that's good
tough.
luck, kid.
Good luck, kid. Nice big fat contract for you, but the Miami Dolphins, Tom, they suck.
That's good enough to suck right there.
Raiders.
Dalton Johnson, Dalton Johnson, safety off the board to the Raiders.
Arizona, right there. Raiders doing some things right now. Also make a trade with the Saints. Give up Tyree Johnson. I think
Panthers just made their pick.
Okay. You're ahead of me here.
Wheatley, safety, Penn State.
Okay.
So now, guys, the draft, we're starting to see now that these picks are going to start coming in rapidly now. So now we're moving pretty quickly. We're at pick 152. The pick is in for the Broncos. The Packers are on the clock. I think we'll see here. And then we got the 49ers. Then it's your beloved Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 155. So let's see what happens here. I mean, these picks are going to come in pretty quick now.
And 160, don't forget, because again, they made the trade with the Packers last night. So they got two fifth-round picks. So we're curious to see, what this Tampa Bay Buccaneer team is going to do in the 5th round. Then they got the 6th round at 195. And then 7th round at 229. And we got you covered here on the Evolution of Sports Talk.
Where do you think they're really going to go, Peter, here? Like, honestly, where do you think they're going to go? You think they're going to go offense, defense? What do you think? Draft a punter?
I hope not. Please don't draft a punter. Though, anything's possible with Jason Line at this point. And there's got to be a reason why they wanted to get 5th round pick. I'm going to go defensive tackle. I'm going to go defensive tackle. I'm going to go Xavier Harris. I think that's who they could go with.
I think they go offensive line here. I just don't know who yet.
They may. They definitely may.
I wouldn't be opposed, but I mean, like I said, every pick, every pick here moving forward is, I wouldn't say a luxury pick, but I think every pick moving forward now. Oh, Justin Jolie is off the board, tight end. Now, wait a minute. Could that be somebody that the Buccaneers were probably interested in? Maybe because Zach Robinson, our new offensive coordinator, likes to run a 2 tight end set.
Yeah, so, you could go Royer from Cincinnati. That's another player they've been talking about. Yeah, you could definitely go with that.
Like direction. I said, they can. I think it's basically best player available for the Buccaneers at this point with the positions that they want to address. So, and then again, they've addressed to recap everything. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and your beloved GM Jason Light and company have addressed some key concerns for you Buc fans, and I don't know if you guys are happy, but I'm happy. And now every pick here moving forward is just adding pure depth and position battles for training camp. And training camp's going to be fun this year, Peter.
It is. Lots of training camp battles to monitor. You could go Keith Abney II from Arizona State corner. Arizona State cornerback. It's been a long day. I think it's been a long weekend. Poor player manager of Miami. Yes. Sarah says Wheatley is off the board. Alex says defense. I go defensive tackle. I don't think because again, Vita Vea is getting up there in age.
Bucs are on the clock.
Okay, here we go. So Bucs are on the clock.
Yager Burton, center, Kentucky is off the board to the Packers. 49ers made their pick. We're just waiting now for what they're going to do here. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the board here. It's got to be. I don't know. I would like to see maybe tight end, offensive line. But I do love Devin Culp. I do. I really like Devin Culp. I think they need to give him some more reps. I liked what I seen from him. The problem is, if you're gonna play tight end, you got to block. That's like a big thing for me.
Do that. That's the problem with him. He hasn't been able to do that consistently. And again, do you get the chance to come in and play a lot because your offensive line is banged up? No, because you need somebody that's going to block. So,
and defenses know. When Culp is on the field, they know, all right, he's not blocking. Maybe they're not running here. He's not a good blocking tight end. And that sucks because you don't want to be predictable like that. So we'll see here. The pick should be coming in for the 49ers any second now. The Buccaneers are still on the clock here. Let's see what they do. Hopefully they don't trade out. I don't want to see another trade out, man. I want to see them. I
just wonder what the reason was to get these 2 5th-round picks.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if it wasn't for Lewis here, but I mean, Let's see. Pick is in. Here we go.
Okay.
49ers select.
Who they got?
Still waiting. Come on, man. Does it really take that long to make a pick
Well,
here?
they're trying to build it up, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's 5th round, man. You don't need to build anything up. Let's just get this party going.
Can you imagine going to the draft in the later rounds? What's the point of that? I'm going to go the first round. I'm not going the other rounds. That's pointless to me.
Second round, tops. Second and third round, maybe. Maybe not hanging around for the third round.
I'm not hanging out, no. Yeah. Maybe the second or third, but I'm going to go notable 5th round picks. Kevin Green, Hall of Famer. Rodney Harrison looks like he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Robert Mathis, good player. Stephon Diggs, good player. George Kittle, good player when he can stay healthy. Puka Nacua, fifth round pick.
Big trouble for him right now.
Ugh, boy, oh boy.
I always say this: the people you surround yourself with are the people you're gonna end up like. So I mean, that's a big thing.
Well, Brent, listen, you can use your second call. I'm open to that. I mean, we had JC on. I thought you were gonna have a draft question. I didn't think it was gonna be about Baker Mayfield, but I get it. You wanted to call in, don't want to be talked over. So go ahead and call back in if you want to. 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. You can use second 2 calls here. We'll give you 2 calls. Yeah.
Still waiting on this pick, man. What is taking so long? Did the guy fall and trip, hurt himself?
I don't know what happened at this point.
There we go. Jaden Duggar, Louisiana linebacker.
Okay.
Buccaneers are still on the clock.
On the clock. So where do they go?
The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Here we go.
Okay, where are we going? Because I can't see it.
I hope this doesn't take as long as the San Francisco 49ers. Hopefully nobody trips and falls to the stage. Because I think that's probably what happened here. I don't know. There's no explanation.
All right, Cole, stand by here, Cole, because the Bucs pick is coming up. In fact, give us a call back after the Bucs pick. All right.
All right.
Give me a call back when CSB brother Cole. Give us a call back there. We're waiting for this Bucs pick as Peter Schrager is on. I can't hear what he's saying at this point because I got it down.
Man, this is crazy.
Talking to Arizona here. So maybe we'll go back out to Cole here. We'll just wait for the Bucs pick and then we'll get out to you, Cole. Stand by.
Peter, got to ask you a question. Back in the day, right? Remember when the draft was a Saturday morning? It was like early in the morning. It was like 9 o'clock or something like that.
Yes, yeah.
First round,
like 11.
Okay, the Buccaneers go DeMonte Capehart, defensive tackle, Clemson.
See, there you go. Defensive tackle, wrong defensive tackle, but they go defensive tackle at this point. There you go, right there.
6'5".
How big is he?
6'5".
6'5" and over 300 pounds.
313 pounds.
Yeah, they want to get bigger up front. They've said this over and over again. They want to fortify that line. That's exactly what they've been able to do there with him, with Ashawn Robinson, Elijah Roberts. They're big up front there. So that's what they wanted to do in this offseason. That's what they were able to do.
Right.
So there you go. Capehart. Okay.
DeMonte Capehart.
All right.
Say that 3 times fast.
DeMonte Capehart.
That's a tongue twister.
Well, let's go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and look and see because he is the pick now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm going to go out to this profile from Lance Zierlein of NFL.com. We're going to go ahead and read this together because reading is fundamental. You give me your thoughts on this situation. God, it is so small. Why is it so small for?
Again, Peter, I think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers want to get bigger up front. They want to get meaner. They want to get nastier. And we know Super Bowls are won in the trenches by the defense, So I think, again, Vita Vea is getting up there in age, and they just signed Robinson. Robinson's not a first-string defensive tackle. And I think it's time they're trying to bring in some youth in there. You got to bring in somebody to stop picking the brain of Vita Vea here. I mean, this is a big boy, man. 313 pounds. I think the whole key what Todd Bowles is trying to do, especially up front with the big boys in the heat, keep them fresh. Rotation. Rotation.
Ran a 4.85 in the 40-yard dash, by the way. So athletic, not just a big guy, but 4.85 at where he's at is pretty impressive at the end of the day. Let me go ahead.
That's nice.
Cole, CS3 brother, welcome to the Evolution. DeMonte Capehart by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. What do you say?
I like it. I like the idea of him being a 4.85, 40. I mean, like he's got some moves to him. I'm assuming. The one I wanted to talk to you about was the third rounder, the wide receiver. That guy is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for him. I'm not so sure about the middle linebacker position. I was really hoping they'd get Rodriguez. Rodriguez went like 4 picks before that. Miami, they sniped us.
Right.
Because I believe he was number 1 on their board. I mean, that's just my personal opinion. But I believe in Jason Light. That's all I got to say, man. I mean, you want to crack on Todd Bowles. I've not been his biggest fan, but honestly, I trust Todd. I mean, I trust the GM, man. I trust Jason Light and what he's doing and what he's been able to do. I love the first round pick. Oh my gosh, Ruben Bain. You and I were talking. We were messing around at the barbershop.
Yep.
And talking about him, and I kept saying I don't think he's going to be there.
Right.
We're stuck in the middle of no man's land, and all he did was wait it out. And lo and behold, Ruben Bain was sitting there at 15, and you run up to the podium and grab him. I mean,
pretty impressive, and where he was, and again, one of the most dominant, if not the most dominant college football player last year when it comes to the trenches and just taking over games, a game changer. It's exactly what you need. You need somebody with an edge. You need somebody that's physical at the point of attack. You need somebody that's good with their hands. You need that leadership quality that you had with the Miami Hurricanes. Came from
right.
a
And
great
speaking
program.
of the Miami Hurricanes, you were talking about like Keontae Scott. I was sitting there thinking they might take him in the 3rd round.
Yep.
I mean, and he was sitting there. I was like, oh my gosh, we got him. Oh my goodness. I mean, like I was seriously thinking he was going to be the pick in the 3rd round.
Yes.
That's going to be one of those picks that, again, like Peter, I was just saying earlier, that's going to be one of those picks that we revisit and say, hey, this was one hell of a pick. Kudos to Jason Light and Todd Bowles for getting this guy, because I was saying early on, about a month ago, I secretly liked the Miami Hurricanes defensive backfield, man. They were disruptive, man. They made some plays, and I really, really liked them. And again, this is a prime example of what a good pass rush does for you. With Ruben Bain, Akeem Mesidor, those guys for the Hurricanes, you see what a defensive backfield can do with a good front seven. So I'm excited about that pick. Big time. Like that's a huge pick.
Yeah,
that 3rd round pick, man.
I agree with you. I mean, that's just a great pick, especially where they got him.
Yeah,
and they got him that far out. There's been a few things that I've like questioned a little bit. Like the Trotter pick. I mean, I don't know if that's I don't know about his speed.
Well,
but
I know a lot of
trust the GM.
I know a lot of people are a little confused about the Trotter pick, and here's the thing: he is going to be a guy that he's not going to be an instant starter. So it's going to be
6'4", 313. By the way, DeMonte Capehart. I'm looking at the highlights right now. I'm about to read his scouting report. He's a monster.
Yeah,
313, and he's got a 4.8 40. That's insane.
Yep, and you got him in the 5th round.
He's going to be more, again, he's going to be the rotational guy. He's going to be part of that rotation. He's there on, I believe, on 3rd downs to plug up. He's a run stopper. You know what I'm saying? He's going to plug up. He's going to plug up 2 guys to help guys like Ruben Bain, Yaya Diaby, or whoever's in there to make a play in the backfield. You know what I'm saying? He's there to plug up that line.
And to spell Vita Vea too, because I mean Vita Vea is great, but he's getting up there.
Yeah, we've got to come to the realization
about it that way, but he is. I mean, he was drafted in the same draft as Josh Allen, and he's not a quarterback. You know what I mean? They age a lot quicker.
Okay, the Buccaneers are on the clock right now again.
Wow.
Michael Taffy, safety, went to the
All right,
Dolphins.
Cole, appreciate
Texas.
the call, man. Use the second one if you want to, okay?
All right, man. Take care.
Yep, there you go.
Thank
Good
you.
stuff there. I want to read this scouting report by our guy right here. He did some great research here. Appreciate that. Heavy, violent hands and initial contact. Consistently jolts blockers backward. Good anchor strength against double teams. Rarely gets pushed off his spot. Lateral quickness is unusual for a 313-pound interior lineman. Active hands at the line of scrimmage. 5 career pass breakups from the interior. Tested as one of the most athletic defensive tackles in combine history. Plays with solid leverage and pad level in the run game on most snaps. Functional power to walk guards into the pocket. This is from Lance Zierlein of NFL.com. Capehart started just 12 games over 6 seasons and 57 games played, but that's not an indicator of the impact he can make against the run. He's big, broad, long, with heavy hands and impressive power in his upper half. He can play through lesser guards and adequately occupy his gap against double teams. He's light on his feet while good lateral movement, but he's unrefined as a pass rusher. Relying on down the middle power, Capehart is not a young prospect, but his traits and run plugging talent will appeal to teams looking for a solid rotational option on day 3. There you go. And you got Keith Abney, the second, just went off the board for the Lions. So he's off. There you go. I like it. I like the move. Once again, it kind of it goes back to what Todd Bowles talked about in this offseason, how they wanted to get more physical. They wanted to get more stout. That's exactly what they've been able to do here with Capehart. That's exactly what they've been able to do with A'Shawn Robinson and bringing back Nacho and having Elijah Roberts. They have the rotation. It's all about, like you said, rotation. Especially with the heat that's going on right now. That goes on. Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of people, like I said, going back to the Trotter pick, this is a guy, he's not going to be the starter. You know what I'm saying? This is a guy that's going to develop, and he's going to be part of a rotation. That's going to be a word that we're going to keep using. All right. So the pick is in.
Okay.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Okay.
Let's see.
By the way, Max Brederson, tight end, if that sounds familiar, he is the brother of Ben Brederson. Just went to the Minnesota Vikings. The pick is in for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
So Tampa Bay goes Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish, guard Billy Strouth.
There you go. There you go, Chris Cole. You got it, my friend. Bucs get the Notre Dame guard. There it is right there. Yeah. So they go guard. So you were right. I was right. I said defensive tackle. You said guard. Perfect. There you go. You got 2 quality players there that are going to be depth pieces. Billy Schraith right there from Notre Dame.
Yeah. These names, Peter. I don't know. They're getting.
My gosh.
Getting
Get
crazy
out of here with it. So it is Schraith.
The C is silent. So the C is silent. All right. Let's see. Let's take a look at this kid.
Yes, I'm going to look right now. And Pittsburgh has traded their pick to Kansas City for some reason. So. All right.
No info there. Don't like that.
I got it. All right. It is
2-year starter, team captain.
Typical.
He's a tough guy.
Yep.
That's what they're saying. For a tough guy.
Playing with an edge. There it is. Yeah.
He's tight in his lowers. Creating leverage.
I got the scouting report here, so let me go ahead and get this. Here it is. I'm printing all papers dying today. Trees
so you know what this is telling me, Peter, that the Buccaneers are going to be running the football, I feel like, a little bit more this year.
I would think so, especially with getting Zach Robinson to come on. And I know he had success with Bijan Robinson. He also had success with I'm trying to think of the backup running back for the Arizona Cardinals.
Jesus. Algier, Tyler
Algier. I mean, he had success too.
Yeah. A lot of Buc fans wanted him.
Right. And it was a top 10 running game. So it makes lots of sense. The guard here, 2024 started 12 games, 9 at left guard, 3 at right guard. So he's versatile. You already know that. 2025, started the first 7 games at right guard, missed the rest of the season with a left knee injury. Team captain. He's a 2-year starter, team captain with the proper demeanor for a tough guy. Work inside. He fights in his lowers, creating leverage, disadvantages, and lack of body control. Needs to play with quicker hands, but has good pop when he lands. His strong hands is sustaining run blocks, controlling pass rushers. Heavy feet can't be coached out of him, creating run screen scheme limitations, inconsistent mirroring against athletic interior rushers. His intangibles carry value, but could be a bit diminished by concerns about his durability. So injured, off injured, strong, tough guy, good with his hands. Again, team captain, grip strength helps to provide. And this is from Lance Zierlein. This is not my scouting report, by the way. Let's look at the highlights of this kid. Again, Notre Dame guard here. We know they like drafting Notre Dame players because like did with the backup that is with Jacksonville now. What the hell is his name?
Oh, come on, brain, kick in.
My brain is dead right now.
Yeah.
I'm going to have you take over the show really quick. Talk.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're happy. We're looking at the war room right now. Jason Light. I'm trying to think of the guy that was a backup that they moved on from. Now he went to Jacksonville. Maybe I'll be able to. But let me go get some water really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
For just a little bit here. Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast is taking over the Sports Web. He's got it. Stand by.
Yeah, guys. You know, a lot of you guys should be happy. Again, and Peter and myself and JC, who's been great through the whole process. Robert Hainsey. It's been a very good draft, in my opinion. Again, the Buccaneers have addressed key concerns. Everybody cried about Mike Evans going to the San Francisco 49ers. Well, they addressed that position with Hurst. And if you haven't got after we're done here, after we wrap up all right now, like I said, just don't go anywhere. Continue to listen to the Sports Web. But just go look at some highlights of Hurst, man. This is a guy who goes up there for a 50-50 ball. You throw it up there, he's going to go get it. He's going to come down with it. With the Mike Evans situation leaving, he's left. He's on to the San Francisco 49ers. They replaced that situation, and you have nothing to worry about because they have a really good wide receiver room. With a really good quarterback in Baker Mayfield to throw them the football. Offensive line can stay healthy. They address the offensive line right here. This player right here with the kid from Notre Dame, just purely depth here at this point, and which they needed. They need solid backups, especially, if somebody goes down. But again, the number one key concern that they addressed was Reuben Bain Jr. With the edge. The Tampa Bay. I'm sorry, I'm just a little excited about this year's draft. This year's draft is really good, man. They have addressed everything. Reuben Bain Jr. falling to us at 15, that instantly changes the defense there. You take a look at guys that we haven't even seen yet, and David Walker. You have Kalijah Cansey. You have Elijah Roberts as well. You have Vita Vea. You have Robinson. Again, me and Peter keep talking about this, the rotation. And the Buccaneers, what they're doing in this year's draft, they're making some good, solid picks here. With Trotter, with Alex Anzalone, he's the starter here. So Trotter doesn't have to come in right away and be an instant starter. He's got to learn. There's some things that you got to tweak, especially in even Reuben Bain Jr. There's some things that he needs to kind of polish up a little bit. None of these guys are perfect, but like I said, from the first round all the way into the 5th round, they've addressed key components that we've all had questions about, including myself. I didn't know what Jason Light and company was going to do. I was on damn YouTube Sports Talk. I believe it was Monday. And they kept on asking me, Ralph was like, hey, man, what do you think you guys are going to go? I don't know. I didn't know. I thought the Buccaneers were going to trade back, because I didn't think that their guys were going to be here, that they wanted, and I didn't expect them to go get Reuben Bain Jr. I didn't think he was going to fall to us. And again, they addressed that position right there. They addressed edge rusher, the number one concern. And then, it's that right there is just a relief. It's a relief. you know, because that was the biggest thing. And, you know, with Ruben Bain Jr. here, Yaya Diaby, Kalijah Kancey, if he stays healthy, could be one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. He's got a quick get up. You know, he can move and he can wreak havoc. When he's in there, he disrupts that backfield. You know, and you put Ruben Bain Jr. in that mix, and you can only expect great things from Yaya Diaby. I do believe if this defensive line can stay healthy, I do believe Yaya Diaby is a 12, 13 sack guy. I think he gets multiple sacks this year under this defensive line. But the key thing is staying healthy, rotation, and you know, and you take a look at our secondary. If our front seven can put it all together and we get that edge rush, you saw it with the Miami Hurricanes. You know, with that defensive line, you saw how really good that secondary was. And the Buccaneers addressed that situation. Jamel Dean went off the greener pass, and I have nothing against Jamel Dean, but the fact that he thinks that the Pittsburgh Steelers are a Super Bowl team, okay, buddy. Hi, good luck to you over there. You know, and then the Buccaneers addressed this with Keontae Scott, you know, from the Hurricanes. That's a solid pick right there, and that's probably going to be one of the premier position battles in this year's training camp for me. That's one I want you guys to really focus on, with Jacob Parrish, Scott, Morrison, and Zion McCollum. Zion McCollum is not off the hook yet. I mean, do I think he had a little bit of what's the word I'm looking for here? Confidence.
Regression. The word is regression. Yeah.
I mean, I think he had a confidence issue though, you know, because we saw what he did. I think Jason Light and company kind of prematurely paid him, but I understand why they gave him the extension, because corners, man, Peter, we know cornerbacks, they're tough to come by, man. To have a solid shutdown corner, like you think of Patrick Surtain II, like you don't find those guys just anywhere, you know.
Nope.
When you have a guy like that can shut down one side of the field, that's a really good thing. That's a good feeling to have on defense. You know, you saw that with Darrelle Revis. You saw that with, you know,
Robert Hansey. There it is.
Robert Hansey. Yeah. You saw that with Darrelle Revis. Like when you have one of these premier corners and you can lock them up. And so that's why I understand why the Buccaneers did what they did. They saw a young Zion McCollum doing the job and playing well, and they locked him up. You know, and I understand that, but I think he's going to have a much more improved year. But guys, I want you guys to really pay attention to that position battle in training camp, because that's going to be an interesting one. But again, there is no need to feel down here on the Sports Web with this 2026 NFL draft. I think your Tampa Bay Buccaneers have hit on pretty much every single pick. Yeah, they've addressed everything that you Buc fans were bitching about all offseason long. They addressed it, and we look forward to what is in store for the Buccaneers with the 6th round.
Yes, I'm drinking this Circle water right now, which is tremendous. It's you know, everybody's like, why don't you just drink regular water? But it's flavored water. You can control it. It's tremendous. It's fantastic here. So
you know what I've been really big on now? I don't know why. I love sparkling water. I don't know why. I used to hate it. I used to hate like soda water, sparkling water when I was a little bit younger. And now for some reason, Peter, it's all, I already drank 2 of them.
Nice.
I already drank. Where's the other can? I already drank 2 of them, and it's probably not good because it gives you a lot of gas. But
what about Celsius? Have you had that yet?
I try not to do too much sugar because I feel like the Celsius has a lot of sugar.
Does it? Doesn't have a lot of sugar in it. I didn't think Celsius. No.
I try to stay away from water, like those energy drinks, man, because I get too jittery. I don't like it. I try to be all not natural, but you know what I'm saying. I'm getting older now, and I can't drink all that cool stuff anymore. Like Monster, I can't do Monster. I love the taste of it.
I never really drank Monster. Only
so bad for you
was the coffee, stuff. The coffee in the morning. That's about it.
The Monsters, man. Like I said, I used to love Monster, and then my buddy got kidney stones over it because he used to drink them all the time. And I was like, no thanks.
Yep.
All right, let's recap here on the draft so far. Nothing really that stands out. Emmett Johnson, running back, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Chandler Rivers, cornerback, Duke, goes to the Baltimore Ravens here. Charles Deming, Stephen F. Austin State, cornerback, goes to the Minnesota Vikings. Tanner Kuz, I can't pronounce that last name. Houston goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Liam Cohen there getting himself a nice tight end for that offense.
Yeah.
Let me ask you about Liam Cohen here. So we saw some great success with Liam Cohen with the Jacksonville Jaguars last year. Did a fantastic job. Had nothing to be ashamed about with that loss to the Buffalo Bills in the playoffs. I got to ask you, what do you think about the Jacksonville Jaguars this year? Do you think they're going to be like, do you think they're going to fall into that same category like the Commanders? I kind of have that feeling.
I think they could. I definitely think they could, because now everybody's game planning for them now. So they're not going to be a surprise to everybody. And I think it comes down to Trevor. It comes down to Mr. Longhair himself. God, I'm forgetting names today. It's just ridiculous. It's
been a long since Thursday, Peter. Since Thursday.
I don't know why. I'm usually pretty good with the name. What's the name of the quarterback with this team? What's his Trevor
Lawrence.
Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, it's that's not good.
Conceived child of Carmelo Soprano and Furio.
Yes, Trevor Lawrence. It comes down to that. I mean, can he take that next step in the Cohen offense? Because he played well. Yeah. And I'm not sure. So to answer your question, I don't know. They may take a step back. It's certainly possible at this point. Certainly.
Yeah, and Indianapolis has done some things. Not sure about the owner. What's her name? Yeah.
Well, let's go with Scott here. He's not a fan. Are you kidding me? A guard at 160 over Nebraska, Emmett Johnson. Not sure what they're thinking there. Well, they're happy with their running back, Scott. They got Bucky Urban back. He's going to be healthy, hopefully, coming off an injury. They also have Kenneth Gainwell, who they addressed with Pittsburgh. There's your second running back. You've got
good in the offseason. He's working out. I love to see that. That's commitment there. That's you got to love that from these free agents come in, they sign these contracts, and then they get paid, and it's just like, okay, I don't need to do anything else. I got the contract, but not this kid. This kid's in the weight room. You love to see that, and that's why you don't see the Buccaneers going after running back. Look, running back is a funny position, Peter, and because you can get running back anytime you want. You can go onto somebody's practice squad and grab a running back. You can go into free agency and grab a running back. Running back is not a need for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here.
Yeah. I don't think it is either. So, Scott, I definitely understand how he was productive with Nebraska, but I just don't see a need for it at this point. And Sean Tucker, to me, I think there's something there, and the Bucs give him more carries. I think he's something special. I do. I am not Emmett Johnson. I'm not. Emmett Johnson is not funny. I don't know what that means, Scott.
Funny how? What do you think? Funny how? I'm a clown? Like I amuse you? Do I make you laugh?
Emmett Johnson. Not sure what they were thinking there. Well, they're going with guard. Again, that's what they're trying to fortify that line and also give them some good depth. And that's what they did there with getting a Notre Dame badass. That's what you would say. Notre Dame tough guy. So
a good offensive line, Peter, can make a mediocre running back look great.
Yes. I think they did a good job in the 5th round. So you got the 6th round coming up here, 195. We're right now. What's the number?
Right now, so we are at 165. The Titans just made their pick, and I want to ask you real quick about their uniforms.
You're going to be my update on this because I am going to change it over to the Magic game because right now they're going into.
So they picked a running back out of Penn State, Nicholas Singleton, which I think the Titans are having secretly a really good draft as well. I got to ask you, what's your take when they unveiled the new logo and the uniforms? I felt a little offended by it.
Yeah, a little bit.
Just because when they moved to Tennessee, I understand they were the Houston Oilers, and I get it that's. I don't think that they should be using those colors in that scheme. You're not the Houston Oilers anymore. You're the Tennessee Titans,
right?
And the Texans have beaten you guys plenty of times. I feel like they own the rights to the Oilers at this point. You want to make the NFL interesting. Let's put some like wagers down like that. Like, all right, you guys beat us. You guys own the rights to the Oilers type of thing. I doubt they do that. But I mean, I get they're trying to tap into that, but I wasn't really a fan of.
I don't get it. It's confusing with the whole situation. If it's your 3 by the Magic right there, give you a little update here. Kane with the 3. It's 87-76. Magic over the Pistons, so they have an opportunity here. It's only the third quarter. Opportunity to take a 2-1 lead over the Pistons as I turned off the draft because I had to watch this Magic game just a little bit here. All right,
a lot of uniform changes this year too. Who else changed their uniforms? So the Ravens,
you got the Ravens, you got the Falcons. Try to copy.
You think so?
Yeah, they're trying to copy the Bucs. It looks too similar to the Bucs. A little bit.
Some of their combinations don't really make sense to me.
Yeah,
I think what's throwing me off is the helmet, the black helmet. I don't know why they'd leave the black helmet. Why wouldn't you just go with red? Like if you're trying to, because to me, Peter, and this is kind of like a fashion trend now in the NFL. Everybody's trying to tap into the throwbacks now.
Yep.
If you're going to try and tap into the throwback, I mean, why wouldn't you just wear the red helmet? You know, why wouldn't you just put that on? That's just strange.
I don't understand it either.
All right, Kayshawn Elliott, linebacker, Arizona State is off the board to the Chicago Bears at 166. We got 167 now, the Buffalo Bills. The pick is in, and then they have pick 168. They're on the clock again. I mean, if I'm the Buffalo Bills, I don't know why you'd be on the clock. You should just make, that you're picking back-to-back. You should have both of your picks ready.
You would think.
Oh, they traded. That's why.
They traded
with the Lions. The Lions are making a move here at pick 168. Interested to see what they're going to do here. Dan Campbell, do the Detroit Lions rebound this year or?
Bucs got Andy Reid at 160 on Emma Johnson. The Chiefs even traded up. That's why Andy can always run. What a steal. All right. Well, again, they had a need there, Scott. I mean, I don't think every time you get a player, you're trying to fortify the offensive line, which was hurt last year. So I get it. I understand it. I don't think anybody was jumping up and down for Emma Johnson, but we'll see how it works out for Kansas City at this point. But obviously they have more of a need. They feel like they have more of a need. And then on top of it, you can get a running back that's undrafted. Update the score here. End of the third. Magic 87-79 over the Pistons. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if the Buccaneers go and pick a running back in the 6th round, then I could say, okay, why did they do that? But I mean, I don't think running back is a position that the Buccaneers really need right now.
Yep.
Like I said, there's going to be plenty of rookie free agents out there.
Right.
And like I said, and if Emmett Johnson was so great, why didn't he go in the 1st or 2nd round?
Well, I know Scott watches a lot of college football too, so Scott's a big-time Bucs fan. So I can respect it. We'll see what he does with the Kansas City Chiefs. Can't wait for Notre Dame and the U coming together. How funny. They hated each other. I mean, that's funny, right? Miami and Florida State, same thing with Derek Brooks and Morris Zapp. It happens. You're now part of the team.
They're going to win Super Bowls. That's what they're going to do.
That's it. As soon as they got a draft, I knew that would be a great A+. Scott, all right. Scott, tight end needs to be addressed.
Agreed.
Last year, we felt it along with injuries everywhere else. JC said it. Bucs never had a full offense that they had designed for and couldn't adjust. We need someone as a tight end. All right, we read that. Let's go out to Abraham. ESPN's Mel Kiper Jr. slotted. Again, it's Shralith? How do you pronounce it?
I don't know.
Really?
That's a tough one. The C silent, so I would say Shrouth. I don't know.
We'll go with Billy Shrouth.
JC would know. I'm sure JC will.
Number 6 interior offensive lineman on his most recent big board. Jeremiah concurs. I have a grade on him that puts him in the kind of in that 3rd, 4th round range before the combine. So there you go. Sarah says Scott. Jamal was a wave goodbye. Gonna miss him, but the Bucs are here 100%. Tim says yes. Yaya and Bane are going to be insane. I'm so excited for training camp. That's definitely one of the matchups. What a great effing draft, says Alex. I like that.
Yeah. Amazing.
The Steve Smith rundown on Hurst speaks for itself. We are set. The draft made my year. All our brains are fried, but I'm happy. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Experience playing both left and right guard, tenacious run blocker. Again, handsy. This is what this pick kind of reminds me of. Same type of deal. Versatile, can play multiple positions. You're going to need that. Knock on wood if you have injuries. We know Luke Gedicke's been hurt the last couple of years here. We know guard situations kind of been hurt, so this is where you're going to need a player to come in, step in right away.
And they lost a guy. They lost the guy to the Jaguars. They replaced the position that they lost.
Yeah.
So.
Peter, did you get my stars? I don't know if I saw any stars at this point, but I appreciate them. If you did send stars, thank you very much. Again, Facebook stars are open. YouTube super chats are open. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, along with Louie from the Frozen Pyro podcast. Day 3 of the NFL draft as the Bucs get Keontae Scott, safety, defensive back, corner, versatile at pick 116. They just picked Notre Dame, or they picked Capehart from Clemson at pick 155, and at pick 160 they got the Notre Dame guard, and I don't know if his name is correct or not, so we're just gonna. And then
Notre Dame guard. That's
Notre Dame guard, 3-pointer by the Magic now. Boom and bang. Bada boom and bada bang. 90-79 over the Detroit Pistons. Start of the fourth quarter. This is on Peacock, NBC. So weird to see Peacock and NBC together. I guess it's so weird to see the NBA back on NBC at this.
With the situation now, with these apps and all this stuff, it's like you got to work like a 3rd and 4th, 5th, and 6th job just to watch. Just to watch your team now. This is. Did the government? I think the Department of Justice, didn't they get involved with the NFL? Like they're investigating,
like a monopoly kind of deal.
Yeah,
it's something along those lines. Yeah. Something.
All right. So here is a recap, real quick, of the last 2 picks. 167, Jalen Kilgore, safety, South Carolina, goes to the Buffalo Bills. Kendrick Law of wide receiver Kentucky, goes to the Detroit Lions. So
a
little bit of help there for that Lions offense there. So
wow, Magic 92-79 here.
Oh, Peter, real quick, Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions, do they rebound, or what are we thinking here? Because this is a good question for
with Chicago Bears there ascending. You got the Green Bay Packers. They didn't make any changes, but they did make some changes there. Changed their defensive coordinator. Now he's a head coach, so they're going through a little bit of a transition period at this point. Minnesota, I think they're up in the air. They do have a defense, J.J. McCarthy. So Detroit, it's going to be a tough division, but they definitely have the talent there. It's just defensively, did they do enough in this offseason? Wow, Magic running away now. 94-79 timeout by the Pistons. Super chat, $5 from Alex Nunster there. Appreciate that. I may have to turn this Magic game off because it's getting a blowout, though I'm kind of enjoying this because right now the Magic look like they're going to go 2-1, being an A seed over the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. So this would be tremendous. Of course, it's never say die when it comes to the Pistons and the Magic, because the Magic have blown big-time leads before. So we're not going to count our chickens before they're hatched. Let's go out to Instagram Live. Joy says Special Olympics athlete, gold medalist, bowling, swimming. Thank you very much, Joy. Go Bucs. She says, go Bucs.
Wait up.
Go Bucs. It is exciting.
Fire the cannon.
Absolutely.
Bucs, baby.
Absolutely. Draymond Capehart was their pick also in this 5th round. Big defensive tackle, but a guy that's athletic. 6'4", 325, but 4.85 and the 40 can definitely stuff the run. Didn't play as much, can make an impact here. Rotational piece. I like it a lot. Like the guard. I like what they've done. I like what the Bucs have done. I like what Jason Light has done. We'll see how it all translates on the field at this point. Let's see. Joseph Camareri makes Super Bowl best of 3 series Super Bowl. He threw that out there. No, you're not going to do that. Super Bowl
is in.
What's the pick? Who's the pick?
So Pittsburgh Steelers select tight end out of Indiana, Riley Nowinski. I want to say his last name is
Nowitzki. Wow. Okay.
So these tight ends are starting to come off the board here. I don't know if the Buccaneers are going to address it. Just trying to see. All right. Oh, wow. Okay. So the Browns basically own this.
I'm out of water again. I'm drinking this whole thing. So
you're going to be doing a lot of peeing soon.
It's so good. And it's so healthy for you. You know, a little bit of sugar there, but it's not bad. It's flavored. You can flavor it up. You put the water in there. It's tremendous. I love it. Good, healthy alternative. Circle water.
The Browns, the pick is in.
Okay.
Waiting on them. The Patriots are on the clock. Don't think Mike Vrabel's there for some reason. I don't know why.
Counseling.
Yeah, I think he's doing some counseling there.
Doing some counseling with being with Diana Rossini. And there's talk,
What's your take on that, Peter? I gotta listen to your take on this.
What a mess. What a mess.
When this first came out, what was your take on it? Because it's funny. Because I'll tell you real quick. I didn't even know this happened. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, my buddy Jamie, my good friend Jamie, shout out to him. He does Around the NFL with me, and he does a lot of this cool trivia stuff. That one day we got to get you on there and see if we can get some of this trivia, because this trivia is. It's I don't know where he finds this stuff, but it's very difficult. But anyways, he sends me a picture. His wife, they have family in Arizona. So apparently this is where Mike Vrabel and all this stuff happened, was in Arizona, correct? Somewhere in Arizona, when the pictures first came out. So he sends me a picture, and it's Mike Vrabel and Diana. And I didn't know it was them, because it was like a little speck and they were holding hands. And I was like, oh, that's a really nice view. Are you in Arizona? Visiting your mother-in-law and stuff? He's like, no. I said, so why'd you send me a picture? He goes, it is Arizona, but do you know who that is? I'm like, no, Jamie, I can't make out those. They're like little specks. They're like little ants to me right now. He goes, that's Mike Vrabel cheating on his wife with what's her face? And I was like, no. And then this whole thing blew up. What's your take on this when you found out?
Yeah, my whole take on it is what is he doing if he's married? If she's married, what are they doing? Why are you risking it? What's the priority? It's same energy for players. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you risking it? Is it worth it? If it is worth it, you have a woman who just lost her job, who just walked away. And I don't think willingly. I just think she was forced out and came out and said, basically, I'm done. I don't want to deal with this because there's more to it. And then you have a coach that possibly could be losing this job with the New England Patriots and has been shamed because he cheated on his wife. And I get it happens all the time, but you're
getting messy.
You're in the public eye. What are you doing, Mike Vrabel, as the great Tiffany Haddish would say at NFL On? Mike Vrabel.
Mike Vrabel.
My take on it is it's too messy of a situation.
And then more pictures came out.
Yes.
From 2020.
Yes.
And is that really Mike Vrabel's kid?
It's damning at this point. And
Yeah,
it's more of a distraction than it should be, especially with your coaches. A player is one thing, because you can always in Magic just playing some defense right now, shutting them down. You got to love that. Who's trying to call me?
Another pick here by the Browns, real quick. Joey Royer, another tight end. What did I say? I think the tight ends are going to start coming off the board here. That's where you usually see a lot of these tight ends now coming off the board, usually the 4th and 5th rounds. So yeah, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm hold on a sec. Somebody is trying to call me. I am live right now. They are not a Bucs fan.
Patriots are on the clock here. The Patriots pick is in. The Saints are on the clock. I'm going to pay close attention here to what the Saints are going to do, because they went wide receiver. I hate to say it, the Saints are really addressing some situations that they have. Usually you want to see these teams make the wrong picks like the Atlanta Falcons do. But
96-81 Magic over the Pistons. 8 minutes left to go in the game. Franz Wagner with the drive, the kick. They're always about shooting threes at this point. And then too many passes there. I guess he either traveled or went out of bounds. It's just not good. And Paulo is back in here. So we'll watch the Magic game, and then we'll turn back to the draft in just a moment, because I got to be honest with you. I want to see what the Magic are doing. I missed the playoff game last night with the Lightning as they lose in overtime to the Montreal Canadiens. Yep, heartbreaker there.
Tough place to play, man. That arena, You know,
huge game. You got to take a game here, come back to Tampa, get a game. It may go 7. You may be exactly right here. 96-84 as my cable for some reason. Tobias Harris, former Magic player, with a 3-pointer there. So let's see Paulo with the wow. Take it to the hole, young man. Take it to the hole. 23 years old. Take it to the hole with the foul. 98-84 Orlando over the Pistons right now. Yes, I'm giving you a little play-by-play. Paulo with the slam dunk and the foul. So there you go.
What did he do, Peter? What was he doing it?
Took it to the hole. Paulo takes it to the hole, dunk. I got you.
That's good enough to suck right there.
Go away. Go away. I will hold the door.
All right, so a little bit of fun here. Yes.
Patriots make their pick. Defensive back, Wake Forest, Karan Prunty.
Okay.
All right.
I want to go out to this from our friends at Joe Bucs fan as we were watching both games here. We're watching the draft and then doing a draft.
Where do you get this kind of coverage here outside of the sports web? Where
I don't know where
Magic,
you get it.
The draft, the Lightning,
right? The Rays. All you talk about is the Bucs all the time. That's all you don't talk about. Sorry, we talk about more than that, but it is draft day, so we're gonna
talked a little WrestleMania too.
We talked WrestleMania. I mean, what do you want? We talked as the world turns, sands through the hourglass. If you're old school,
these are the days of our lives.
These are the days of our lives. And listen, going back to that point, it's a bad look for a coach. Okay, one player, I could see players. Okay, that's bound to happen. But a coach who you're paying big time money to, who was one of the big time stories of that Patriots team, turning them around, taking them all the way to the Super Bowl, and then you have this distraction, and it's a coach. No,
you know it's crazy. You know who really wanted that Patriots job?
Who wanted
William Cohen?
Well,
he wanted because he literally is he played and he grew up 20 minutes from where I'm from.
Yeah.
He was in Providence. He's from West Warwick. Did a little bit of, I think he went to school in Newport, Rhode Island, literally right down the road from me. He wanted that. I believe, from what I understand, he wanted that job. All right, so your hated division rival here, the New Orleans Saints, with pick 172.
Okay,
goes safety, Ohio State, Lorenzo Styles Jr.
Well, there you go, Lorenzo Styles Jr. off the board. I know a lot of Bucs fans wanted him because of his pedigree, of course. Wow, dunked by the Magic there. It is now 99-88. Excuse me, dunked by Pistons there. So yeah, just update everything, and then Lorenzo Styles goes to the Saints. Let's go out to Brent, who got the Indiana linebacker at number 4. I don't know what linebacker you're talking about. Are you talking about Bailey? Bailey was not a linebacker. Oh, Bailey went to the Jets at number 2.
Jets.
Jets. Best coverage. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate you. And thank you again, Sarah.
Ooh,
we update here. 99-88 Magic over the Pistons. 6 minutes left in the game. This may be behind, so you guys may be watching it. I think Sarah just sent some Facebook stars. There we go. Thank you very much for that, Facebook
Amazing.
Stars. It is amazing. And we're on TikTok right now. 18 people watching. That's always a good thing. Always a good thing. Don't foul him. What a shot by Cunningham and one. So now they've cut the score down with the free throw here if it's made to 99-91. As I am watching the draft and I am watching and I am having a good weekend. Absolutely.
Yeah, man. I feel good as a Bucs fan. I really do. I mean, I love I really love what they're doing here. I really do. I like, again, this is going to be one of those drafts, Peter, where it flies under the radar and then all those Jason Light haters are going to, not talk about it. But I think this is one of those drafts where I think 4 out of the 8 players that we get are really going to be key contributors for this team. Maybe more.
Definitely. All right, Magic coming right back. That is what you do right there. Anthony Black to the hole and one. 101-91 as the Pistons are trying to get back in this game, but the Magic are not allowing it. It seems like once again it's game 1 story where the Pistons were trying to make a run. Every time they try to make a run at that point, And the Magic continue to answer Anthony Black as one of these young players. If he could stay healthy, he could be another piece for this team that helps them out, especially off the bench. We'll see. I'm following this Magic team. People don't think I'm a big-time basketball fan. You guys are mistaken. I am definitely a Magic fan, been a Magic fan since the Shaq days, since the Penny days, since
Penny
the
Hardaway
days. Yeah, Scott Skiles and Reggie Theus and Mark Akers and Jeff Turner, all those teams, and Stanley Roberts and Brian Williams. I watch all those teams. I watched the Magic for a long time as much as I watched the Bucs and the Rays and everybody else. So I'm following basketball. Maybe we don't talk about it as much. And, of course, the Rays right now, Alex will get me in here. Rays dominate yesterday over 1,700 feet in homers between Aranda and Caminero, which is always great to see a young player like Caminero go off. It's all about Tampa Bay sports on this. And in Orlando, I definitely consider them, to me, Florida's basketball team. Besides, I know people will love the Miami Heat at this point.
All right, so the Ravens making their pick at 173. Josh Kuvius, tight end, Alabama. So you guys, what I said was about, 15 minutes ago? The tight ends are going to start coming off the board now. So does that change what the Buccaneers are going to do in the later round here? I don't know. Who even knows if they're really looking at tight end? Maybe the tight end that they wanted is off the board, and maybe they can just dip into free agency. Maybe Njoku does join the Tampa Bay Buccaneers for training camp. We don't know. But the Ravens go out and go get a tight end. They're on the clock again with pick 174.
I'm out of water again. This is crazy. I'm going through this like nothing at all. Like it may be a little bit too sweet, but it's good, man.
They got to send you a case.
Well, they're going to send me a case. They're going to send me a sponsorship here. Circle Water. This is the way to go. You get this at Walmart or online. They have deals. You get these little canisters, and you can adjust them to whatever taste you want. Right now, it's a little bit too much because I can feel it being a little bit too much at this point. Let me go to, because they got like 1 to 10, and I had 4 or 5. So 4 is okay. 4 is good, because it gives you a little tang to it, little sweet taste to it.
Go all the way up to 10. Let me know how that feels.
Oh, that's way too much.
Yeah. Let's see here. All right. So they're still on the clock. See, Peter, that doesn't make any sense to me. If you have back-to-back picks, I mean, this shouldn't take you that long.
Well, it shouldn't take that long, but and she's right. He's still on the board at this point. So will they go? Yeah. Will they go with him? So there you go.
So if you want Jack, so you got the Raiders coming up. You got the Chiefs, the Dolphins.
Where are we at right now? Number
134 right now with the Ravens. Our next pick is in the 6th round. And let's see here. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have 1 pick in the 6th round. Why did it bring me to the New Orleans Saints? You think this is a joke or something? Come on. Let's go. Oh, boy. I think after this draft is over, I think we're going to go and get ourselves a new iPad here. I think we're going to
got to do that. You got to do that sometimes.
We got to retire this one.
Peter, you're going to be relieving yourself so hard soon. You're killing it. Yes, I'm going to definitely be off and watching. You're killing it. I'm on my adult beverages. I appreciate you, Sarah. Relieving, is that what she said?
Yeah.
I think I read that right. Yeah, we're going to be relaxing. I think she meant relaxing. I'm definitely going to be relaxing here pretty soon. Let me go out to our friends there at Joe Bucs Fan. They had Bruce Feldman. They put out an article here on the Freaks list, and they have none other than Ted Hurst at number 83. They did I guess it's one top 100 freak athletes in college football. They say, and again, update the score, 99-92. Magic over the Pistons as Orlando won game 1, 112-101. Of course, the Pistons ran away in game 2. 98-83. Again, 99-93 Magic with 5 minutes left to go in the 4th quarter, which seems like it's eternity for a Magic team at this point to put it away, especially a young one, but a very talented one that I like a lot. Bucs teams this year were hurt. The Magic were the same way. They were hurt as the Pistons trying to make a run at this point. Wild shot there, and what the hell that was. Ted Hurst, 83. 6'3", 198-pound Hurst, who spent 2 seasons at Valdosta State, had a big debut season in the Sun Belt, making 56 receptions for 961 yards and the Georgia State single-season record 9 touchdowns. He has 2 touchdowns, including the game winner with 15 seconds left. In Georgia State's upset against Vanderbilt, Hurst clocked a laser time 4.5140 this offseason. Also broad jump 10.8. His 3-cone time was 6.93. When it comes to being an athlete, you can't teach how great an athlete. And I heard 4.4, 4.5, maybe 4.3. Explosive. Yeah. I mean, long strider. He definitely looks like Larry Fitzgerald. That's what I was trying to say Randy Moss, but more than anything else, it reminded me of Larry Fitzgerald at Raymond James Stadium during the Super Bowl versus the Steelers. Yeah. And he has the 90-yard touchdown there where he's long striding. That's who that kid like. When that film came out, the highlight came out, and he took the ball, he looked like Larry Fitzgerald, just my opinion. 99-95 is getting close here. Paulo with a free throw, so now it's 100-95. Magic over the Pistons, 4:40 left. Still so much time in this game, but the Magic trying to put the Pistons away as they've led for most of it. A couple lead changes, but the Magic have really controlled this game, and hopefully they can put this team away, which would be great. They would lead 2-1, and the Pistons would be right now looking at it saying, oh, we're number 1 seed and all this other stuff, 60 wins, great turnaround, great story. But a team like the Magic, who got eliminated by Cleveland last year in the first round, trying to figure it out as a young team how to win some games and put away some series. So we'll see what they do. Cade Cunningham with the drive, foul, and 1. Now it's 101-97. So the Magic Pistons making a run, man. And we'll see how this works out. Magic about to blow the game. Yeah, looks like we're watching the same game at this point. Not good at all. And just like, again, going back to it, it's not just the Magic and their injury situation; it's their coaching situation. The fans want Mosley fired a lot like Todd Bowles at this point. Exciting. It is exciting, Todd. You still have a job at this point. So we lost Louie there. We'll get him back in just a moment. But open phone lines at this point. We'll update the Magic game right now. 101-98. We'll go back to the draft. We're still talking draft here. Still watching Magic. 4:14 left in the game. Open phone line, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. Big shot there by Paulo. 3, and it is good. And the Magic now up by 6. 104-98. Paulo Banchero with a 3. Wow. So there you go.
StreamYard kicked me off again.
I don't know what they're doing there. 3 by the Pistons, and now it is 104-101. Tobias Harris with the 3. You guys say I don't talk Magic. I'm doing a Magic broadcast right now because I'm the draft I'm so far behind on. I'm a little bit behind. So you give me an update. What do we got here with this draft? Wow.
So Baltimore Ravens picked again, obviously with the 174th pick in the NFL draft. They select Adam Randall, running back, Clemson. So not a bad pick.
And Cade Cunningham with a 3 here, 3:14 left. It's tied at 104. Magic and the Pistons. Wow. Shit.
Raiders around the board. And the Raiders just made their pick. Pick is in, no announcement yet. Chiefs on the board. Hezekiah Massis, cornerback, California.
There was talk about him going to the Buccaneers. Yes, absolutely.
Yep. There you go. Chiefs, here we go. Getting ready to make their pick. Don't really care what they're going to do. Justin Fields. What do you think about Justin Fields, Peter? Going to be starting for the Kansas City Chiefs. I think the problem with Justin Fields is he got drafted to the Bears, and that kind of messed up his career.
Well, it's again.
Sorry,
it goes
Jamie.
Back to what, it goes back to what Dante Culpepper said, right? Not every quarterback always works out. We interviewed him on the Sports Web. He was lucky. He was fortunate. He got an opportunity to sit behind. I think it was Randall Cunningham at the time. Cunningham. So he gets the opportunity. Sits a year. That helps him out. It's the team around him. I don't know if Justin Fields has ever had the team around him. And I think fans, unfortunately, they just expect a quarterback to be the savior. But when you don't have the team around him, you don't have the offensive line, the wide receivers, the running game all to work, then that's definitely going to hinder your growth, your young growth as a quarterback. So, but he got a chance to start last year for the Jets. The Jets are terrible. I don't know what to think. Again, athleticism. He's got this. He's going to be under Andy Reid. Andy Reid. If anybody's going to change Justin Fields over and develop him as a young quarterback, it's Andy Reid. So
I agree.
I'm interested to see what Andy Reid can do with him. He's athletically gifted, no doubt about it. But can he play quarterback position? Can he throw from the pocket consistently? Can he, complete passes? Can he not turn over the ball? Can he not make those dumb decisions? Hell, can he stay healthy? Because they had their fair share of problems of health last year, especially with the questions of, Patrick Mahomes. So, but
I think he needs to put a little bit of weight on.
Mm-hmm.
I think
a little bit.
Him. And like you take a look at Jaden Daniels too of the Commanders, you see him. He's another guy I think that he's getting hurt too much. You got to put a little bit of weight on, especially if you're going to be a running quarterback. Like you take a look at Michael Vick. Everybody wants to be like Michael Vick if you're a scrambling quarterback. But if you look at Michael Vick had a little bit of he was toned. He had some weight to him. And a lot of these guys, man, like Jaden Daniels looks very, very skinny. To be doing all that running around, man, you're not in college anymore.
Nope.
It was cute year one, because there wasn't a lot of tape on you. But we saw what happened in year two. What did he break his ribs or something like that?
Yep.
You're not gonna. Look at the Kansas City Chiefs with the 176 pick. They go wide receiver Cincinnati, Cyrus Allen. So they're trying to really build up their wide receiving core there from when Mr. Mahomes comes back. Don't have a timetable for Patrick Mahomes when he comes back to the Kansas City Chiefs. I know he's going to be out a little while, but
let's go out to our guy here, JC Allen. Let's get an update from you as the Bucs have done some things today. Let's go ahead and talk about it. Fifth round, one pick 155 and a fifth round pick 160. Go ahead, have at it, my friend. Your thoughts on the defensive tackle from Clemson and the guard from Notre Dame. Once again, welcome to the Evolution.
Appreciate it. Got definitely two guys that I had my eye on when looking at the draft. I actually had DeMonte Capehart as my best fit in the fifth round originally. He was penciled in there. Once the beast came out and I saw that, there was an incident there with a gun on campus or something like that, unlicensed. I don't remember the correct verbiage, but it kind of dropped me off and had me replace him. However, was in my 10 toughest cuts on my best fits article. So someone I did identify as a potential target for them. Nose tackle who's got good burst and can get off but he can play up and down the line. But he's got good burst off the ball and great athleticism. He tested amazing at the combine. Just the backfield production never really matched. He's someone who I mentioned to keep an eye out on earlier. When I came on here earlier. So solid pick in the fifth round, right where he was projected to go.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's got upside, but so far the upside hasn't matched the upside. So is the upside really the upside? We'll find out, when he gets to the Bucs, and we'll see if he can translate some of that athleticism to more production in the backfield. As far as Billy Schott, he was my third round fit for the Bucs, my best fit. So another one bites the dust right there as another fit. So that gives me 4 in the draft so far. So really loving this draft, the way it's coming from me. Just kind of furthers home my ability to kind of identify prospects I think the Bucs could be interested in. I really like him. Smart guy from Notre Dame, dealt with the MCL injury, and he's 100% back from that. We just got off the Zoom call with us, so he's 100% ready to go for rookie mini camp. But really kind of robbed. He should probably have gone higher than this, and I think if that wasn't that knee injury, he probably would have. But extremely smart guy, versatility to play left and guard. He said he'll play anywhere they want him to. He plays with a physical mindset. He just loves, his words not mine, getting into dudes and mauling them, whether that's in the run game or whatever it is. So really like the ability that he brings as an offensive lineman to kind of be that guy, develop into your utility offensive lineman, potentially a fit in a couple of years when Ben Bredesen, if you don't bring him back, could potentially step into that left guard role, and at the very least this year be someone who can, learn both left and right and potentially center positions as he develops into a backup. It's the highest draft pick they've put into a guard as a backup position since Elijah Klein in the 6th round.
Yep.
And before that was Cody Moak, who was originally drafted as a tackle. Same thing with Luke Gedeke, both originally drafted as tackles, but drafted as guards. One of them stayed. One of them became one of the best right tackles in the league. So we'll see what the development path is for him. But I do like the pick a lot. I think it's a great fit for the Buccaneers with both of those guys and what they needed as far as a big body who can still bring a pass rush presence and a guard who can develop into, at the very least, a versatile depth piece, but potentially more.
Love it. I mean, and kind of the guard, and is it Schroth? Is Schroth?
Schroth.
Okay, Schroth. Kind of reminds me of Hansy. Is that what you get?
That's what you get from this Notre Dame program. It's just very smart, versatile players. Do whatever's asked from them. Hard-working mentality. That's what you're going to get out of all these guys that come out of there. And he's just the latest in a long line. And again, if they didn't have that MCL injury that wiped out the rest of the season, I think he would have gotten much higher than this. I had him at a 3rd round grade on him as a best fit for the Bucs in the 3rd round.
All right, update the score here because we're watching the Magic game. Magic 109-105 over the Detroit Pistons. A dagger 3 by Franz Wagner there. From the left side there to give the Magic a 4-point lead after Pistons tied it up with Cade Cunningham in a 3. So now 109-105 Magic over the Pistons. We're live here on day 3 of the draft. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And of course, for Bucs fans and webheads, it's your time. We got Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast, JC Allen giving us an update. Talk about this defensive tackle again. I mean, it goes back to what Todd Bowles talked about in the offseason. They wanted to get bigger up front, but he's more than just big. I mean, he's athletic, 4'8", in the 40. I mean, at 315, 320 pounds, that's pretty impressive, right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull up my scouting report that I wrote up on him. But yeah, I mean, that size and that athleticism, it's a rare combo, and I think I mentioned that in my article when I wrote my scouting report on him, and you don't see it often. And what the Bucs have needed, and I don't know if he provides necessarily this, but just someone to give that pass rush some juice with some athleticism.
Yeah.
If Elijah Kansas gets injured, and Elijah Roberts showed up last year, and until he kind of hit that rookie wall, and you have a guy that you can kind of float in there, and a guy like Ruben Bain, who you drafted, you can kind of reduce inside. But yeah, my scouting report on Capehart is a long, athletic defensive tackle, 6'5", 313 pounds, with good hand usage, the versatility to line up from nose to 5-tech, and rare athleticism at the position. He holds ground against double teams, fires out the snap, and has the strength to bully blockers. However, his pass rush plan is underdeveloped with just 3 sacks in 57 games. He'll play too high at times, and his backfield production was underwhelming. Finished 2025 with 21 tackles, 3 for a loss, and 1 sack. How he fits is Capehart gives the Bucs a high-ceiling interior defender with athleticism and length to develop into a legitimate starter. After 6 years of college, he'll be 24-year-old rookie, but there's still potential to unlock as a pass rusher. He stayed loyal to Clemson when he had offers to transfer and brought energy to practice. He had an informal combine interview with the Buccaneers. He was my 9th guy who just missed the cut for me. Again, it was the off-field stuff that came out, and Dane Brewer's beast that I saw that kind of made me swap him out for Chris McClellan. McClellan went at 77, the Bucs' original pick in the 3rd round. So way off on that base, but consensus is all over the place. The Jaguars took Nate Borkircher, who I had as my 5th round tight end, and potential 4th round target in the 2nd round. So it truly kind of was, again, pick your poison in this draft, or pick your scoop of ice cream, your flavor, whatever you want to call it. And that's the way the cookie crumbled. Right now, the tight end position is just drying up for the Bucs. There's a few people that they've had contact with that I think they might be interested in. But if they're going to get a tight end in this draft class, I don't know.
I'm sorry. Oh, my God. What a 3-point shot. The dagger is in. Put the nail into the coffin, Magic fans. Of 113-105, Paulo Banchero with a 3 from the top of the key and the Magic are leading by 8 over the Detroit Pistons. Are getting ready to
play the song.
Pistons. Orlando Magic. Orlando Magic. Oh. Yes. And everybody says Banchero isn't a superstar. My goodness, look at this 3 off the rim in the net. Good night, Detroit Pistons. Detroit basketball is over at this point. I'm calling the shot right now. Magic winning at the what is it? I always want to call it the arena. It's not the arena at this point. 113-105. Okay. Yes, we talk basketball on the show. It's amazing. I'm updating the score 130. I'm having fun here with JC and of course
we
Louie
got
and Pirate Podcast. Yes.
So we got Kevin Coleman Jr., wide receiver, Missouri, off the board to the Miami Dolphins. Cole Payton, quarterback, North Dakota State, to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay. All right. Now this from Mike Beal, the player personnel of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from Buccaneers.com about Mr. Capehart. To put into terms that Bucs fans might understand, he's Will Golston. He's that kind of big, long player who can set the edge against the run and plays with a mean demeanor that we covet. Of course, Golston
was a 5-tech for them.
He's a 5-tech, and then
5-tech 4-eye. Okay.
Right. He doesn't have eye-popping production numbers, but when he tested, he was 313 and ran a 4.8. He's got some impressive athletic traits. Some of that low statistical production is the scheme they play at Clemson. Wow. Throwing shade at Clemson. There you go. And they weren't asking him to get up the field a lot, but we think he's got the ability to set the edge, be a run stuffer, and we also think he has a little upside as a pass rusher, too, with his athletic ability.
That's what I just said.
There you go.
Very much right there.
That's why we got you on here. We get it from Buccaneers.
That's the scouting report right there. You know?
That's it. That's the scouting report.
JC. But that's news, though, to me, that they're going to play him, that Will Golston is that role that they see him at, that 5-tech, that 4-eye. Again, I noted that he could play nose to 5-tech, and when we talked to him, he said he loves playing up on nose and just being able to overwhelm a center. But it looks like that 5-tech 4-eye position is where they're going to want him to play. And it's a position that I didn't think they had on this roster. Now, he doesn't have the Will Golston length, nor the Logan Hall length at 6'3", 6'4". Those guys are both 6'6", but he does play with that nasty demeanor, and there is a lot of pass rush upside there, as I mentioned, that is yet to be unlocked. So really like him. I like Schwartz a lot as well.
Right.
My scouting report on him. Plays with excellent leg drive, strong hand usage, the ability to handle stunts and pressures. He has good football intelligence, plays with nasty demeanor, is a lunch pail kind of player, fits right into the Bucs room. However, he's dealt with several injuries throughout his career, including season-ending MCL surgery this season. He can play up two upright, has just average athleticism despite a quick get-off, and at 310 pounds, he'll need to get bigger to take on NFL nose tackles. He was named the team captain, has a versatility to play both left and right guard spots with 22 career starts. He fits with the Bucs because he has a lot of the traits the Bucs look for in linemen. He's smart, plays with a mean streak, and can move adequately in space. The Bucs had a lot of success with their last Notre Dame draft pick. Call back Peter along the offensive line, and Schatz has developmental upside that could eventually challenge for a starting spot. He had an informal combine interview with the Bucs. So right there, perfect fit for them, I think, as an offensive lineman. My number 3, round 3 best fit. They landed in the 5th round. You really can't ask for much more, can you?
No, you can't.
Amazing.
I think a lot of Bucs fans will still be upset because they didn't get their player they wanted.
Yep.
That's how it always goes.
JC,
we don't care to them.
And then
JC, I gotta ask you, brother. With the draft so far, what's going on? We see, and I talked about this about a half hour ago. A lot of the tight ends are coming off the board here. Do the Buccaneers try to get a tight end in the 6th round? Where do you see them going in the 6th round? Or do you kind of just see them maybe entertaining? A lot of Buc fans think David Njoku is an option here. I don't think that's realistic. I know there's some history there with Baker Mayfield, but I don't think the Buccaneers are going to dip into free agency and go get him.
No, I think they roll into free agency. They sign an undrafted free agent or two and see what sticks. But for guys here, Justin Jolie, Joe Royer off the board now. Dan Villari was my round 7 best fit. Came in, a kid from Syracuse, can plan to be that H-back. Got some goal line reps and delivered and even threw a touchdown pass. So I do like him. Niners just drafted Enrique Cruz, one of my 6th round best fit at tackle. I don't think they drafted tackle though.
But Bauer Sharp, the LSU kid who they brought in, is there. Hibner, I liked, went off the board. Nowakowski, who I liked, went off the board. Josh Kuvas, who I really liked, he went off the board for them. Daquan Wright is someone. RJ Maryland, Jaron Kanak, and Seydou Traore and DJ Rogers if they haven't been. But if I had to pick someone right now, I think I'd go with either I'd probably go Dallin Bentley if he's still on the board, to be honest. I think he fits what the Bucs would like to do there. But if not, my second bet would be my round 7 fit. Dallin Bentley was on my he was on my board for them originally. He's one of my guys who just missed the cut, actually, for Joe Royer in the 6th round. But I do like Dallin Bentley. I think they like Dallin Bentley out of Utah. So he would be my first guy. Dan Villari, then I'd go probably Bauer Sharp. I really like RJ Maryland, though, too, in that mix. And Daquan Wright, it kind of gives them a little bit what they're looking for. So I'll just run through the rest of these positions real quick, and then I'll hop off here if that's all right with you, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a quick update here. Magic win 113-105 in game 3 here. So they take a 2-1 lead over the Detroit basketball #1 seed, 60-win Detroit Pistons, with Banchero leading the way for them, especially in that 4th quarter, showing why he got that max extension for the Orlando Magic. Play the song. Go ahead, my friend JC. Have at it.
Yeah. So when you once you pick up that extra pick, it opens up all options kind of here because you have an extra pick to play with that you didn't have before. So I'll even add quarterbacks when I'm talking about it. Guys like Joe Fagano, Luke Altmaier, Taylor Green, Joey Aguilar, Jalen Daniels in the 7th round, maybe. Like, those are guys you could potentially look at as drafted guys in the 7th round or UDFA signings right immediately after the draft. At running back, Nick Singleton, Desmond Reed, Katron Allen, my 4th round best fit still on the board. Really like Roman Hembry and Le'Veon Moss for their ability to kind of get downhill. Same thing with Allen as well. Outside wide receiver, if they want to double dip, Chase Roberts, I believe, is still there, and Josh Cameron. Both of those guys maybe make it to undrafted free agency. You get another one of those big-bodied guys to develop. Deion Burks wasn't drafted last I checked, but him, Kevin Coleman Jr., if they're still available, maybe they make sense. But I'm sure they'll sign some undrafted free agent slot guys who I don't know who they are, and we'll all learn about them together. I went through the tight ends. At tackles, Travis Burke is still there. Demetrius Crownover is still there. I think they're guys they could be interested in. Enrique Cruz Jr. just went off the board. Alan Haran, Diego Pounds, Emil Wagner, if they're still there, they could be interested in those guys. If they wanted to double dip at guard, Inez Cooper, Evan Bernstein, Alex Harkey, Micah Morris, Ashton Gable, Kobe Baines, Caden Barnett, Amaj Reed Adams are names left on my board for them, and guys who I think they could be interested in. Pat Coogan and Matt Gulbin at center, Sam Hecht if he's still there. All guys they could look at for that center developmental position, which they really don't have on the roster right now. To Ben Scott. Dolphins just took Seydou Traore out of Mississippi State, someone they brought in for a 30 visit, who I thought they could have interested in here. Defensive tackle, if they wanted to double up, Skylar Gill Howard as a penetrating 3-tech. Devin Eastern is more of that kind of 5-tech guy. Brandon Cleveland, Xavier Harris, Gary Smith III, Cameron Ball for a big nose tackle guy, and Jordan Vandenberg for like a penetrating 3-tech are still 2 of my best fits there in the 6th and 7th round. Same thing with edge rusher, Jack Pyburn, VJ Anthony, Patrick Payton, Nigel Kelly, if they're all available, are guys they could maybe look at edge rusher, as well as Nadame Tucker and Quintavious Hutchins.
Yep.
All available still. Lander Barton, Eric Gentry, Harold Perkins, if they want to double up at linebacker. Here's one at linebacker, Wesley Bizafante. If he makes it to undrafted free agency, consider that maybe a lock for him to come to the Bucs, where they do have question marks at linebacker. They don't have a lot of depth, and he would be joining his teammates in Keontae Scott and Ruben Bain Jr. in Tampa Bay. So if maybe in the 7th round or if undrafted, well, he's the name to watch for. I think that could potentially come to Tampa Bay, and he'd be a good bet for me. Chandler Rivers, I don't think is off the board, or Deshaun Rucker, Thaddeus Dixon, and Latrell McCutcheon, I think are guys who could be of interest in them at outside corner, while Avery Smith, Devon Marshall, guys who could maybe play slot for them if they want to double up there. If VJ Payne might be on the board, I don't know, but Cole Wisniewski, Deshaun Singleton, they brought Wisniewski in for a 30 visit. Bishop Fitzgerald out of USC, kind of a ball hawking center fielder. Then Lewis Moore, Jalen Kilgore, Xavier Nwamka out of Iowa. I think Kilgore went, but Robert Spears Jennings out of Oklahoma State, and Ahmad Moses are all guys they could look at safety. I don't have any specialists, but I could see them looking at maybe a punter to bring in for competition in the 7th, maybe. But that's about it.
I wouldn't mind Deion Burks. I really wouldn't mind Deion Burks, especially on the special teams.
Another real Berg native says Garrett Nussmeier out of LSU.
He's gone off the board already.
He's off the board. All right, so there you go. He's gone. We are getting nasty. Thank you, Sarah, again for tuning in. Nasty again in Champion.
Jalen Green goes off the board, so there's a guy that's gone. So.
Is Jack Andres is he still on the board or is he gone?
Still
I'm
available.
not sure if he's
Still
available.
available.
That would be a name I look at 195 when we turn the.
And we're at 180 right now, and then we got a ways to go until the 7th
15
round.
picks, so we'll see. Actually, the Browns are already on the clock, so we're already in the 5th
They're
round.
on the clock
Browns
right now.
took Taylon Green, the quarterback that we just mentioned, so they're on the pick in 14 picks now, or 13 picks now, with the Cardinals on the clock in 5 minutes per pick. So yeah, we'll see who they pick pretty soon. Tune on to my X page, JC Allen NFL, at JC Allen NFL over on X. I'm about to drop my 2 articles on the 2 draft picks they took in the 5th round. We had back-to-back press interviews with the prospects, so I wasn't able to get them up yet. I was able to get the graphics up, and that was about it. Shout out to my wife for those amazing graphics. She's the best.
There you go.
I screwed it up in Canva a few times. I had to panic call her, but we've got it under control now. I think I know what I'm doing. Yeah, so shout out to her for sure. And yeah, I'll be back on probably after this pick or after we talk to the next guy, maybe at the end of the draft. But yeah, those are some of the guys, all the guys I listed. Those would be for, 6th round, 7th round, undrafted free agents. So rewind it if you need to go, write them all down or whatever. But those are the guys to look for. They're all also featured on my best fits for day 3 on my X page. It's tabbed to my profile. If you don't have a Facebook, X is where the news happens. Get over to X, block all the things you don't want to listen to because you can. And they even have a cool tab on there for you just to isolate sports, which is cool. And go follow me and stay up to date with the Buccaneers. I've got everything covered there, including my podcast, Pirate Parlay, on the Sick Podcast Network. Peter, I'll see you guys later. Lou, I'll see you later, and I'll be back in a little bit.
See you, man.
All right, Mister.
Right,
Great job as always, my friend. We appreciate you here on the Evolution. All right, so update the score there. Magic take a 2-1 series lead over the Detroit Pistons, 113-105. Again, Ben Caro, huge in the 4th quarter, highlighted by a top of the key 3-pointer. And I don't know if you see this. You got to see the highlight. It bounces up off the rim and goes in. Huge 3 there, like 25 seconds left to put the dagger in for the Pistons after Cade Cunningham. They make a furious comeback. The Magic stave it off. Now 2-1 lead over the number 1 Pistons. The Rays starting their game off here with the Minnesota Twins, 4-10. So we'll keep you up to date as we're live here on day 3. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, along with Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. So great stuff going on right now. We'll continue. Yeah. We're at, what are we at? 181. Is that correct? Or is it 182?
182. We're entering the 6th round.
6th round.
I will be right back, Peter.
Okay.
I gotta take a bathroom break because I drank a large iced coffee and it's going right through me.
All right, there you go, my friend.
And I had 2 soda waters, so it's time to drain the snake here, as they say.
There you go. There you go.
Right back.
Good stuff, my friend. All right, we'll get you out of here on that. So open phone lines if you want to call up. Sarah, I was going to take your call, but you called in 4 times today. Love you. Can't take that many calls, but I appreciate you still calling. That's awesome. We only allow 2 to 3 calls here. Open phone line 727-255-0391 and 727-255-0391. So there you go. That was the scouting reports on a lot of these players. And again, I'm gonna throw it out there. DeMonte Capehart, the defensive tackle from Clemson, and this according to Mike Beal of the player personnel, vice president of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. To put into terms that Bucs fans might understand, he's Will Golston. He's that kind of big, long player who can set the edge against the run and plays with the mean demeanor that we covet. Of course, he says also he doesn't have eye-popping production numbers, but when he tested, he was 313 pounds and ran a 4.8. He's got some impressive athletic traits. Some of that low statistical production is the scheme that they play at Clemson. They weren't asking him to get up the field a lot, but we think he's got the ability to set the edge, be a run stuffer, and we also think he has a little upside as a pass rusher too with his athletic ability. To get anybody that big and that athletic in the 5th round, a player we think can come in and contribute right away, that was pretty exciting. So there you go. That's Mike Beal there of the player personnel of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And you look at Capehart's traits in the 3rd round, measured at 6'5", 313. NFL Scouting Combine proceeded to run a 4.85 in the 40-yard dash. Zane Durant off the board for the Buffalo Bills. That was a player the Bucs were interested in. More so reminded me of Kalijah Kancey, undersized, athletic, 6'1", 290. You already got that with Kalijah. And I think you're doubling up at that point. Once again, this matches up with what Todd Bowles has talked about in the offseason, getting bigger, getting more sturdy, being able to stop the run game. That's what you're able to do here. Again, 4.85, 40-yard dash is pretty awesome considering he's at 313. His final statistics after 3 seasons, 57 games at Clemson, 3 sacks, 13.5 tackles for loss, 72 tackles, but the Bucs see potential in him. So there you go. That's Capehart. And then, of course, the Notre Dame guard, a lot of versatility. Left guard, right guard, will learn how to play center, can probably play all the positions on the line. That's how the Bucs like it. They love a guy, and you can get him in that value of 5th round. That's a good get. That's a good get for this Buccaneer team. So, Bucs fans, what do you think about what the Bucs have been able to do in day 3, day 2, day 1, whatever it is? Give me a letter grade here. 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. As we're here, day 3 of the draft on the Sports Web. Lots of things to talk about, and we will do that. We'll move on here to some other things when it comes to, and I want to throw this out there. Oh, we got somebody. All right, let's go out to A+++. Let's go out to Alex. Alex, welcome to the Evolution.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I just want to say something. Hey, great show, guys. You guys are killing it.
Thank you.
Hey, you guys need to do this more often. I mean, I just been having my earphones in, listening to Bucs kill the draft.
Yep.
You got some magic with him.
Yep.
Hey, you also do this more often, man.
We updated the Magic score there. I was doing the play-by-play for a little bit there on Magic. Taylor Green off the board now to who? The Cleveland Browns. They got like 30 quarterbacks there. And so Taylor Green off the board to the Cleveland Browns. 16 rushing touchdowns. Will join Shedeur Sanders and the kid there, Dylan, that they got from Oregon last year, and also Deshaun Watson. So there you go.
Hey, but just real quick. Yeah.
As
I told you earlier, hell of a draft, man. Hell of a draft, man. Hey, listen, I've had, like I told you earlier, I've had my questions about chasing light myself. I ain't gonna lie. But, man, that man earned my respect, man, because, man, I think you addressed every single need that you had on that defensive side of the ball, bro.
Yeah.
You left with so many issues. The secondary, no pass rush. I think, man, after those last 2 draft picks, man.
That's been pretty impressive.
We have an A+ draft, man. A+ draft, man.
A+
all the way around.
Keontae Scott.
You addressed every issue.
And Josiah Trotter and youth in there.
Just great picks.
And just aggressive nature and edge, and that's exactly what they're trying to go for and go and play, and that's what they went. That's what they wanted. That's what they got. They went for. They got players from great programs like Scott again from Miami, Bain Jr. from Miami. They were a part of that.
And we're grabbing everyone from the Hurricanes, man.
We'll see.
Hey, but listen, I just want to calling and tell you guys a good job. I appreciate the coverage. And hey, I sent you a couple super chats. Hopefully you got them. Hey, and God bless you guys. All right.
Yeah, 4 hours right now of draft coverage. I don't know where anybody else is giving you that besides ESPN.
No one, man. And you know what I love the most?
What's up?
You're hitting all sports today, baby. Love it.
I'm hitting all sports today, getting ready to turn on the Rays game at this point because they're starting up at 4:10.
Hey, by the way, before I go, did you check out a couple of them big bombs last night? Sheesh.
Yes, I did.
Man.
So, yes, I absolutely
Hey, your
did.
boy, your boy, Caminero, your boy you love, man, it worked out 430-foot bomb straight to the batter's eye, bro.
Yep.
But yeah, he's juicing up. Hey guys, great work.
Thank you, man.
Keep being you, and we appreciate the coverage. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, God bless you guys.
Hey, God bless you, brother. Appreciate you as always. So we're off of Instagram, but we will get back on Instagram in just a moment here. So as I'm producing at live. So let's see if we can make this happen. Stand by. We'll be back on Instagram in just a moment. Here we go. Let's see if we can do this. Here we go. There we go there. Edit up. Let's see right there. Boom. There it is. Boom. And we are back on Instagram, I believe. So there you go. Let's see if it connects. Hopefully it does. You would think it would connect here. Hopefully it connects. Does it connect? We're still on TikTok Live also. I guess Instagram has a 4-hour limit at this point. So we went over 4 hours. We went on 4 hours of draft coverage as Louie comes back here because I'm getting ready to go and he's going to take over here for just a moment. And I'm going to get some water. Maybe I'll grab a pizza here. Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and remove LinkedIn Live. We'll remove that. Okay, so LinkedIn Live is gone. And we will try go again with LinkedIn Live. There we go. There we go. So we are back on all these platforms as they kicked us off after 4 hours. I guess they have a 4-hour limit. So there you go. All right, let's go out to them here. Let's go out.
What do you hear? What do you say?
All right, we're 4 hours in. We're awaiting the Bucs pick. I tell you what we're gonna do.
They traded back in.
You're gonna trade. You're gonna take Sarah. You can't call in again. I love you, Sarah, but you can't keep on calling. I love
it though.
I love it. All right, but let's see here. All right, what's gonna happen?
Oh,
you're gonna take.
There you go. Bauer Sharp, tight end, LSU.
Okay, there you go. All right,
these tight ends were coming off the board here.
Tight ends are coming off the board, so maybe the Bucs go tight end here. Stand by. You're going to take over for a moment because where are we at right now? What's the number?
186. The Bucs just made their pick. The
Bucs are going.
The Buccaneers drafted a tight end.
Oh, the Bucs
they already picked.
Now.
Yeah, Bauer Sharp, tight end, LSU.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so they go tight end. I thought it was 195. Somebody's wrong here, unless my vision's bad. I guess my vision's bad.
The Bucs traded. They traded up.
Oh, they did trade up.
Yeah, so they're not picking in the 7th round.
Okay, so no 7th round pick. So this is it. This is the pick right here.
This is it.
All right, so Bauer Sharp, your LSU tight end. So there's your tight end right there, Sarah. I know that's why you were calling in. All right, so here's what we're going to go to do. You're going to take over really quick. I'm going to get some more water.
Absolutely.
I'm going to come back, and then we're going to talk about Bauer Sharp, tight end from LSU, all right?
All right, let's do it.
Fire podcast. Here we go.
Guys, so Peter and myself been talking about this, and you've seen JC Allen come on, and he's talked about this, about the tight ends, how the Buccaneers might go get tight end. Here they are right here. Bauer Sharp, LSU tight end. Sharp converted from quarterback to tight end, Southeastern Louisiana in 2022 before heading to Oklahoma for the 2024 season, and then headed to LSU for the 2025 season. He had some separation burst, which that's a good thing because we need that. See, this is my thing, because before I continue on to read about this tight end, tight ends need to be able to block. You need to catch and block. You saw that with Rob Gronkowski. For you Buck fans, you got to see it for a couple of years. I've seen that a lot with him with the Patriots. And some of the best tight ends do both. They can catch, they can run routes, they can block. And I feel like Cade Otton, he does pretty good with blocking. I'm not going to take that away from him, but catching, not so much, not really too reliable in my opinion. But let's continue reading on this. He has some separation bursts underneath, but tends to fight the football and lacks consistency. Finishing through contact, he's short-armed and slow to the snap. His hands into run blocks, allows defenders to land first and quickly separate. He is willing. Excuse me, guys. Peter and myself been covering this draft nonstop. My eyes are just kind of like in a blur right now. He's willing at the point, but lacks core strength and is better suited to block on the move, which is actually good. So again, we've been talking about this. Zach Robinson wants to run the football here in Tampa, which I'm not opposed to. You know, I'd rather the Buccaneers, to me, I'd rather see the Buccaneers become a run-first football team and play stout, stiffening defense. That's what I want the Tampa Bay Buccaneers to do. So I'm not really thrilled about this pick, but I am intrigued. I wouldn't say I'm intrigued by it. I am curious to see how this is going to work out. I think the Buccaneers, I think they only really wanted a tight end, and they got their tight end. They seen all the tight ends coming off the board. They probably thought that he was the best available tight end, and they wanted to go get him, and that's why they gave up the 7th round pick to go get him. I doubt the Buccaneers do anything else in this draft because they are all out of picks. So let's see. Yeah, 7 picks. How we feeling, Buck fans? The draft is over for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. How we feeling? Let us know in the comments. How are we feeling about? I want to know right now in the comment section, just a grade. If you had to give a grade, an A or an F, let's see it in the comment section. What do you guys rank this draft here? What do you guys give this the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? I see A+++ from Sarah. You know, what do you guys think? Who is one of these draft prospects that landed with the Tampa Buccaneers? Who are you more excited to see outside of Ruben Bain Jr.? I get everybody's excited about Ruben Bain Jr., but outside of Ruben Bain Jr., who are you guys most excited about in this draft that they acquired? You know what I'm saying? I want to know in the comment section, who are you guys most excited about outside of Ruben Bain Jr.? We know that's the favorite, but in the comment section, let me know what you guys think about the draft from a scale of 1 to 10, A to F. I want to know who you guys are more excited about. Like I said, without mentioning Ruben Bain Jr., who's a prospect that the Buccaneers picked up that you're very excited about? For me, it's Ted Hurst. I'm curious to see what he's going to do with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers coming in. Is he taking over for Mike Evans? I would say so. That's who I'm mostly excited about. But I want to know in the comments, what do you guys think? Who are you guys mostly excited about outside of Ruben Bain Jr.?
All right. We do have some update here. We do have some players that I'm going to download right now. In fact, I'm glad you said Keontae Scott, because we're going to go to these interviews from these players, and we'll come back and I'll give you my thoughts on the tight end. I really don't know that much about him. Not going to act like I do.
I read a little bit about him. I mean, some questions there, but overall, he is a 6th round pick.
All right. So let's start out with Keontae Scott. We'll go with that. Everybody wants to hear from him. Let's do that right now.
Yep.
And just hold on a second here.
On.
All right, here we go.
Sir.
Got more coming.
Good.
Enjoy.
It's good to meet you guys.
Oop.
Same here, sir.
Well, chairs. I'm like standing up from the chair, and I realized it's a chair. No, man, we're chairs. Yeah.
All right, we can go ahead and get started. Rick, why don't you lead us off if that works for you?
It works for me just fine. Congratulations, Keontae. I guess you're familiar with at least one rookie here in Tampa Bay. Just your thoughts about joining Ruben and the opportunity to come up here and play together again.
Yeah, man, definitely. That is going to be, it's super exciting to get that opportunity again. Just as the season went on, just starting to compete with Bane. Having little locker room talks like, man, I want your tackles. Kind of like racing to the ball. So it's just fun to be around somebody that plays the game the way Ruben does. So I'm definitely excited about that.
Been talked about as a physical, downhill, aggressive against the run type of player. Just talk about your strengths in that area, where they come from, and what you think you can bring to the Bucs in that area.
Yeah, ultimately just, the want to. I feel like, I try to pride myself on being an old school cat, play the game like at old school, flying around, being able to, put my stick, not being afraid to stick my nose, in anything and, kind of just, playing fast. And I feel like, that attribute for that, kind of helps the defense at times too, by me being able to just, fly around and being able to erase things before they get started.
Keontae, I feel like there's two things that Todd Bowles loves on defense, and it's smarts and versatility. How much interaction do you have with their coaches, and how well do you think you fit into this defense?
Yeah, definitely, man. This is definitely a scheme that was on, on my, as far as where I felt like I would fit at. Now, this scheme that, is being ran is just, it's amazing, what he does on defense as far as, show the versatility, but of the defensive backs also. And I'm just super excited to get there and get to work, man. I'm super excited.
Speaking of the scheme, it asks slot corners to blitz a lot. You actually led all cornerbacks in the NCAA last year with 20 pressures, 2 sacks. Can you talk about what it is about your instincts when it comes to blitzing that allows you to be so successful?
Yeah, I think you got to shout out Ruben Bain there. Us being on the same side, you got to kind of worry about him a little bit. So that allowed me to, kind of be freed up. So, we work with each other. And that's why this is so special to me and so special to him because, we've built something already and, kind of, so it's getting to build on that. But then ultimately, I would just say, understanding that, at the end of the day, when you get sent on a blitz, you're kind of, your brothers are, I play defensive back. So, I understand how it is when you're, you're blitzing and, you're waiting, somebody better get home, you know what I'm saying? So, I just take that into mind that I got my brothers back there, and when I get that call to go, I take that, with me on the way.
Outside of Ruben, do you have any other connections to the Buccaneers?
Oh, no.
You've mentioned in pre-draft interviews that you're willing to play anywhere on the field at the next level. Where do you kind of envision yourself on the field in the NFL, and maybe do you have an idea of where the Buccaneers might want to put you in this year and beyond? Yeah,
like I said, and spoke on before, I feel like, I pride myself on being a defensive back and definitely, have this chip building up on my shoulder that I was already there. It's, it's much bigger. So the fact that, wherever it's going to be for the team, whatever I can do for the city of Tampa Bay and, get that place rocking is something I'm willing to do.
Keontae, talk a little bit more about that chip on your shoulder. You started off at JUCO and you kind of had to bide your time before having a platform year with the Hurricanes.
Yeah, I would just say ultimately ups and downs, everything that made me who I am today. Ultimately, learning lessons and different things like that. But then ultimately, I feel like I've handled adversity well, even in situations like I'm in now, I feel like, at the end of the day, it's just time to, answer that call again on if you'll do it again. And I just feel like I'm, super confident in my ability to handle adversity situations. So I feel like I'm real comfortable right here.
It looked like an amazing moment there when you got the news to see the pictures, just the joy all around you. You're home in South Carolina, is that right?
I'm in San Diego, yes.
Oh, San Diego, I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah. I would just say ultimately, I worked really hard, a lot of time being put into this, a lot of ups and downs, like I said, and to finally get that call, I don't think I could have grabbed the phone any faster. I just, super excited. And then to ultimately hear Tampa Bay and, to start going down that list, like, man, Ruben's there and just the scheme and, the city in general is just, I'm super excited to get there and just start working.
Keontae, have you spoken with Ruben yet? What was his reaction if y'all have?
Yeah, he called me. We talked, he was super excited for me. He's actually, down there. So, he stepped out of the room. They told him that it was going down and he stepped out and made the call to me. And, I talked to him and we're super excited to get back to working together.
Wait, he made the call from the draft room?
No. He was there at brunch and he stepped away and called me.
You talked to the GM and the coach before you talked to Bain?
Yes.
Okay, so I thought he might have broke the news to you.
No.
Did you pitch him on Wesley while you were on the phone with him and try to?
Yeah. Well, the talk was he said he's trying to get some Hurricanes down that way. So we'll see how the draft plays out.
What's your message to Bucs fans who are watching this right now? What kind of player are they getting? What kind of person are they getting? What are you going to bring to the Bucs this season?
Yeah, a straight dog, man. A player that, doesn't need anything but an opportunity. And at the end of the day, that's what I have now. And I'm looking forward to taking full advantage of it.
All right. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Congratulations, man.
I appreciate it. It was so nice to meet y'all. I can't wait to start working with you guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks very much. Thank you, man.
All right, now.
All right, so there you go, right there.
I like him.
I like him a lot. I mean, it's tough to not to like these kids. I mean, when they first come out, but it goes back to what Jason Light has talked about, right? Is I am that man. And just because you get a player that has an edge or is a dog, like he describes, it doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to have a personality. And you look at his success with the Miami Hurricanes, and you look at how he would fit that Todd Bowles defense. That makes sense. It makes sense from so many standpoints. People go, well, he's not the Todd Bowles requirement of being, 5'11". Todd Bowles talked about in the offseason. He doesn't care about how big they are. It's, what the film shows. He plays bigger than 5'11" at this point, and the versatility, again, is the big-time key, in my opinion, for Scott. What do you say?
Jacob Parrish. Good comparison with Jacob Parrish. Plays a lot bigger than what he is. Look, I like this pick a lot. I think him and Ruben Bain back together with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think this is going to be I think it's going to be interesting to see. And I think you have two future leaders here, Peter. I really do. I deep down inside, I do believe that I really like this kid's attitude. I like the way he was talking with the media and saying, hey, I can't wait to work with you guys. Like, humble. I like that. He plays with an edge. He plays with an attitude. And him and Ruben Bain together, I like that. I mean, like I said, this kid could be a future leader. I'm curious to see him and Tyke and Antoine and what I do believe that he could be a starter for this team. I really do.
I definitely think he can, and I definitely think he can contribute right away. And that was a big part of, what the Bucs wanted, and that certainly seems like that's what they're getting. The trade was the Bucs traded up to 186 or 185 because I had the trade details, and they exchanged their round 6 pick in round 7, so they are theoretically done for the day. They're done. Point, they're done. So
I don't see them trading any future picks to get back in. There's no sense in doing that.
Right, exactly. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and go out to Draymond Capehart, who talked to the media also. We're getting all this at this point as I go ahead and try to put it all together here. So just stand by. Where is it at? There it is, right there. Okay, good. So here we go.
Thank you.
Live here on the Sports Web. Enjoy.
All right, guys, we can go ahead and get started. Greg, why don't you go ahead and lead us off here?
Hey, DeMonte, congratulations. Just want to ask you how much interaction you had with the Bucs during the draft process and whether you might have seen them coming a little bit.
I think it was the most interaction I had was when I came down on my 30 visit to the Bucs, and it went really well.
Excellent. DeMonte, you put up some crazy physical numbers at the combine. Are you more proud of the 4.85 40 or the 34-inch vertical?
I'm not really, proud of nothing. I feel like it's a long ways to go, but I think I knew I could run fast, but I probably was more impressed about that vert, because I haven't jumped in so long.
Can you just talk about the mentality you bring when you step on the football field on Sundays?
My mentality that I bring on the field is violent. You know what I'm saying? I with a lot of different teams, they got different schemes or whatnot. But me, when I step on the field, my mentality is to go through somebody, push another grown man against their will.
So when you look at NFL D linemen, is there somebody in terms of skill set, size, just demeanor on the field? Is there somebody you like to watch as someone that's close to what your strengths are?
Yeah, so I like to watch Big Dex because I know him personally. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm close reach to that guy. So whenever I have questions or something, I can always reach out to him or, so that's who I look at and feel like I can get tips from anytime I need or learning experience, you know what I'm saying? Because he's been doing it so long. So yeah, that's somebody I look up to.
When you look at your 40-time year vert, that athleticism that you displayed there, how do you use that on the field to your advantage?
I mean, of course, like if I'm in the beeline of the quarterback throwing the ball, I feel like that's a great opportunity for me to showcase that vert by trying to knock it by swatting it down. In my 40, just when guys see me, I think running backs like take it for count, like, oh, he's big, he not fast. So I think that's an attribute that I love showcasing. To let smaller guys know that I'm not slow.
DeMonte, you're joining a defensive line room with some serious attitude with Vita Vea and A'Shawn Robinson, who they signed in free agency. How excited are you to now be in the mix?
I'm very excited. Ready to be a part of that room, learn from that room, and because there's a lot of veteran guys. Just want to come be a part and figure out how to help those guys help them win.
You have a high school basketball background, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you talk a little bit about how you feel like that helps you when you're on the football field?
Just quickness. I think my first step, that helps first step. Just things of that nature, but most importantly, footwork with basketball.
Can you talk about the call that when you received the call you're getting drafted by the Bucs? Where are you? What was that emotion like? What did that mean to you?
Well, I remember what Coach Boyles told me when I came down for my 30 visit. It just played in my head so many times that we would talk again, and that just was one of the things that kept playing in my head when I seen my phone buzzing. I was like, oh my God, no way.
The Bucs defense typically requires defensive linemen to be very versatile, playing shade, 3, 4-eye, 5. Is there a specific position that you get really excited to get into in terms of a specific gap and be able to attack from?
Me personally, I love it all because it's all the same thing if you think about it. It's just where you align at. I feel like if you're a 2-eye, you can play the 3. If you're a 3-eye, you can play the 4. Like it's all the same thing. It's just bumping you out farther away. That's all I see it as. So I think I'm very talented and versatile. I think I can play all of them, and I'm excited. So me personally, when I get in the nose position, that's where I feel like I'm dominant because of my quick first step on the centers and guards and stuff like that. So yeah.
What would you say your biggest strength is, and what you can bring to this team down here in Tampa Bay?
My biggest strength is like I said, being violent. And just, stopping the run.
And what do you think you can bring to the defense?
I think I can bring tenacity, that energy, that swagger to that defense.
When you're defending the run, you got a double team coming up against you. What is your, I guess, go-to way to try and anchor down and prevent them from getting vertical displacement on you?
What we say it again?
What's your go-to in terms of trying to stop double teams from moving you off your gap?
I like to throw my hip into the guard or the tackle, essentially. So I just I don't really drop the knee. I always try to like brace my inside leg and throw my hip into the pressure.
Appreciate
You had if you could say anything to the Bucs fans who are watching right now, what kind of player, what kind of person, what are they getting out of you?
For all the Bucs fans, you're getting a guy that's committed, a guy that knows what he wants and knows what to bring every single day, a guy that knows how to work, and a guy that gonna give y'all his all.
All right.
Hey,
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Welcome to Tampa.
See you down here in a week. See you.
All right, so there you go. Welcome back to the evolution of sports talk television right there. That's DeMonte Capehart, 5th round pick from Clemson. And I love
I'm not proud of nothing.
And I love it. I love this.
Yeah, I like that stood out to me. I'm not proud of nothing.
Yeah, troll.
Like
That's here, but let's fire Tobbles. Let's not.
Here we go.
I don't even know why I read these comments from this guy, but bring back John Gruden. Yeah. Okay. All right. Whatever.
That's great enough to suck right there.
Let's get this guy in there.
Go away. Go away. I will hold the door.
All right. Let's go out to this from the other 5th round pick here. Let me see if I can. And I'm going to try to. I'm not going to try to pronounce his name. You know his name, right? Billy Schraler?
I can't. We're going to find out right now, Peter.
Yep, here we go.
Billy, how we doing?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
Excellent, doing well. We got some of our local media here, so if you are all good to go, we are going to go ahead and get started. Feel free to
ready to roll.
Whoever's got a question, go ahead.
Billy, that USC game, from what I've heard, you suffered that knee injury pretty early in the game and just kept working. Can you talk a little bit about what went into your decision that, I'm going to continue to play through this?
Yeah. I think whenever you get the chance and the medical team, gives you the option to go back out there, it's not really an option. You love to go play with those guys. Yeah. So no regrets. I love playing the game, and I don't take any moment out there for granted. And, having the opportunity to get back out there with my guys was all I wanted.
Billy, Notre Dame is one of the most prestigious programs in all of college football. With that being said, how much did it mean for you to be a team captain?
Yeah, it was awesome. I love those guys in that locker room, like brothers. And, to be thought of as a leader in that, not only my room, but in the whole locker room it's a huge honor.
Billy, had you talked to the Bucs much in the draft process? Is this something you thought might be happening, or?
Yeah, talked with them, met with them probably two or three times, but yeah, had a decent feeling, but I think you never really know until your phone starts ringing. But yeah, super fired up for the opportunity.
And what was that moment like when you looked down and you saw the 813 and you were with your family? Like, what was that moment like? Talk about it.
A lot of gratitude, kind of, it's been a different little journey here the last couple months, but trying to stay in the moment with all of it and, put my foot forward, and, super fired up to be in Tampa and in Florida. I think it's a good fit.
It's one thing to block the guy straight across from you, but part of your scouting report is that you have a high level of awareness to be able to pick up blocks from angles that, maybe not predictable. Can you talk a little bit about how you're able to find those loopers, those stunters, the blitzers, and make sure that the pocket stays clean?
Yeah, I think it's number one, playing with the guys next to you. It's 5-1. Everything's got to be done together at the offensive line positions. So I think that's number one. And then, you got to be prepared. You got to kind of see things unraveling as they're, as they're lined up. Can't be late with everything or with anything. So I think those two things, but, taking care of the guys next to you is huge.
Billy, how would you kind of describe your play style, your mentality when you go out on the football field?
Yeah. Love getting after guys. I think I always, try to be a good teammate, try to take care of the guys next to me, but in doing so, I like to play physical. I like getting after dudes, playing the game the way it's supposed to be played, fast, strong, powerful.
Billy blocked for 2 first-round running backs, and Jeremiah and Jadarian. When it comes to run blocking specifically, what do you enjoy most about it? And is it laying guys in the dirt, or?
I think it's, moving a man against his will is awesome. There's not many sports where you can express yourself physically like that and get after people. And I think, I never feel more like myself than when I'm out playing football, and run blocking is a huge part of that for me.
But I think they like you as a guard, obviously, what you played. If you were to cross train, would you be more likely to step outside to tackle or inside to center, you think?
I'd be comfortable wherever. I love playing ball, and finding a way to get out there and help the Buccaneers win football games that's number one for me.
What do you think? What do you think you can bring to the Buccaneers?
I'm bringing edge. I I play the game a certain way, and I think that's number one. But I love to win, and I'll always play the game to win. I think that's number one. So, just getting out there, doing everything I can to, like I said, help this team win ball games.
Billy, this time last year, they brought in Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame. Do you know him well?
Yeah, I do know BMO. Yeah, we came in the same class at Notre Dame, and he, great dude and great football player.
Bill, you're from a small town in Wisconsin of a population of less than 2,000. Just how much has the journey from growing up there to going to Notre Dame and now being in the NFL?
Yeah, it's awesome. Not many people have done what I'm doing, and I think it's really a credit to my family and my community, and I'm just I'm kind of where the light is shining, but there's a lot of people that have helped me get to where I've gotten, and I'm super grateful for them. My family's awesome, and growing up in that small community, I also had a lot of friends and even cousins, uncles, who show me the right way to do things and go about things. And I think that's probably what I remember the most throughout my journey.
Billy, when you look at today, it's obviously it's an amazing day for you, but that injury kind of maybe robbed you of maybe a higher draft slot. Does that give you any chip on your shoulder to motivate that, hey, like, this is where I landed, but this is not where I end?
Yeah, I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I think everything happens for a reason. I think this is a great fit, and I'm always highly motivated. That's who I am. And I think motivation isn't something I look for all the time. It's always I'm grateful to kind of have that within me. So.
Bill, your knee, you full go back to health on that?
Fully healthy. Yep. Ready for camp.
And Bill, your last name you pronounce Shrouth, is that right?
Correct.
Outstanding.
If you had a message for any of the Bucs fans who are watching this right now, what kind of player, what kind of person are they getting with you?
Yeah. Physical guy who wants to help the team win. And, I'll be a culture guy. I spend a lot of time in the locker room and in the O-line room and in the facility, and I think it shows up. I try to bring energy to guys and my teammates and not take it.
All right, Billy, thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so there you go, Billy Shrouth, as he
Shrouth. I had it right.
Shrouth.
Okay.
There you go. All right, this is what Mike Beal had to say. I believe I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Hopefully, Buccaneers player personnel, as he was talking to the media. We got you covered here on day 3 of the draft. It's the Sports Web. I'm your host, Peter Blake, along with Louie from the Frozen Pyro podcast, as we're over 4 hours of draft
almost 5
hours as we updated the Magic. The Magic beat the Pistons. They take a series 2-1 lead. The Rays are coming up. The Bucs look like they're done, so we're waiting for JC, and we're waiting for the tight end to talk to the media. Philadelphia trades to LA. I don't know why. So who were they going to get?
Yeah.
But this is what Bill had to say when it came to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Shrouth as their pick. We think he has a chance to at least be a backup interior guy who will fit in our room from a character and mentality standpoint. We think he has the future to stick around and help us a lot in a lot of ways. He's a road grading, big-time finisher who's going to play with an attitude and a demeanor that we like our O-linemen to play with. There you go. There it is again. Attitude, demeanor, stuff that the Bucs were focusing on in this draft this year. Billy started at both right and left guard during his 3 seasons at Notre Dame. logging 32 games, 22 starts overall. He was limited to 7 starts at right guard in 2025 due to an injury. He helped the Irish average 203.4 rushing yards per game and 5.7 yards per carry. Notre Dame's attack piled up 485.5 total yards per game. So everybody was like, Jeremiah Love, number 3. Why? The guy in front of him, Stroud. 6 foot, 310. Stroud has a powerful upper body, strong, powerful. What everybody keeps on saying, I say a different way. Powerful upper body, strong hands, and enough lateral agility. I did it again to block on the run. He also strains to finish blocks, plays to the whistle on every snap. This, according to Buccaneers.com, Scott Smith. We're not expecting him to come in and immediately take over a starting spot, but by all means, we want him to compete for the backup job, says Bill, with some other guys that we have on the roster already. We'll see how it all shakes out. So there you go. That is Billy Stroud there. We got his interview. This also from Buccaneers.com. Scott Smith doing great work over there. Have to have him back on the show. We'll go and read the comments here, and then we'll get out to what he said about Keontae Scott. I love all this draft. Sarah, him, Luke are going to be boys. I'm here for Billy Stroud. Welcome to the crew. Love this guy immediately. Thank you, Sarah. Again, we'll check Instagram Live. Nothing there right now. We got 21 people still watching on TikTok. Appreciate that. But of course, all eyes were on Keontae Scott today, 5'11", 193. A blistering 4.33 40-yard dash at Miami's Pro Day after finishing the 2025 season with 64 tackles, 5 sacks, 13 tackles for loss, 2 interceptions, both returned for touchdowns. So you need a ball hawk, a guy that can get the pick 6, take it to the house. Take it to the house. Little trick daddy for you. There you go. Miami style. Thank you. Didn't know I knew that. I do. 5 passes defense, 2 forced fumbles, 2 fumble recoveries, and a partridge and a pear tree. My goodness. Primary played a hybrid nickel position from Miami and was listed as some scouting reports as a safety. It's a type of versatility the Buccaneers continue to prize in their secondary. Bill had this to say. Mike Bill, again, vice president of player personnel. That's kind of the beauty of him as a player, that we see him being able to fill multiple roles whenever and wherever we need him. You can look at our draft picks over the last 4 to 5 years, especially at DB position, and we've done a lot there where versatility is a big key to those guys. I would say nickel is probably his first position and the best position, but we see him being able to potentially play safety or even outside corner. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa, Bucs fans, because we know there's competition there, possibly with Benjamin Morrison and, of course, Jacob Parrish playing the inside, maybe having some outside competition, but play the outside also, if that's what.
Could he be the starting corner to start week 1? Could you see him, Zion McCollum on the other side, and then Jacob Parrish as your nickel?
I invested a lot in Morrison. Morrison, I think it's doing Morrison. I'm not ready to give up on Morrison like a lot because too big.
I'm not either. I'm just.
But it's interesting. It's definitely interesting, and you draft a scout because again his versatility. This is what I pointed out at the beginning of the show. It seems like years ago.
Peter, I'm telling you, training camp is going to be something to watch for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm telling you, you Buc fans. I'm going to give you guys 2 things to watch to really pay attention for, in my opinion. The defensive back battle, the position battle there in training camp. That's for the defense. As far as the offense goes, Hurst and Tez Johnson. I'm telling you, who's going? I'm telling you that bringing in that kid. You know, Hurst is it's going to shake up the wide receiver room a little bit because, like I said, I think he has a lot of potential, Peter. He has a lot of potential.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely does. Absolutely. I don't know what the hell this is. Somebody sent me some telemarketing nonsense here.
I got one today saying violations of Massachusetts driving. I don't know. It's a scam.
Garbage.
Let's get back to K-pop. Garbage kid. Let's get back to K-pop. There's some things that really stuck out to me.
So tell you what, hold that thought here because I'm going to read the rest of this because this is interesting. His versatility, the toughness, the coverage ability. He's a physical player. He has the ability to get the ball back too. He also says he fits with what we've done in the draft on defense with Bain and Trotter. Fits that mold. Even going to free agents that we signed, there's definitely been an emphasis on getting a little bit more physical and aggressive and tough. He fits that mold for sure. And he said, I think he's a really good 4th-round pick. You're getting a guy that at minimum is going to come in and be a backup and special teams guy, but we actually think he has a chance to compete for playing time on defense. So going back to your point, maybe anytime you get somebody like that in the 4th round, it's pretty good value. Keontae Scott.
Yeah.
According to Buccaneers.com. So go ahead, talk about Capehart a little bit. What'd you get from that?
There was something about his interview there.
Yeah.
Just basically saying, "Oh, I'm not proud of nothing." The way he said, "I'm not proud of nothing." That was, I chuckled a little bit because I like that. And if I may, what he said, like that right there says a lot. That everything he was talking about him wanting to, work hard and stuff like that. He brings energy. He brings the asshole mentality. And my thing is with him, I think you have to put, with A'Shawn Robinson's age, you have to let A'Shawn Robinson mentor this kid. Because A'Shawn Robinson's a very good tackle. I like how he played. He did well with the Carolina Panthers, but he wasn't a starter. I think this is a bridge guy, especially for Capehart, because I think this kid Capehart has a lot of potential. Because, again, I think A'Shawn Robinson would be a good mentor for him. Because A'Shawn Robinson, what was his thing? I'm an asshole on the field, but outside the field, I'm a great guy. And I think that, Capehart is going to benefit huge with A'Shawn maybe mentoring him. And maybe, again,
it's a good thing,
Peter,
which is a very good thing because
it's a very good thing.
He's been a good player. Took a step back last year. 2024 was his best year. But has that mentality. He's a 10-year vet. He's done it, knows how to do it, did it at Alabama, played for the Lions for so many years, played for, again, the Panthers, and now coming to the Bucs to be a run stopper, give them an attitude, get more stout up front. You're absolutely correct. That's a good – you can't put a price on that. People go 1 year, $10 million. It's a lot of money. What's the money for? The money's for the guy to solidify your run defense. The money's to be a veteran presence to where he can mentor a guy like a Capehart and have an effect on him.
Yeah.
People look at the 1 year contract. Well, if it doesn't work out, I'm not looking at that. Just let's look at the here and now for this team right now. This is a good signing.
There's reasons behind this. Yes.
Correct.
There's reasons behind this signing. It's more than just, what he's doing on the field. It's what he's doing in that locker room as well.
Right.
So, and
exactly.
That plays a key factor in things. What was your take on Notre Dame's guard there, Billy Strouth? What was your take on him?
I mean, I like him a lot. No nonsense. Plays multiple positions. Is ready to come in. I think the Bucs may have find a diamond in the rough, right, because of the knee. That's the reason why he was so low in this whole situation. He didn't play all of last year.
For 2 first-round picks.
I mean,
that's huge.
Pretty good. Pretty good to be a part of that line. And again, we know the injuries they had last year with this offensive line, Louie. So he's going to come in handy. Even Bill talked about it. We don't expect him to come in and have a starting spot, but as far as to compete, be a depth piece at this point, that definitely helps. It definitely helps your line get better. You got better. You got better the defensive line. By beyond a shadow of a doubt, I definitely think that's what you were focused on. You got better at the defensive line spot. You got better at the offensive line spot. You sprinkle in, the tight end. We'll get to him. I haven't really gotten a chance to talk about him. I don't know what you thought about that. You also got Ted Hurst, who's a freak. So you address that wide receiving room. Maybe got yourself an X wide receiver at this point because he was projected as a Z. He's going to be an X.
Yeah.
The next receiver, he takes over from Mike Evans. They're going to be able to move him around and put him into situations, and there's your possible red zone threat. There's a guy that you can throw a back shoulder throw to if you're Baker Mayfield.
Especially early on in the season, Peter, because there's no film on these guys.
Right.
So early on in the season, we saw that with Emeka Egbuka early on. Boom, right away, just took off. And then obviously, he had that little bit of He wasn't playing like he was week 1, week 2, week 3. Again, that's because he was being double teamed, the injuries to Mike and stuff like that, and Chris not being there really full time, them rushing Chris back and then on the field type of deal. And then just depending on guys like Taj Johnson, Sterling Shepard, it's pretty easy to kind of lock those guys up. And it's no disrespect. It's just a fact, when you have your star receiver out there and you're relying on, a 7th round pick, wide receiver, rookie in your 1st round pick, who's a rookie as well, it's not easy, but with this offensive lineman here, there's something I wanted to say about him. I don't want people to take it the wrong way. Do you think there's something off about him a little bit? Just the way he was talking, because I was kind of like, he says he likes to bring the energy, this and that, but I mean, I don't know, maybe he's kind of soft-spoken. Maybe he's soft-spoken.
Maybe
I just, for some reason, Peter, I don't know, Peter. There's just
different personality.
Yeah,
different
you know what it was. I think it's because, and this is crazy because you can see the different personalities in that locker room, and not to get off subject, but I think it was because we seen what K-Part had to say. I think it was just that one thing really sticks out to me is I'm not proud of nothing. And then you see the offensive lineman come in here, Billy, and it was 2 different types of like energies. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I don't know. That kind of just stuck out to me.
He said he does like to get. He likes to get in. He likes to get into guys. Don't.
Yeah. No comment.
No comment. Right.
No comment.
Yes.
No
I know what he
What
meant. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Shut up.
It's all right. We can be a little immature here sometimes. It's all right.
We can. LSU tight end Bauer Sharp. Again, JC pointed that out. But LSU tight end Bauer Sharp. Of course, the Bucs made a trade. They moved up 10 spots from moved up 195 to 185. And then, of course, they gave up their 7th round pick, 229, to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yep.
6'5", 249 Bauer adds intriguing speed and pass catching skills to the tight end room that already includes K. Dot and Payne Durham. Kokeep, we forgot about him. Big loss last year.
Yep.
And Devin Colt.
Oh, yeah.
He is caught 24 passes for 252 yards and 2 touchdowns. Director of college scouting Tony Hardy said we traded up to get him. He's athletic, a former quarterback. He's a good receiver, sees the game well, fills the game well, as you would expect from a former quarterback. Sharp ascended on the Bucs draft board throughout the offseason as he put in strong showings at the East-West Shrine game and the NFL Scouting Combine before impressing during the top 30 visit to team headquarters in the spring. He ran a 4.63 second 40-yard dash at the Combine. He did really well at the East-West Shrine Bowl, stood out there, then performed well at the Combine, ran well. We brought him in for a top 30 visit, and he had a really good energy to him. He's an energetic guy. He talked about how he brings that in the huddle, in the well. It just lined up really well for us with a guy you could say is still ascending after position switch. His athleticism, as much as anything, is what stands out. At the East-West, what stood out was his hands, his separation on routes, and running past people. We might not have anticipated that speed, and then he backs it up at the Combine, and we saw that and said, wow, he's that fast. Of course, the Bucs re-signed K. Dotton to a contract. The Bucs believe Bauer can add that to the unit with his pass-catching skills and his willing approach to blocking. 90% plus of his offensive snaps. So what they have to say is the Buccaneers re-signed Otten to a 3-year deal in March. He's likely to continue his role as a two-way tight end who had back-to-back 59 catch seasons and routinely plays 90% plus of the offensive snaps. The Bucs believe Bauer can add that to the unit with his pass-catching skills and his willing approach to blocking. He said he would be more of a receiving tight end, but he'll put his face in there too. You feel like that passion when you're talking to him, bringing that from that position is pretty compelling. So there you go. That's your tight end there, 6th round, who they traded up 10 spots. And we know that they were looking at tight ends and this situation. They necessarily maybe get one that they wanted, but it certainly seems like they did with a guy that you can run past you at 4.63. Will also put his head in there to block. which is what they need. And it adds to that room already, which you have Cade Otton. And I was told by Ken Dilger, who played for the Colts and the Bucs, a former Super Bowl tight end. He said the biggest transition for a tight end is not necessarily the inline blocking or the blocking in general. It's the route running. It's the route tree. That's where tight ends have to develop. So you kind of wonder what his route tree is all about. He has the speed. He has the athleticism. What can he provide to that tight end room for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? And can Cade Otton take that next step? Can Devin Culp or Payne Durham, are those players possibly, on the outs here? That's the reason why you drafted tight end in the first place, because you want to upgrade that position. You're not happy with it. So can this guy make a run for it? Is he just camp meet? Is he a practice squad? They certainly seem like they're very impressed with this pick.
I'm glad you said practice squad, because I think this is going to be an interesting position battle in training camp too, with the tight ends, because you have a guy like Devin Culp, who is a fan favorite here in Tampa. I hear nothing but good things about him, including myself. I'm a fan of his. Again, the blocking, not so good. He showed flashes that he can do some stuff. Then you got Payne Durham. Payne Durham, I mean, we really haven't seen much from Payne Durham. Keefe is a football player. He ain't going anywhere. But I will say this about Bauer Sharp here. One of two things are going to happen. He's going to show up to camp at the end of camp, at the end of the preseason. He's either going to be on the practice squad, or you're going to see the Buccaneers cut either Devin Culp or Payne Durham. That's my prediction, because I don't think they're going to keep all these tight ends on the roster, Peter. I think you're absolutely right. The Buccaneers are not satisfied with what they see at tight end, and that's why they made the move here, and they brought in Bauer Sharp. So we'll see what happens.
We'll definitely see what happens here. I think Payne Durham, I love Devin Culp. I think he's got so much athleticism at this point. It's untapped, but I don't know why it hasn't transitioned over yet. Maybe the opportunity, maybe, again, we get so, and we get so engrossed with the fact of having guys develop right away. Some players just develop, at their own rate.
Right.
He hasn't been able to develop yet.
Yes.
So,
yeah. And go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, he hasn't been able to develop yet. And there's a reason why they move on. There's a reason why they go in and they draft somebody, because they're not happy with the situation. And then furthermore, we know that Zach Robinson coming in as a new offensive coordinator is going to run a lot of 2 tight end sets. So do they envision him coming in right away and being the starter? Who is the second starter? Will they address more of this? Will you go out there and get, a David Njoku, who has experience with Baker, who is a free agent? The Bucs do have some money. So they go in that route. They go with what they have.
Doesn't hurt to bring him in.
Doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. And like I said, with Devin Culp, I think we all love him. But I mean, again, this offensive line was banged up. So that's why they had to, if Devin Culp was a good all-around tight end, we would have seen him more. But the reason why I think we didn't see him more is because he's not a very good blocker.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And the Buccaneers needed to protect Baker Mayfield, especially with the injuries at wide receiver, with the injuries and the musical chairs of the offensive line. If he was a good blocker, we would have seen him in there, and we really didn't see him too much in there. So towards the end of the season, when the team got healthy, that's when he started to make these splash plays and he started to step up. I don't know. Hopefully he's worked on some blocking, because like I said, Peter, I out of all the tight ends here, if Devin Culp could really put this together, he's got the size, he's got the athleticism, he's got the build. He looks like a tight end to me. He looks like a more polished version of OJ Howard, if you will.
He's a lot better than OJ Howard, where he could stay healthy. I mean, because Howard could never stay healthy, but you're exactly right. Had all the athleticism, and he did this later on in the East-West Shrine game. They caught the Bucs' eye, impressed them with the interview. And again, 4.63, you can't teach speed. So now we're about to see, what the plan overall for them is. I I was gonna wait for a little longer, but I think we should just wrap it up here because the Bucs are done for the day. I think.
It's been a long 2 days, 3 days.
Yeah, we got 6
I don't even
minutes
know
until we hit 5. We want to go 6 more minutes till we hit 5 hours. Let's go.
Sure,
6.
why not? Why not? Yeah, let's go 6 more minutes.
6 more minutes. So I like the comment there, Sarah. Sarah, thanks a lot for calling in today and contributing. We really appreciate it. Sharp looks good. Yeah. He does. He definitely looks good. Sounds good. At this point, you just kind of wonder what the Bucs plan is with him. Certainly, if you draft him in the 6th round, you're trading up. There certainly seems like there's a plan.
They like him. There's a plan.
They like him a lot. How much do they like him? Do they like him better than Devin Culp? Do they like him better than Payne Durham? They may. Devin Culp was a 7th round pick. I look at it like, what is he? 6'6", 6'5", 6'6", or something like that. I mean, he's a mismatch nightmare. Why haven't the Bucs been able to use him more?
Can't block.
Can't block.
You're going to play in the NFL, you got to be able to block, man. If you're going to play tight end, you got to block. You don't believe me? Go look at Rob Gronkowski's tape with the Patriots. Look how he used to block.
Monster.
You know what I'm saying? He did it with the Buccaneers, man.
Maybe the greatest tight end of all time.
Oh,
I like
to Brent. Brent, I love you, brother. Brent, I love you, brother. I love the comment there.
Yeah, John Gruden, the most coach of all time. Hey, Brent.
I love how he commented, knowing that we only had now 4 minutes left. I love how he commented and he had to poke it. John Gruden is the most overrated coach of all time. I don't think so, man. It just, you know who's the most I wouldn't say he's overrated. He won the Super Bowl with the Bucs.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But I mean, do I want him back? No. I mean, I think I like what he does with Barstool Sports. I think it's funny what he does.
I do too. Does that mean he's the best coach of all time? I mean, does it mean he's a poor coach? I mean, you look at him, what is he? Was he 57 and 55? Or 50? Was it 55, 57, or 50? I think it was 57 and 55 with the Bucs after winning the Super Bowl. That was his record.
Could be.
So
could be. But I mean, he gave him the balls to go into Philadelphia, Peter, and take that game from the Eagles. And that's got to come for
the whole season. The whole season, he just changed the makeup of it. And then people don't give him credit.
Right.
Yeah. He won with the Dundee defense. Did we forget about the multiple free agents he got on offense? Joe Jurevicius, Keenan McCardell, Ken Dilger, Ricky Dudley, changing the offense around, Michael Pittman, who ran for 100 yards. Did we forget about all those guys too? Did we forget about the attitude everybody wants to say you won't? I love Tony Dungy. I've had Tony Dungy on this show before.
Me too.
I've interviewed him multiple times. But I'm not going to sit here and say you won with Dungy's team. The defense was there. Dungy built that defense. As far as the offense, no.
Yeah.
No.
They couldn't score points, Peter. The defense had to score points.
You have a decent quarterback and an offense. And if Dungy isn't so stubborn with the offense at that point, and how do you know this? You know, because Dungy won a Super Bowl with the Colts. Why? Because of the great Tom Moore being the offensive coordinator and having Peyton Manning and staying out of the offense. He was not involved in the offense. They asked him to specifically be the coach and be a defensive coordinator and worry about the defense. Tom Moore, Peyton Manning, worry about the offense. And they won.
Right.
They won on that. They won on that strength. Without that defense, there's no Super Bowl. Without the offensive free agents and John Gruden and his attitude, there's no Super Bowl either. What's your point?
Yeah.
Come on, friends.
We can do this all day.
I appreciate the call, Brent. I hope you continue to call, man. You called in a moment where JC was in his draft mode, and we don't usually talk over, guys that call in and people, fans that call in. We appreciate the calls, but he wanted to talk draft. I thought you were wanting to talk draft, and you just wanted to go on this Baker Mayfield tangent.
Yeah.
And
there's a time and place for all that. Time and place.
Water is so damn good. Damn, this water is so good. All right, so we'll go ahead and just wrap it up there. Or give me some final thoughts on Bucs Day 3. No, it's all good. No, I mean, I hope you call back in. Joe Jaravicious, the 3017 was amazing. Yes. Who could forget 71 yards? You go, Joe. You go, Joe. I mean, Gene Deckerhoff talked about it, one of the calls, and the week leading up to it. If you don't have Joe Jaravicious, you don't have John Gruden going after Joe Jaravicious. Like, people pick the narrative.
Who makes that play?
It's right. But if you don't pick him up in free agency, you had the foresight to pick him up from the New York Giants, where he's not as used as much, but he's definitely perfect for that Bucs offense at that time because of John Gruden. We don't know what happens. I mean, A++.
Who makes that, Peter? Who makes that play down the middle against Philadelphia? Burt Emanuel?
No, of course.
L. Anthony?
No.
To all you Buck fans that say you're Buck fans, let me know who they are. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm not saying Dungy doesn't have greatness. He does. He's absolutely fantastic with rebuilding this team, taking them out of the doldrums, building that defense. But as far as offense, the offense held that Bucs team back so many years. And listen, it goes back to what Dwight Smith, and you know what? Let me go out to this really quick. Let me see what Dwight Smith had to say about Mike Tomlin, because I want you to watch this, because this to me applies. This applies to let me hold on a sec here. This absolutely applies to Tony Dungy. And I'm sorry I can't find it here. Let me see. Dwight Smith.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Dwight Smith. Because when I interviewed him at the Expo, he talked about Mike Tomlin. What was it that he did say?
Here is Dwight Smith talking about Mike Tomlin and why he may have been fired in the first place. And about Mike Tomlin under some fire right now with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Very consistent winning coach. Of course, you know him all too well. What makes Mike Tomlin such a great coach, in your opinion, Dwight?
What you just said, consistency.
Yeah,
he's the same every day, right? There's no up and down with him because of the he's the same person every day. But when we're talking about the job in Pittsburgh, he hasn't won a playoff game since 19, right? So we understand the greatness of the Steelers. You get what I mean? So of course, this is what's going to start going on there. Cause for him because you haven't won a playoff game in 6 years.
Yes.
So, like I said, I don't think he's not a great coach.
Right.
But maybe the message has gotten stale there.
Okay.
Right? Nobody says Andy Reid is any less of a coach because he left Philly and went to Kansas City.
Yeah. That's the point right there. That's my point. Yeah. Maybe the message got stale. It's not that Tony Dungy's a bad coach, just on that team. They needed a John Gruden to put a fire in their under their ass. So
a culture change,
right? A coaching change. It happens. It's happened in Pittsburgh with Mike Tomlin. We talked about before it happened. Mike Tomlin is out. He stepped down, but he basically was forced out. Why? Is it because he's a bad coach? No. It was that maybe the message wasn't there. It didn't work out. You have the same players, the same system. And if it doesn't work out this year, he may be the next head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I hope it works out this year, But again, you just sit here and say, it was Tony Dungy. I think that's so unfair and such a narrative that a lot of Bucs fans want to use. And I'm not saying that Tony Dungy doesn't deserve credit for Super Bowl 37. Don't get me wrong here. He does with building that defense.
Built that defense.
But anybody's going to sit here and tell me that John Gruden didn't have a big part of that? With all the free agency pickup, with the attitude, with the game planning, with as much as a difficult offense, with getting Brad Johnson, 22 touchdowns, 6 interceptions to play at a Pro Bowl level, especially that second half of the year, you're out of your mind.
And for that era, a lot of people are like, oh, it was only 22 touchdowns. Listen, 22 touchdowns for that era was very good.
Right.
For that time in football, that was very good. When you threw 30 touchdowns, that was incredible.
Yes.
So. I mean, like I said, I agree with you. It's just not fair. You can't do that. I used to do that, and I as I got older, I broke it down. I'm just like, well, the guys that Gruden brought in, like those things make a huge difference.
Yes,
you know what I'm saying.
Yes,
it's kind of like Jason Pierre-Paul getting traded to the Buccaneers.
Yep,
that makes a difference. You know what I'm saying? So to sit here and say, he won with Tony Dungy's team. Listen, Tony Dungy had a huge part of creating that defense. But at the end of the day, he didn't win a Super Bowl here. They let him go. They got John Gruden. John Gruden, in his first year, came in here, gave the team the balls to go into Philadelphia and beat the Philadelphia Eagles. The offense played a lot better. And a thing that happened, what I saw that was different, was the offense and defense complemented one another. You know what I'm saying? The defense would go out there, punch the offense in the mouth, go get the defense. I mean, knowing that their offense was a little limited, it wasn't like a top 5 offense, but the Buccaneers defense created turnovers and set their offense up to where, now, and this is one guy that nobody really talks about. Keenan McCardell was a huge impact on that Buccaneers season. Okay.
And
Keenan
he
McCardell was
I got something for you. I got something for you really quick here. Hold on. I'm glad you mentioned that, because you must have been reading my mind at this point. Because this is Dwight Smith talking about Keenan McCardell and the kind of impact he had on him. Stand by. Here we go. We got this right here.
That's who taught me how to play cornerback.
Really?
Yes.
Jimmy Smith?
No, Keenan McCardell.
Talk about that.
When he came here, year 2, I had just, my rookie year, I was going against Jaquez and Riedel and Keyshawn. So Jaquez and Riedel, these were speed guys. These were guys you had to be ready for because they'd run by you.
Sure.
Keyshawn, a body guy. Man, Keenan McCardell came in with these routes I had never seen before, man. And it taught me how to read receivers' hips and do things that I wasn't doing before.
Right.
So he really taught me how to play the cornerback position.
There you go.
There you go. There you go.
So he made a big part. We're not taking any more phone calls. We're going to wrap this up, guys. I appreciate it. We'll read the rest of these comments and we'll get out of here, but no more calls, guys. I appreciate it. Okay. So it's a different time, different set of rules at this time.
Is that Brent calling?
I don't know who it is. It looks like it might be Sarah. Sarah, I love you. Can't take any more calls at this point.
You got 2 calls, Sarah. Sorry.
Yeah,
and we're getting ready to wrap up.
We're going to wrap up here after 5 hours. I'm not, she's not listening.
Someone's persistent there.
She's persistent. That was a different time, different rules at the time. Sarah, are you there?
Peter.
Yes.
Louie.
Yes.
Yes.
Listen, you guys have had the best coverage all day. The best coverage all day. This is the best sports web I've ever been on or been a part of. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you, Sarah. We really do. Thank you.
100% the best.
Amazing.
But I do want to just say that at the end of the day, nobody gives Brad Johnson the props that he is due for winning that Super Bowl. And he came out of nowhere, he learned the offense. He was slanging.
Yep.
Brad Johnson doesn't get enough clout, but Joe Jurevicius, absolutely. And Louie, I cannot answer your question, but it's on the tip of my tongue because Joe Jurevicius was my boy for sure. He showed up and showed out all the time. And you guys, man, what a great draft. And you guys with the coverage, go ahead and give yourself a pat on the back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
It's been a great day, a fantastic day. You've answered all the questions.
Yes.
Stay tight with lots of coverage everywhere and on the draft as well. So I'm so stoked. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And
Appreciate
we're
it.
here. And so to answer your question about Billy, yes. He is a little off, but I think that he just lives football. That's his thing.
That's okay.
That's what he does.
That's what
he answered all the questions right.
Well, that's what Bucs. That's exactly what the Bucs
Well,
want. Sarah, appreciate the call as always. She's consistent, so we gave her another.
Hey, Sarah, if you enjoyed it that much, share it. Tell your friend, tell your Buccaneer friends all about it.
Tell them all about it.
Tell them. Mondays, Wednesdays, anytime there's a draft. Sports Web's covering
5 hours, 3 days, all kinds of guests. That was a different time and different rules at the time. Come on, man. Still could play offensive football. If you score more points than the other team and you have the defense the Bucs have, you win more games and most likely win more than one Super Bowl. It's time for Big Mayfield to step up this season. We know they didn't have a quarterback after Big Ben. Whose fault is that? That's Mike Tomlin too. Mike Tomlin's got to wear that. That's all Mike Tomlin. That's what Bain Jr. and Scott are about to do. We get nasty. Yeah, like Dilfer won a Super Bowl on the strength of what? Running game and defense. He was more of he was a big-time DLG quarterback. Can we just give Brad Johnson his glory? We do on this show. Oh, God. Why don't people say the same thing about Brady? He had a Hall of Famer on defense. They don't get they get no credit. They do get credit. We always credit the New England Patriots. Well, again, there's
Richard Seymour.
I mean,
Mike Vrabel's the freaking coach.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Brady had great defenses. They get no credit. They do get credit. Realtor David Zuzman, what a crappy draft. Why, Realtor David Zuzman? We will be third place this year, guaranteed. Why do you think they had a crappy draft?
Hey, how about this? Dave, how about this? If you think they're going to finish in third place, are you willing to bet your house on it? Bet your house on it.
He's not a Jason Light fan.
That's
I don't understand why he doesn't like the draft. So maybe you call in Realtor David Zuzman before we get off here. But we were trying to get off because it was like over 5 hours of draft coverage. So
it always happens like this. I feel like every time
we're ready to leave, they won't let us leave at this point. Yeah. Going it down, by the way, raised up 2-0. Oh, here he comes. Ask for Realtor David Zuzman. Get David Zuzman. David Zuzman. Welcome to the Sports Web. Yes.
Hi, Peter, and hi, Louie. No, as a matter of fact, I don't know if you follow me on Twitter yet.
Yeah, I follow you on Twitter.
But
I do.
I put my money where my mouth is. So I put $2,000 on the Saints to make $8,000. And I strongly encourage you, if you bet in sports and if you want to quadruple your money, there is no easier bet this year than to bet on the Saints to win the NFC South.
Wow. Why do you think that?
Because they were really smart in the draft.
Okay.
They added good players as
hold
well.
on. Passing on Bain Jr. You're really smart in the draft, drafting a wide receiver and passing on Bain Jr., who could be the most dominant player in this draft when it comes to getting after the quarterback. That was smart when you clearly have needs with Cam Jordan not being there anymore. That was smart by the Saints. But go ahead, continue.
Yeah. So I think they are ahead of us. They already had Chase Young, who really played well last year. They have multiple players that will make a difference. And we, instead of addressing our needs, Jason Light got fancy once again. So we wasted a second-round pick on a middle linebacker that was not even the best available, right? Then on third-round pick, instead of addressing the defense that was crappy in the last 3 years, he go and gets a wide receiver, which was not even the best. Not even the best. He basically...
hold on. David, I got to stop you for a second, and I'll let you continue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is the middle? Who is the? So if you were to draft an inside linebacker, who would you have taken? That was available.
At that particular stage, I would have gone with Anthony Hill Jr. for sure.
And so, what is it about Anthony Hill Jr.? Because I like Anthony Hill Jr., but what is it about Anthony Hill Jr.? What was something that he did at Texas that really stood out to you? Like a particular game. Like what was a game that stood out to you where you were just like, whoa, like, what was a game to you?
Yeah. So objectively speaking, because I don't pull things just out of like, I think this. No. So he had way more sacks than Trotter.
Mm-hmm.
He had way more. He had a little less tackles for loss than Trotter. No. I'm sorry. No, sorry. He had more sacks. He had more forced fumbles. He had more interceptions. And he had more tackles for loss than Trotter.
Okay.
And if you compare Anthony Hill Jr. with C.J. Allen, Anthony Hill Jr. had way better stats than C.J. Allen. So there was no way in this planet that someone in the right mind would go with Trotter leaving Anthony Hill Jr. and CJ Allen on the board.
Well, there's plenty of teams that passed on CJ Allen, my friend, including the first round.
So
I don't like
here's
CJ
my
Allen.
thing. So here's my thing. We're gonna revisit this. We'll revisit this midway through the season. We'll talk about this. We'll see where Anthony Hill Jr. is at, because a guy that I really loved was David Bailey Jr. I loved David Bailey. Sorry, I loved David Bailey, but David Bailey also played on one of the best defenses at Texas Tech. So a lot of the times, like Akeem Mesidor was probably really good because of a guy like Ruben Bain Jr. And it's very, and that's how sometimes the statistics work out. So, with Ruben Bain Jr. coming into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, you may see a guy like Yaya Diaby get 13, 14, maybe even 15 sacks this year because of who he's around. I think Trotter was the right fit. I liked Trotter a lot. I think there's a lot of potential there with him. And I think the reason why the Tampa Bay Buccaneers went with Trotter was because he can punch you in the mouth. He can hit. And you know what I'm saying? That's what I want. That's what I want to see the Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense go to.
Louie,
the biggest problem the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had last year was what? They couldn't wrap up tackles. They were missing tackles. There was nobody on that defense that made you afraid. If this kid comes out and he starts punching people in the mouth, not literally, but you know what I'm saying, hitting and dropping his helmet, I'm telling you, this kid's he might work out. I like Anthony Hill Jr. I really do, but he wasn't the pick.
That's it.
All right. And if he was the pick, he would have went a lot earlier.
Keontae Scott, you didn't like Ted Hurst. You didn't like that one. Why didn't you like Ted Hurst?
Ted Hurst too.
Okay.
I mean,
so really quick, Ted Hurst. So first of all, I think it was an absolute mistake to go on a wide receiver when we had way more pressing needs. So that's number one. But still, if you really wanted a Ted Hurst kind of wide receiver, you had a better one in every possible way in Chris Brazzell. Chris Brazzell is taller, is faster, he jumps higher, had more touchdowns, had more receiving yards, had a better average of reception.
Who was his quarterback?
Yards per reception. And
who was his quarterback?
Chris Brazzell play a way tougher division than this guy did, because he was on a very weak college division.
So Jerry Rice is not the greatest wide receiver of all time because he played at Jackson State. Or
I'm not saying that.
I mean, there haven't been receivers. T.O. wasn't good because he played at a small university. I mean, again, he fits what the Bucs want. Where did Brazzell go, by the way? Did he go behind Ted Hurst?
No, he went ahead after we traded down. So, for example, if it was that important to get a wide receiver, he should have drafted Chris Brazzell. But that was not even the case. Then, let's go to the next. Keontae Scott. What is our biggest need in terms of cornerback?
Well, he got it in Keontae Scott. He's versatile. He can play safety. He can play corner. He can play outside. What's wrong with Keontae Scott fourth round?
No. The worst thing is like this. Our biggest need is outside corners. That's how we always got.
They may have one in Keontae Scott, or they may have one with Benjamin Morrison or Jacob Parrish.
No.
That's the biggest need at this point.
So we did the same thing that we did when Ezian broke out. So we had Ezian break out in his first year.
Was he a good player?
Yeah.
He was
a good player.
Okay.
He was a good player.
He was undrafted, right?
I liked it. I liked Ezian. I mean,
huh?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I agree with you.
What's the point? What's the point here? I don't understand the point.
Yeah. So I'm going to get to the point. So we had Ezian, who was a good player. The next year, he drafted Tyke Smith, right? And then Tyke Smith in his first year, he played nickel, and he played really well. Instead of keeping Tyke Smith at nickel, where he was doing well, he then drafted the next year Parrish. And then Parrish moved to nickel, correct? So then,
Yeah,
so
and Tyke Smith plays safety and had a fantastic season this year playing safety.
Yeah. So then what happened with Ezian? Ezian got no play time. He left the team free, completely free. We got absolutely nothing for him. And now
We got nothing back for Rashad White too.
So he got Keontae. Keontae is either gonna sit or Parrish is gonna sit.
Mm-hmm.
No, Parrish is not going to sit.
It's just dumb.
Parrish is not going to
It's
sit,
just-
man. What are you talking about here?
Parrish is not going to sit. Look, the Tampa Bay. So this is what. All right, hear me out. Todd Bowles is his 3-4 defense is like it's a hybrid style. Like sometimes a lot of these safeties they creep up. They play linebacker. Like these guys play multiple positions on defense. You know what I'm saying? The big thing that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers had last year was injuries, was it not? Injuries were a big thing. So what he's doing is trying to keep these guys fresh. You're going to see rotation. As far as Christian Izien, I liked Christian Izien, but he's not here. They drafted Keontae Scott. See, I'm not trying to be insulting, but you don't watch the games with the Hurricanes. Like me, I watch a lot of college football, and that secondary was good. That Miami Hurricanes defense was good. I mean, if you watch the games, you would say, I'm not trying to be insulting, but did you watch any Miami Hurricane games last year? I'm being serious, full Miami Hurricane games. You watched full games.
He's a good player. I don't question he's a good player.
Oh, no. That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Did you watch? No, did you follow their season last year?
Yes, of course. Of course.
So you watched the games and you watched Keontae Scott play. You mean to tell me that you think the Buccaneers made a wrong pick here with Keontae Scott?
Yes, they did the wrong. You know why? Because there is no formation in which you're going to be using Parrish and him at the same time.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
So are we going to use a 2 nickel formation?
He may compete for the outside corner. Just listening to what they were talking about in their press conference, he may compete for outside.
Okay, so then if he's competing for outside, so then we are ceding our second round pick from last year.
No, you're not conceding anything. You're giving that room competition. That's all you're doing at this point. You're trying to figure out why is everything so black. Why are Bucs fans wanting somebody like Benjamin? Hold on. Benjamin Morrison comes in as a second round pick, and you guys think he's going to be Deion Sanders the first year. Now, how much sense does that make? Tell me something. Tell me. No. You're pissing me off now. No. You're pissing me off now. Now you piss me off. No. You piss me off. Now you piss me off. Shut up. Be quiet. It's my show. Okay. 5 hours. I've had enough. I've had enough of this nonsense from some of you Bucs fans. You guys are completely and ridiculously illogical at this point. What corner in the last 5 years has come in his first year and has been an all-star for his team? Name him. Last year. Name him. Go.
Quinn Mitchell.
Quinn Mitchell. One. Yep. How many? How many others? How many interceptions does he have?
Lassiter.
Lassiter.
For the Texans.
Lassiter. Yeah. You're just picking names out. How many players in the last 10 years have made an impact as a rookie? So you already have named Benjamin Morrison as a name. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's how it's going to go, okay? It don't matter what Jason Light did. It don't matter how many names he picked. It don't matter how many players he picked. You have a preconceived notion that Jason Light sucks. We know this. We know that you hate Jason Light. No. We know you hate the draft. No. Now I'm talking. When I talk, you shut up, okay? That's how it goes. Okay. When I talk, you shut up, okay? That's how it goes. You're not my girlfriend. You're not my wife. You're not my mother. You're not my daughter. You're not my sister. You're not my aunt. You shut up, okay? When I talk.
Okay.
It's my show. Welcome. 5 hours. This is what you get. You already have a preconceived notion. I know this already. You go back to 2016 and say Jason Light couldn't do squat. Fine. There's plenty of GMs in the National Football League have done the same thing. You don't point it out. 2021, you want to point that out after they won a Super Bowl because he didn't fill the depth needs, didn't need to fill the depth needs because they won a Super Bowl. It happens with every GM. you already have a preconceived notion, like a lot of Bucs fans at this point, that Benjamin Morrison is a bust, hasn't even had an opportunity to start a full season. And just because of what the draft, one said Patrick Surtain Jr., one player. What was he? Top 10? Top 10 player. How many top 10?
Top 5, I think.
Top 5. How many? Brent Zuzman. How many times do they have a top 10 pick in the last couple years here? 0. There you go. 0. You know why? Because they're winning the NFC South because they're competitive. So that also plays a part in it. It also puts more pressure. But again, as I continue to talk about, because you, again, have this preconceived notion that Jason Light is a terrible GM when you won't give him credit for winning the Super Bowl. You won't give him credit for putting together the roster in the first place that won a Super Bowl. And you think that after you win a Super Bowl, you're supposed to be able to keep everybody, reload. Everybody's supposed to be an option at that point to be productive. Players that don't come in, defensive ends, edge rushers. The last 10 years, how many edge rushers have had double-digit sacks as rookies? 6 edge rushers. Teams miss on edge rushers. They take time to develop. The Bucs have tried. Jason Light has tried. He's had his flaws. But you hate this draft already and haven't even seen one player on the field step on the training camp field, step on the mini camp field, step on the preseason field. You've already had preconceived notion because you hate Jason Light. It wouldn't matter if Jason Light picked 4 or 5 freaking Hall of Famers. You would still say Jason Light is a bum.
No,
that's the point. Okay,
I wouldn't.
Okay,
yeah, but
well,
they
you don't
addressed
remember-
every position.
You haven't given him any credit for putting together a Super Bowl team. You did, really. When did you do that?
I did. For example, last year I hated the Ibuka pick. Right?
Why did you hate the Ibuka pick? Why did you hate it? You don't learn. Listen. You don't learn from your past. You listen. This is where you're at right now. You just admitted on a program where we went 5 hours straight that you hated the Ibuka pick. Guess what? You were wrong about that, because if you don't draft Ibuka, if you draft your edge rusher, you are screwed at the wide receiving position because of all the injuries you had, right?
But this is what I was going to say. So last year, I hated the Ibuka pick, right? As things started out and everybody got injured and he played well, I came here on your show and I said that I was wrong. Okay. And I gave Light credit. So I'm not afraid to say that I'm wrong, and I'm not afraid.
Yeah, but shouldn't we?
He's right.
Shouldn't we learn from those mistakes, though, David? Because, like I said, you just admitted you didn't like the Ibuka.
You just
pick,
admitted that you didn't like the
seen how
Ibuka
it played
pick.
out.
Right.
Yeah.
Now you're
how it played out, and
yeah.
But that's why, like, so this is the beauty about the NFL draft. Everybody thinks like our picks are great. Or everybody thinks the team's going to win the Super Bowl. This is the beginning. Welcome to the start of the 2026 NFL season. This is amazing. But here's the thing. You got to let these things play out. We're going to start to find out who these guys are, in training camp. You get a little idea. By week 6, week 7, that's when you're really going to see what these guys are made out of. Now, back to your beef with the pick for the Miami Hurricanes. Peter, it's been 5 hours.
Yes.
Scott, there.
Can I ask you a question really quick, Peter?
Hold on. Let me finish my point.
Go ahead, Louie.
With this corner, right? Here's the thing. Zion McCollum, you signed him to an extension, okay? He was a little shaky, baby, last year. All right. So now you're a little bit unsure. As a GM, if that's me, the way I'm looking at it, all right, I signed Zion McCollum I to a multi-year deal because he earned it. He played fantastic. All right, he had a bad year this year. All right, we're going to get younger at the defensive back position. We had injuries last year at that position. So I have Benjamin Morrison. I have Jacob Parrish here, Zion McCollum, and I'm looking at this kid, Scott, and Keontae Scott. I'm going to take him. Right. Because what he shows me on tape, I like what I see. You know what I'm saying? And it doesn't necessarily mean, he may not start week 1, week 2, week 3, but Jacob Parrish didn't start neither. You know what I'm saying? These guys didn't start. You know what I'm saying? And then you started to see Jacob Parrish come in week 7, week 8, week 9, come in and start to really make plays. And he showed flashes in the beginning. You see, here's the thing. If you want the best premium players on the field for this team, they have to earn their position, because there's been too many guys that have come to Tampa that have just been given an opportunity. You know, now you're getting a coach, and everybody shits on this coach. And I don't understand why, because you could have a coach like Mike Vrabel right now, and I don't give a shit that he brought the Patriots to the Super Bowl. What he did in New England was terrible. He cheated on his wife. He's in a world of shit, and then his players are replicating what he does. And if you don't believe me, go watch that Boston police officer with the body cam with half of the freaking team, celebrating at 3 o'clock in the morning with a bunch of strippers and a bunch of other stuff. That's a reflection of your coach. Okay, you don't hear nothing bad about Todd Bowles. This man is a family man. He does all the right things. And maybe the team would rally a little bit more if the fan base would just rally around the coach and uplift the spirit. I mean, this is the toxicity that I'm talking about with this fan base, and I don't give a shit. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Some of you Bucs fans are fucking delusional. I'm sorry. I've been a fan of this team since 1995, and nothing that this team does, nobody's ever happy. They could win 3 championships in a row, and then in the 4th year, we didn't win the Super Bowl. This GM sucks, and this and that. And then I keep hearing about the Patriots. Oh, well, the Patriots, they won all the Super Bowls. And the Buccaneers, they play in this division, and our competition, the South. Screw that. I don't want to hear that, because when the Patriots win in all those Super Bowls, tell me the Buffalo Bills were good. Tell me the New York Jets were good. You know what I'm saying? I don't hear none of that.
Yeah, it's not the same energy. It's not the same. There's going to be not the same energy by a lot of this Bucs fan base, because the narrative is that Jason Light sucks and he misses on all his draft picks, when clearly the majority of the picks that he's hit have definitely been highly productive.
We've been going to the playoffs, though. We've been going to the playoffs since 2020.
And people say, well, because they got a bad division and all this. What they've been able to do has been tremendous ever since Brady left. Somebody pointed this out. What's so impressive about the Bucs draft is that Jason Light managed to address every position need: edge, linebacker, wide receiver, defensive back, defensive tackle, OG, which would be offensive guard, tight end, without ever feeling like it was forced. Maybe the tight end when they traded up, but they wanted the guy. They were impressed by him.
And tight ends were coming off the board quickly.
Right.
They were coming off the board quickly.
Right.
So, and David Zuzman, I'm not trying to go against you.
Right. Just, I know he feels a certain way about it, and I get that, but you got to look at it from the standpoint of, you wanted CJ Allen, and the Bucs wanted they didn't want CJ Allen.
I didn't want CJ Allen. I never wanted CJ Allen.
Well, then why would you say that Josiah Trotter was a reach because he didn't get CJ Allen? Why?
No. I said Anthony Hill Jr. I didn't say CJ Allen.
Well, he said Anthony Hill.
Anthony Hill Jr. What did Anthony Hill Jr. go?
I don't know. He went afterwards.
He went after Trotter. So were all those teams wrong that passed on Anthony Hill Jr.? Because it was it took quite a bit for Anthony Hill Jr. In fact, let's go ahead and look up where Anthony Hill Jr. because could not only the Bucs were wrong about him, but all the teams were wrong about him too. I mean, I know that teams don't make mistakes, but were they all wrong when they passed on him? There's a reason, right?
So here's what I'm gonna say, I'll so first of all, I didn't want to get you guys upset, but hear me.
No, you're good, man.
That's fine.
Yeah. So one thing.
He went second round, pick 60.
I am a person who never said anything bad about Todd Bowles in my life. Quite the opposite.
I wasn't speaking about you. I'm just speaking about people in general. Like, we hear a lot of this Todd Bowles stuff.
I was defending him. Okay. So and then second of all, like you guys accuse me of being illogical. So I'm just gonna ask one question.
Go ahead.
What would be more logical? Okay. It would be more logical to draft Keontae Scott, who is a nickel, and then try to make Parrish learn how to play on the outside, or would it be more logical for Jason Light to have picked either Chandler Chandler. Let me see again his name.
Yeah, but hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Who's saying that he's gonna? Who's to say that he's gonna play the nickel spot?
Hold on a second. Or do you think it would be make more sense to draft either Devin Moore, Chandler Rivers, who are playing really well as outside corners? What is more logical?
I think the more logical thing is to let this play out. I think it's more logical to see what the Bucs' plan is on the field instead of deciding on day one of the draft that, and by the way, Jake Andrews, tight end from Texas, went off the board of the Bengals. So he's a Bengal now. And Michael Trigg is still on the board. So maybe that's a possibility for the Bucs later on, but they seem like they like what they have with what they got. But I think the more logical situation is to let it play out and see what the players do and what their plan is. And, instead of just saying, well, this guy went here, this guy went there. We're saying at this point, after 5 hours of draft coverage, that the draft stinks, and we haven't even seen the player get on the field yet, let alone play a training camp or a training camp snap or preseason snap. We're already convinced that they're going to be a bust. It was like, that's nuts to me.
No, okay.
But Peter,
and you're
hold
right.
on. Another thing too. But another thing too, gentlemen, is you draft.
The draft logic is bad.
Why is the logic bad? Why is that logic bad? To get the best player at that point on the board.
No. The logic is bad because when you are drafting, right, you are drafting to fulfill a particular purpose.
Are you? And what was the particular purpose for drafting a Keontae West or Keontae Scott? Excuse me, Keontae West.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. There is no purpose because you either
what
put
do you
him
mean
in
there's no purpose? How do you know what the purpose is? He's versatile in multiple positions as a safety, as a nickel, as a possible outside corner. Did you see him make plays last year? Do you know that?
But here's the thing, Peter. They're missing the point. Todd Bowles on defense. What does Todd Bowles do? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on, Dave. Peter, what does Todd Bowles do on his defense? He schemes, right? Creates these schemes.
Yep.
So you don't want to be predictable, especially in this day and age in the NFL. These guys are drafted like a Ruben Bain, Keontae Scott, like a lot of these guys. Like Scott may not start week 4, but there could be week 5, week 6, a receiver coming in that he matches up well and he could start there. You know what I'm saying? It's about scheming these guys up to put them in the best position possible to succeed and to make the defense the best possible way. So let me ask you this, David. With the defensive line, all the abundance of players that we got on the defensive line, you paid Ashawn Robinson, what was it, $10 million for 1 year? Is he the starter?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you well. What did you ask?
With Todd Bowles scheming, because that's what he's doing. He's scheming up with the defense. Ashawn Robinson, they paid him what, $10 million this year for 1 year or whatever it was?
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, it was $10 million. It was very expensive.
Yeah. Okay, so is he starting? Is he the starter?
I think very likely he's the starter because they need.
He's starting over Vita Vea?
Alongside Vita Vea, yeah. So he's the starter.
Well, him and Vita play the same position, so how is he starting?
Because in most of the Bowles packages, he has Vita Vea playing nose. He has in one side Casey, typically on his right side, and on the left side you're gonna have another defensive end or a tackle, which in this case is gonna be Ashawn Robinson. So he will be a starter most of the time.
Okay, so a guy like Caphart, that's gonna be rotating with him and stuff like that. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is.
He's a good pick. He's a good pick because in the end of the day,
so we like that pick.
He's depth, right? So he can sub Vea whenever he's tired. So he's okay.
Okay. All right. I mean, like I said, hey Peter, he likes Caphart, so I guess.
Well, that's good. Does he like the offensive guard there from Notre Dame? Do you like that one?
No. There was at least 3 other guards that were way better.
How do you know?
And who were they?
Based on what they produce and
But
what
it
they
doesn't
play.
necessarily mean they fit the Bucs system. That's the point you're not getting.
Yeah. So again, Todd Bowles plays a 3-4 defense, right?
Yeah.
Not every player that's coming out of the draft plays a 3-4. If you're running a 4-3, you're gonna draft a 3-4. You're gonna draft a 3-4 edge rusher or something. No, you're not gonna do that, man. There's certain guys that fit certain schemes. You have to understand, if Todd Bowles runs a certain scheme, you have to draft those guys who can run in that scheme. You know what I'm saying? You know, just that's like, I don't know how else to say it, Peter. It's been 5.5 hours. Almost 6. I don't know how else to say it. My brain's a little fried right now.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to say it.
Yeah.
And David Zuzman, I love you, brother. I love the fact that you bring a different different perspective of the team. I like that. But I just think, brother, because we're gonna wrap this up. I appreciate you calling into the Sports Web, but I got to tell you, let's let this play out.
Yeah.
We got to let this play out. You know what I'm saying? Like, just think of it as Emeka Egbuka all over again. I seen a lot of Buck fans say, "We don't want you here. Why is this guy here?" And then all of a sudden, he saved a lot of games for us. You know what I'm saying? So there is a method to the madness, and I get it. And I'm on board with you. There's sometimes Jason Light makes some boneheaded mistakes, but you know who else makes boneheaded mistakes? Me. You know who else makes mistakes? Peter. You know who else makes mistakes? You. Everybody. We all make mistakes. Like,
Nobody's
we
perfect.
nobody's perfect.
You're right.
I think
General manager
and David.
I appreciate that you
overall
today, and in the end of the day, yes, I could be wrong, but for me, it's all about logic. For example, if you're playing poker, okay, and I have aces in my hand, and you have a pair of sixes, and you bet all in, and then by a miracle, you hit a 6 in the river and you win. That does not mean that you did not do the wrong logic behind your decision to go all in with a pair of sixes. And that's what I'm criticizing.
I'm not a gambler. I don't gamble, so I don't really know too much about that stuff. I don't gamble, so I don't really get the analogy. I'm sorry.
I know what you're saying from a logic standpoint.
I know what you're saying, though.
Right, but there's players that, again, that fit. Keontae Scott at that point fit what the Bucs wanted because he was versatile. He could do multiple things. That's what they like. It doesn't necessarily mean the other players they have in that room, they can't make that work. We don't know what kind of package. We don't know what kind of sub packages and what they're going to be able to create, but they got better. Can we all say, we just all admit that they got better at this point?
David, did they get better this year?
Because of this round, we did get better.
All right. All right, David.
That's what matters. So
appreciate you, brother.
All right. Thank
appreciate
you.
you, man.
Yeah. Give him 30 minutes.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Hey,
we were trying to wrap this up.
Those debates, Peter, those debates are good. They're healthy. And you never know. New people are going to see that. Somebody's going to share you going off and turning red in the face. I seen the vein pop out of your forehead, and people are going to see that and they're going to be like, what the hell happened? And they're going to go back and check.
He does super chat me. I will say that. I mean, we give him time on this show. I mean, people just hang up on him. And sometimes I want to hang up on him because I know he doesn't like Jason Light, but he does bring up some points to where Jason Light has had his fair share of misses. Plenty of general managers have had their fair share of misses. I think this is what I was waiting for because we were trying to get out of here. Let me go out to JC Allen. We'll wrap this up here. We're going to go probably 6 hours. I'm pretty much guaranteed here we're going to go 6 hours. Let's go out.
6 hours.
What are you saying? What are you saying? I talk a lot. I'm going to talk for the next 15 minutes. What are you trying to say? You're probably
there's a lot to unpack here.
We were like 6 minutes away from 5 hours, and we said we're going to wrap it up. And he said, no, we're just going to wait, and we're going to hit the 5 hour mark. And then David Zuzman called in, and he absolutely hates. He again, super chat. I mean, I love this guy. He super chats me all the time. He made another $9.99 super chat. So listen, I'll allow you to say whatever you want to say, And I know there's no shows that will do that, but I will allow you to do it because the guy YouTube Super Chats. Follow that lead right there. We were getting ready to get out of here. He gave us a 30-minute call. I turned red in the face. The vein came out of my middle forehead there. I turned into the Hulk. I was getting upset.
Meme him.
Right. I need the meme. I need that meme when I went angry.
Turn him into a GIF.
And that's it. Exactly. So he said, listen, JC, he said that he liked Keontae Scott, but he thinks it was the Bucs should have addressed the need. He doesn't like Josiah Trotter. He likes CJ Allen, or actually he likes Anthony, excuse me, not CJ Allen. He likes Anthony Hill Jr.
They did not like Anthony Hill Jr.
And why didn't you go ahead and tell me why you like Trotter over an Anthony Hill Jr., JC?
Well, it's not even just me. They weren't enamored with Anthony Hill Jr. A lot of inconsistencies in his game. And Trotter, I mean, he's got NFL bloodlines, right? First of all, so you know he's been raised the right way, the right practice. You listen to him on his press conference, and you could just tell this is not his first rodeo. He knows what he's doing, and those instincts somehow continue to get passed down as well. And the way he plays the game, he's very instinctual, especially when triggering downhill against the run. He's violent, he's physical, he can use them on blitzing. He shows the athleticism to be able to get better in coverage, but, you know, was it something they asked a lot of him to do? And in certain scenarios, especially in man coverage, was he exposed? Yes. But I do think with some coaching and technique and finer points, again, was his only season in the SEC, his second year in college, really, and the things that he was able to do, it doesn't show an arrow pointing down, or an arrow plateauing, it shows an arrow pointing up. And I think while they like CJ Allen, and likely would have been the pick if Josiah Trotter was off the board, I think with CJ Allen, it plateaus quickly with what you have. Yes, you do have a 4-year on his rookie contract starter at Mike linebacker, but the ceiling for him to grow anything more, the same coverage, questions are there despite the 4.47 40 that he ran at his pro day. There's still questions about that, but yes, you are getting a Georgia defensive leader, a captain, a Mike linebacker who called the plays, and I get why that's attractive, especially when you look at the track record of the defensive Georgia players, especially when you look at the track record of the linebackers, even if they take a minute to come around, like a Nakobe Dean, who just got paid by the Raiders this offseason. So I get the want of CJ Allen over that, but I just think, the Bucs had a clear goal, or maybe not even a clear goal, but however it worked out. You look at those first 3 picks they got, they're all 21 years old, and they all have tremendous upside at the position, despite being players who can come in and make an impact day one for you in certain roles. And whether that's Trotter winning that job at the Mike linebacker spot and being your 2-down linebacker while he develops in coverage, and maybe you figure it out with someone do on 3rd down at that situation. But it was better than I think. Yeah, sure, maybe they could have moved up and gave up some ammunition to move up and got Jacob Rodriguez, but then you've got 2 money linebackers, Mo linebackers playing next to each other, and forcing one of them to play a little bit more out of position, and they both can do it, I think. But now you're not asking either one of the guys you spent good money on in free agency, and another one that you traded a second round, used the second round and another asset to trade up for to play out of position as well. It's just not good business, and I think the Mike position's been something they've been looking at for a while now. They tried it with KJ Britt. They tried it with Devin White, who had the speed but never really the coverage instincts. And they tried it with Sebastian Dennis, and they brought in Christian Roseboom, but now they have someone who literally has, legitimately rather, has an upside as a coverage, 3-down all linebacker that can stay on the field. So I think that's why they went with him. The age, the ceiling, and the potential that's still there where, one guy you kind of know what you're going to get, and however that's great, and it's going to solve a need for you. The other guy has the potential to be maybe a Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber player at the position.
All right, he's coming for you right now. I got Brent saying NFL bloodline doesn't mean anything. He says Trotter is going to get cooked in the passing game. Realtor David Zuzman says Anthony Hill Jr. had more sacks, forced fumbles, interceptions than Trotter or CJ Allen. In which way is Anthony Hill worse than Trotter? And Trotter's been doing.
I don't I don't care about what anyone feels about Anthony Hill Jr. You can say all you want. I didn't look at Anthony Hill Jr. because I didn't think he'd be someone that they'd look at. And obviously, you can be upset about it and have your opinion on the player, and that's what makes the draft so much fun, that you wanted this guy and you didn't get this guy, so now you're upset because you didn't get this guy, but now because you wanted this guy, but you don't have this guy, and that's great. But at the end of the day, that's not the guy they got. So, like, you either move on and, like, get on board with this guy and leave your ex-girlfriend in the past because she's moved on. She's with another dude, and this other dude is like gonna be like, yo, we're gonna give you actual time to play. We're gonna actually give you this stuff. But like, you were just fantasizing about this stuff before with this dude. So like, you know, now you move on and you got the dude, you got the girl. You know, in this case, you got Josiah Trotter. Like, find the silver lining that you can find that gives you more hope instead of dwelling on the negative, bro. Come on, we live in a world.
Yeah, man.
Turn it around. Find what makes you positive about this. And find the silver lining and the weaknesses that you think rely on the player, and look and say, hey, do we think we can develop this position? Think about the resources he'll have at his disposal, right? He's got his father already, and then he's going to have Levante David at any beck and call. I'm sure he'll be able to talk to him, especially when it comes to Bulls defense. He's got a relationship with Mike Caldwell already, the linebackers coach. Larry Foots there, who I think played with his father at one point, or at least played in the same era with his father. And not to mention, you know, there's a guy who's very active in Tampa Bay, and they're very active with the Buccaneers, the USM Bulls. That is I'm sure his office is open to sit down with a young man who wants to be a hard-hitting linebacker in Tampa Bay named Derek Brooks. So I'm sure we'll give him time. So there's not going to be there'll be a plethora of resources for him to lean on and grow and ask about certain things in the defense that maybe, you know, he's not getting from Caldwell, but maybe a former player can break it down, and someone as smart and educated as those guys, especially Levante, who's just played in it, can help him. So that's what I would say, my friends. If you're down on any of these picks, like, if they don't work, they don't work.
Yeah, I mean,
and great, take the victory lap. But right now, nobody knows. And just find the silver linings in them and find something.
Yeah, man. Like, JC, I was so high on David Bailey. I knew that was like a long shot for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They didn't wind up getting David Bailey. They didn't trade to go get him. I'm not upset. We wound up getting Ruben Bain Jr. and we addressed every hole that we had.
That's a little like, you know, they got Ruben Bain Jr. Oh well, the second or first best pass rusher.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is what I don't understand about Buck fans. This is what I don't understand about Buck fans. Like I said, I wanted Bailey Jr. I wanted David Bailey. We couldn't get him, and they, you know, I wasn't upset. Buck fans, we just got to be realistic here.
Third round, I think that's those second, third, fourth round where you kind of start to develop those draft crushes because everyone's talking about the first round and you're sick of them and you already know about all the first. So you're like, who can I find later? And I'm talking about you sickos who are watching this 6-hour stream. You know, like, again, I'm gonna have my undrafted free agent dropping here soon in a couple picks. I got a list full of them. So that'll be a tweet dropping over on X, but. For all you sickos out there. But no, I mean, this is like what it's all about, right? And like, this is where you get those guys you fall in love with. Oh man, I got a 6th-round sleeper that no one's talking. He's on the board. It's the 7th. They traded the 7th round. They could have gone him there. Oh, I hope they trade back in there. Maybe they can give him like a future. You think they'll give him a 6th next year to get back in the 7th to get this guy? Can they trade Chris Braswell? Maybe they traded that 7th-round pick. So teams would be like, hey, I see you don't have a 7th-round pick. Do you want to take one for Chris Braswell? Like, this is where the delusional sickos start to come into play, and they fall in love with these guys, right? So they're like, when one of these guys go, that's not the guy they want. In the 5th freaking round, they start to lose their mind. Or 6th round, Bauer Sharp. What the heck? Jack Hendries was still on the board, who I forgot about 5 million times that they didn't take. You know, like, that's where people start to get mad. Like, oh, Bauer Sharp was there, but I did like Jack Hendries better. That's fine opinion to have. But then go look at Bauer Sharp and be like, oh, wow, he can do this, this, and this. Well, Jack Hendries could do that better, but it says here, whoever's writing about it, that, you know, there is some upside in this area. Okay, so I can see why they made it. Oh, they brought him in for an official 30 visit. Oh, J.C. Allen reported that? Oh, what a stud. Oh, okay, like, you know, like, just kind of like, go through it like that. But instead, you got people who just want to be kind of psychopaths about it, like Zussman is being right now about Anthony Hill Jr., who they didn't even like. So that's my post draft. That's my post draft rant on that. But
Yes.
thank you. And you're right. You are going 6 hours. You called it. You knew I would go talking for a while.
Well, listen, I know you would, and that's okay. We'll go 6 hours because that's what we do here. And
Do
I
you
hope
want to hear the priority undrafted free agent list that I have going right now? Do the people want it? Do the sickos want it?
Well, let's
do
hear
it.
that. But let's go ahead really quick. Let's go ahead and recap some of the picks the Bucs just had there. The tight end from LSU. How surprised were you by that? Because what you hear is, the East-West Shrine game that really caught their eye. We already talked about Cape Hart. Just overall, give me your overall analysis of what they've been able to do here in these games.
I think Shrine player, right? Like I said, they brought him in on a 30 visit. Some side reported that. And, it was a guy that they definitely showed some interest in. I had, it was a close call, actually, between him, last minute entry, Sadio Trayaru, or however you say his name, from Mississippi State, and Dan Delary, who's still on the board. That's my 7th round best fit, and someone I have there. Dallin Bentley's still on the board as well there, but I did like Sharp. He's, former quarterback, so he sees the field really well when he's, releasing from the line, and he can see, like, the route packages that open up and the soft spots in zone. So in that retrospect, he can be efficient as a receiver, and at all three levels, really, and kind of that, little quarterback's best friend, use him out of the slot to stretch the seam a bit. Got the size to compete, contested ball catches, and stuff like that. He's got to get a little bit more refined in his technique and blocking, but he's willing, man. He'll get his nose dirty in there. He's a no block, no rock type of guy. So that's one thing that he brings. And, there's just kind of, he's still new to the position. So just learning the intricacies of the position and, those finer techniques and blocking and route running and kind of, he sees the field well, but sometimes his routes aren't as crisp as you'd like them to be. And so just kind of learning the position and continuing to be there. But if he shows out, he could kind of push them for a role, potentially on the team and be one of those guys who Zach Robinson can move all around the field. And you knew they wanted one of those guys who could be a versatile receiver, play H-back, play, F and detached and inline. And that's why I like Nate Borkercher. I thought was a guy they would like, or Oscar Delp, some of these guys who could block and still be consistent receivers. And he kind of fits the bill for that, just a little bit lower and a little bit more of a risk with the development because, like I said, he's so raw at the position. So I thought it was a good pick for sure. And again, someone that wasn't a best fit for me, but I did identify him as a possible target in my day 3 fits article as someone to look for. And again, I reported that 30 visit. So not a bad pick. And they traded the 7th round pick to get up there with John Spytek, which is funny, and the Raiders, which allowed me to be on my way home now instead of still at one Buck waiting for another pick to happen here in a couple minutes, and then waiting for a press conference with a pick, and then waiting for the press conference with Rob McCartney, who had a lot of good stuff to say.
All right. Well, I know you have a lot of great stuff to say. Undrafted free agents, and my friend will get you out of here on that. Who are the Bucs looking at? I know they were looking at a quarterback there, possibly undrafted. Wow, Navy's Eli Heinreich just got drafted, running back in Navy. Wow.
VJ Payne is the one that hurts. I was really hoping they would get him, the Kansas Stater there.
Wow.
He's a good player. Jaron Kachnarak, another guy who went off the board, and Robert Spears-Jennings, so I like potential fits for them as well as Brandon Cleveland. All right, let me run down the list. Quarterbacks I have for you that they could be interested in is Joe Pagano, Luke Altemeyer, and Joe Aguilar. Roman Hembry, Le'Veon Moss, and Desmond Reed at running back.
Okay.
They want to address another receiver, Chase Roberts and Eric McAllister off the outside X position. Deion Burks, I think, is still somehow there, and he's a guy who I think they'd be interested in. Tight end Dan Villari, who I just mentioned, and Dallin Bentley, those guys. I think R.J. Maryland is there, as well as Daquan Wright, maybe D.J. Rogers as well. I know Jaron Kanak just came off the board, but Daquan Wright is another guy if they wanted to add another tight end after this one, just kind of add some more bodies to the position in the room. I believe Alan Haran is still out there at tackle, as well as Diego Pounds and Emil Wagner. At guard, Caden Barnett, Armaj Reed Adams, Evan Bernstein, Ashton Grable, and Kobe Baines, the guys who they could look at. Cameron Ball, Devin Eastern, Xavier Harris, and Gary Smith III at defensive tackle are guys. Cameron Ball for me was a 6th-round best fit for me. Devin Eastern was close to being the number 7 best fit for me. At edge rusher, Adame Tucker's still there. He had a 30 visit, a formal combine. It was my 6th-round best fit. And Quintavious Hutchinson, who was my 7th-round best fit, Boston College player, more of a special teamer, but kind of more of a coverage edge guy than really runs edge setting guy than a pass rusher. Jack Pyburn, VJ Anthony, Patrick Payton, and Nigel Kelly, all those guys at edge as well are guys I think I could target. Lander Barton, Wesley Bisante, this is the guy I'm going to call. If he does not get drafted, I'm calling it right now. He's going to sign with the Buccaneers as an undrafted free agent. Former Miami guy. He's got 2 of his teammates there, and they were very close. If he doesn't go here, maybe he goes to San Diego with Akeem Mesidor. That way, if they're offering him a spot or whatever, I don't know their linebacker room and how that looks, but if they're offering him a spot, they're in a chance to compete for something. But the Bucs linebacker room isn't great too, right? Like Roseboom, Savassi Dennis, and Nick Jackson aren't guaranteed anything. You've got the 2 guys that you just have right there, and Trotter and Anzalone locked in, and I think everyone else is competing for spots. So I expect them to add a couple linebackers there. Wesley Bisante would be 1. Lander Barton's my 7th-round best fit. Eric Gentry, and I'm sure there's going to be a bunch of guys who I don't know that are coming off the board that Greg Allman will put out and will retweet and figure out about them. I think Thaddeus Dixon is still on the board from UNC, and he would be a best fit in the 6th round for me that's still there, as well as Latrell McCutcheon, as well as outside cornerbacks. Deshaun Rucker, another outside corner. Avery Smith and Devon Marshall are 2 slot guys that I like, and then BJ Payne, unfortunately, went off the board. But Cole Wisniewski, who they brought in for a 30 visit, was my 6th round. Deshaun Singleton was my 7th round out of Nebraska. Jason's got to get a Nebraska guy. He didn't go into the draft. Maybe he gets one in undrafted free agency. USC's Bishop Fitzgerald, Lewis Moore from Indiana, Xavier Nwamka from Iowa, and then Ahmad Moses. I think it's Alabama or Alabama State or Arkansas State or one of those A schools, or Oklahoma State. One of those schools. It could be SMU too, but I'm not sure. Or Boise State. I don't know. I don't remember where he plays. It's been a long weekend. Ahmad Moses, though, ladies.
It's been a long week.
And that's it. I expect him to maybe add a punter, maybe a kicker, just for some camp conference. You're going to need those positions: a long snapper, punter, kicker, quarterback or 2. They might be able to have Connor Bazelak come back as like a second-year guy if he didn't accrue enough time or whatnot like that. And so a lot of those guys who last year on the practice squad, like Garrett Green, and those guys will all be back. But we'll see what they do as far as a quarterback. I expect 2 quarterbacks, a punter, a kicker, a long snapper, just so they have those bases covered when it comes to, doing drills and special teams drills and stuff like that during the rookie minicamp weekend. There we go.
All right, so we are over 6 hours of draft coverage, my friend. JC, give me some final thoughts, and we'll get you out of here on that, my friend.
Is it time for bet again?
I think the Bucs had a really solid draft. I'd probably give it like an A-. I think I get the upside with the Monte Capehart, but I don't know if I would have went there at that point in time. I think I saw more value on the board personally, but I really do like the pick, especially if they can unlock that pass rush. Clemson really didn't ask him to do much. They had him at nose tackle a lot, where he was getting, taking on double teams. So if they can free him up and get him some one-on looks at like the 4-eye, the 5, maybe even the 3, or in the shade or something like that, I think it would benefit him to unlock some of that athleticism that he can bring as a pass rusher. So I like it from that standpoint. I really like the pick of Billy Trout, the guy who identified it was the third round best fit for me. Very smart, intelligent Notre Dame offensive lineman who gives you interior line versatility. He's kind of pissed off. I tried to get him to admit about a chip on the shoulder, but MCL, he probably would have gone, in round 3 or maybe even higher than that if he didn't have a season-ending injury. Falls all the way to the 5th round. He's got something to prove, and I think it was a great fit for the Bucs and a great value for the Bucs. So overall, I thought that was a great draft. You needed to come into this weekend and address 2 positions for the future and the now, and they accomplished that with their first 2 picks. There was only 3 spots or 3 positions I felt like on this team that you could add competition and depth that could challenge for spots on the roster. That was offensive guard, tight end, and outside wide receiver, and they accomplished all 3 of those with high upside outside wide receiver in Ted Hurst. And like I said, I'm really high on Billy Trout and what he could develop into. And we'll see what Bauer Sharp can do. Again, young at the position, got a lot of athleticism, good hands. He can do some good things, be a mismatch and a weapon in that passing game that Zach Robinson's going to use with multiple tight ends. So I thought it was really good. They have a really good opportunity to add some of those players that I talked about in undrafted free agency, which I think would make this draft class as a whole and free agency, the rookie crop as a whole, a really good get for them, especially if they can add one of those running backs I mentioned that are kind of the downhill guys that I liked, and some of these other positions, maybe in the trenches, then in the secondary. So, it's a very good draft for me. A- across the board. I think the value they got with Ruben Bain was incredible. Did they maybe overreach a little bit for Josiah Trotter? But maybe. I think, again, they like the ceiling more than they like the floor of C.J. Allen. That's what I said last night. That's what I'll say again today. And I think, when you look at it, you had Jacob Rodriguez, Trotter, and C.J. Allen were the 3 guys that they liked. I don't think they're in on Anthony Hill. I don't think they're in on Galladay. Don't think they're on Keyshawn Elliott, who went all the way down here. I don't think they're on Kyle Lewis, who went on day 3. So, you start to look at that and what linebackers went in the 3rd round that you really felt comfortable about. No, I don't know of any. So they had to make a pick there, and they had to make a decision. They went with the upside and the higher ceiling than the higher floor. So I don't mind the pick. He was a guy I was touting for a long time. Ted Hurst, again, upside value pick there, especially when you move back and you pick up that extra 6, and then you address the trenches in the 5th round and get your developmental kind of move tight end in the 6th and call it a day. And we'll see what they can do here in a minute in undrafted free agency. But I really like the draft for the Buccaneers. They hit on all their most pressing needs. I think they'll be able to add a safety in here. They think Keontae Scott can play safety as well. Plus, they have J.J. Roberts there, too. So they've got a big, versatile group there. I'd still like to see them maybe get a center fielder who can really kind of open things up for Antoine Winfield to come down to the line of scrimmage in certain looks. But we'll see. Maybe they think J.J. Roberts can take care of that, or Keontae Scott can take that with his ability to quickly trigger down up in almost a prevent single high safety situation where he can come down quickly and take the angles with his speed to get to ball carriers. So we'll see how it plays out. But that's the position. Those are the positions I like to see them add to. And I'll be posting all those up here in a minute on my X page, and you guys can go look at all those guys. Some of them, by the time the 7th round is finished, will be off the board. Obviously, you got to do your due diligence there.
Sure.
But just an idea of who I think they might be able to target if they do fall into the realm of undrafted free agency, where the Bucs have had really good luck over the years. Think they have 3 guys who are really strong players to come back and maybe be part of the rotation. And Jason Jones, J.J. Roberts, and there was another, I think, offensive lineman or someone who was out there. But yeah, so. Heck of a show, heck of a job, Peter. The Sports Lab always delivers. I don't know any other shows out there that let fans call in and be part of the show and interact. And, if it wasn't for that aspect, I wouldn't be talking to you as, an NFL, Bucs insider, beat writer, or whatever you want to call me. So, guys, you never know what a phone call can do and where it can lead you, because it's led me to where I am. And I owe that opportunity and that foot in the door a lot to Peter Blake. I'm going to say it, Bucs Report and the Sports Web, for giving me, the ability and the access and the things I can bring to you today. So Heck of a 3 days, Peter. You're the
Yes.
best. Appreciate you. Lou, I got to get on that podcast sometime, my friend. We got to link up.
I got one more final question. This is from our
Yeah,
guy,
man.
David Duzman. He says, is Hurst better than, is it Brazel? Brazel, the 6'4" wide receiver, and at the time, I believe it out of Tennessee. What did you think?
Yes, I like Brazel. I did like Brazel, and I liked but the things that I didn't like about Brazel is the effort and the inconsistencies. There's times where he knows he's not getting the ball, and everybody knows he's not getting the ball. And it wasn't just like one or two plays. It was more. It's just like, is he going to be bought in? Is he one of these? You worry because, like, you don't think, especially with these NFL players and college players, how like you think they're just happy to get in the NFL, but you got to remember that some of these guys are used to just being the guy, no matter where they've gone. In Pop Warner football, when they were 6, they were tall everybody and was the guy at wide receiver. In middle school, the guy. High school, the guy. College, Chris Brazel, the guy. And now he's going into an NFL room in the 3rd round, and he's not the guy. And he doesn't know what that's like. He doesn't know what it's like to not be fed the ball because he's so much better than everybody else. He doesn't know, like, how does he handle that? Is he mature enough to handle that? Is he going to give? He's giving inconsistent work ethic when he's lined up across from Joe Schmo, who I don't know who is the Tennessee's other wide receiver. I don't know. Is he going to give that same level of work ethic when he knows Tet's getting the ball on the other side or Jalen Coker's getting the ball in the slot? Like, is that going to be an issue for him? And for the Bucs, it would have been the same when it's a mouse to feed offense. Not everybody knows if you're getting drafted by the Bucs, you're not going to get the stats. So you better make the most out of your catches. If you're not a run after catch guy, you better figure out how to be. Because the ball might not come to you for another 6 plays. It might come to 3 different guys before it comes to you, and then it might be an incompletion, and then it doesn't come to you for another 4 or 5 plays, and before you know it, you've only had 4 targets in the first half, and you've got 2 catches for 16 yards. That's just how it happens. So, would he be one of those guys that would be okay with that, buying into that selfless mentality? I'm not sure. I think when you look at Georgia State, they had 3 guys like that last year that were like 6 something and could run 4.3 40s and are just bosses and studs. And he's a very selfless guy, and that came across in his interview yesterday. And I think when you look at the fit and the need for the Bucs, and the upside that he brings, and I don't want to say the rawness, but and again, I think I said this yesterday. I think it was Ollie Connolly. He said it best. He's like, he's not one of these Al Davis 4-3 burner guys. Like, he shows some nuance to the position. He knows, he's not strong enough to like maul somebody, but he shows that ability to be a dog on the outside and be a blocker. He like demonstrates these things. The way he runs, it's kind of like track build up speed, not receiver speed, with these long strides, but he's able to break down quickly and come back and adjust to the ball, like Steve Smith was saying, reminded him of Larry Fitzgerald. So I think he fit what the Bucs wanted better. I think if they're both on the board, I think it would still been him. I think if it was off the board and they were going to go a wide receiver, I think it would have been Bryce Lance, who fell into the 4th round, and maybe they would have traded back and maybe still try to get him if that was a position they really wanted to address, or who knows. But I did know that they liked him potentially as well. So I love the Ted Hurst pick, and that's why I think they would have had him higher on the board than Chris Brazel, even if Brazel and Hurst were both there. I think, with Ted Hurst, you're getting the complete package that's just kind of raw in his route running and his technique and his kind of the intricacies of being able to sell and no sell a route and stuff like that. All that little kind of the little things that veterans get to learn, and it takes them a while to get that. I think even like he needs some time to develop those qualities. And he'll be a really good player for the Bucs. And right now, you can roll him out on 3rd down, contested catch, boundary catches. You can bring him out in the red zone, back shoulder fades. He's got that great ability to contort his body and dropped a couple passes. But I really like the pick. I really like the player. Another best fit, and I think the Bucs got a really good positional value. A little bit I wouldn't call it a steal because I thought he'd be off the board by 77, but I thought it would be, in those, late 60s, early 70s that he would go. So I think value for sure, not a steal, but it was great to get that extra 6th round pick, turn that into a guard that I'm really high on, and move off the draft with improving the offense. So appreciate you having me on, buddy.
Absolutely. JC Allen,
Great
great
stuff,
stuff as
JC.
always. Thank you very much for giving your time here because you're so in depth about it. And again, I'm proud of you, brother. I'm glad I could give you an opportunity to start out, and you just taken that opportunity and you kicked the door in. The door was open. You kicked it in, man. Just keep on kicking it in, and we'll be here next year for it. We'll be ready for it. We want all that smoke. We want those 3 days of the NFL draft. With you, my friend. Mister. Great job, man. Have a great night. Right?
I'm dropping that. I'm dropping those undrafted free agents right now.
All right. Drop the undrafted free agents. We'll see what happens. And as always, man, just keep on killing it, JC Allen. All right.
Later, guys. Bye.
Later. Great stuff, man. From him. All right. So I'm done. So go ahead.
Me too.
So you get out of here. You have a great night of sleep. You just rest and relax. Yeah. I'm done. 6 hours of draft show. And then the last couple days here, I mean, it
was good though.
It was great.
It was fun.
Yes.
It was fantastic. I'm happy to be home back on the sports web. And like I said, like JC Allen's insights, like it was awesome. You know what I'm saying? He's really good and he knows what he's talking about. And flowers to him, man, because a lot of the guys he was talking about, Bucs got, and it was a realistic outlook and a realistic template of what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were doing. But overall, man, I had a lot of fun these past couple of days. The hours that were put in doesn't matter because this was fun, and it's officially the start of the new season. It is, and there's so much. There's so much to look out for, man. And like I said, here at the Frozen Pirate Podcast, it's going to be a little bit different. Like I said, we're going to be doing around the NFL again. Everybody, that's not a kid-friendly show, so don't tune in with your kids. We're gonna do that Thursday nights, late night. Because like I said, Jamie is unfiltered. A lot of the guys that come on there, it's just it's like a bar type of deal. You just pull up, man. You speak your piece, and it's not always Buccaneer talk, man. I want people. I want you guys out there to tune in for that. I want to hear you guys' take on teams like the Jets, what they're doing, and teams like the Saints. We talk about everything around the NFL. So that's the cool thing about it. And then the rest of the stuff that we're gonna do, we're probably gonna do maybe like some 15-minute videos, because I'd like to come back here on the Sports Web on Wednesday nights.
More than welcome.
Talk
we'll
about,
make it up.
Yeah,
we'll
man, and just kind of
All right.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a cool season. Peter, thank you.
Yes.
Go drink some more water, if you will.
Yes.
Calm down. Calm down. It was fun, and like I said, and to you Buck fans out there, calm down, relax. Let's let this play out. You can follow me on X, Louie
the
FPP.
2026 season hasn't even started yet. You're ready to end the season, say bust and all this. Yeah.
I don't want to hear about Arch Manning neither. I forget about all that. Just go out there and go support your team.
Thank you. That's it. That's how you end the show. All right.
Louie, go out there and support the team. I'm out.
What do you hear? What do you say?
All right, my friend.
Good night to the bad guy.
Good night, my friend. Appreciate you as always.
See you later.
See ya. Sorry, Peter. I didn't want to make you. That's okay. It's all right. I had one in me. You know how it goes. All right, guys. We'll end it up there. Thanks a lot to all the guests of the night, of course. Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast today. Now it's night. It's 6 o'clock. We are 6 hours. What other sports talk show gives you all those hours we've given you the last couple days? Thursday night we had you covered. Friday night we had you covered. Saturday, we'll see if we'll come back on Monday night at 9. I think we will. See how I feel. I'm going to rest my voice, rest and relax. Still, as always, definitely like and subscribe to the Sports Web. Of course, JC Allen, Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast, JP Peterson, Tim Ham. I'm trying not to Blake Anthony of Sports Talk 49. Thanks to a lot to all those people for making these draft shows just entertaining, because I could sit here all day long, talk draft, but it's always good to have co-hosts and people that you can kind of vibe off of and get something from. And JC Allen just kills it. You guys kill it. Peter, I need that shirt, brother. I will definitely get that to you. I'm working on it. This is a Bucs Live shirt. We dressed down today. Again, like and subscribe to the Sports Web on YouTube. From me on Facebook at Peter H. Blake. Facebook stars are open. YouTube super chats are open. And do 3 things as we wrap it up here. 6 hours of draft coverage here on a Saturday. Bring your passion. Bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And for fans of the Sports Web and the Tampa Bay Sports Fan, it's your time. We'll see you next time here on the Sports Web. Again, the evolution of sports talk television, as we always say on this show, go Bucs.